All right, we're almost ready to go. There we go. All the streams are now open, and all of the guest boxes are open as well. Everything should be ready to rock and roll, friends. Welcome in. Is it Wednesday night already? I believe it's Wednesday night already. We've got 2 more days until Halloween. Halloween's Friday, I think, this year. Um, should be fun, friends. Welcome in. I don't know what's on my face. Anyways, thank you for being here, friends. It should be a fun Wednesday night. I'm excited to see what we get here in terms of debate material. And we also have we have 4 super chats. Let me grab those. We'll bring Dalton in, and hopefully we'll have some guests load up here shortly. Drew, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says thank you for your donation. But Drew, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And Godwin, great to see you, friend. Godwin with a $9.99 super chat says, a parable of Doug, verily I ask thee, must not all grilling stones be laid out in both the vertical and horizontal directions? As coordinated stones, we all cook better together. I appreciate that word, Godwin, because there is no schism, actually. Doug wants you to enjoy both horizontal and vertical lifestyles. You don't have to pick and choose. And Dark Souls said, how do I respond to someone who denies the accuracy of carbon dating? Well, typically what I do is I show them all the biblical artifacts that we have dated using carbon dating and tell them, like, hey, if carbon dating works for dating your biblical artifacts, then you should agree that it works for the stuff that's not biblical. I think that's a good route to go. I mean, that's how we get a lot of artifacts that quote unquote, confirm the Bible. And Ben, thank you for the $5 super chat, says horizontal for Doug, while vertical for Sharon is the proper way to show reverence. I can get on board with this. The only schism I know of is where the sun don't shine. And for some people it's a chasm, but I agree with you, my friend. And thank you so much, Vincent, for the $10 Euro chat. Says people and the schism. I agree. There's no schism. Doug, rock hard for Doug, is the way, and Sharon, simple for Sharon, is the messenger, I think. She's the co-redemptrix of reality, friends. All praise the feeds, both vertical and horizontal, but especially the horizontal, because it's objectively better. I see what you did there. But it's not. You're propelling the schism with that kind of language. And Varen, thank you for the $5 super chat, says someone complimented my Hebrew progress. I said thanks. I've been studying it religiously. That is good. That you get it just for that. You get the rim shot. Actually, let me make sure my headphones are plugged in so I can hear everybody. 1 second. Make sure I don't forget. There we go. My headphones are set. Let me make sure they're set. Oh, you know what? I have to do one more thing as well. I got to open up the soundboard. There we go. Now the soundboard's open. Now everything should be ready to rock and roll. Bada bing, bada boom. I almost forgot to send the audio out to my earbuds. Now that we got some audio working, let's bring Dalton in.
Hey,
Dalton,
bud.
my friend. Good to see you, buddy.
I was just alerted that the package will be delivered on Halloween night. So spooky. Also, I have a joke for you. In Hebrew, na'ar means boy. In Australian, it's how Christians respond to your arguments. Na'ar. Also, I do have to say something really nice though, because there was a person named Thomas. I'm not gonna say their last name because I don't want to dox them, but they sent me $100 today, and they said I was struck blind by bright, blinding light from heaven while on the way home, and heard the voice of Doug asking me to do this. And I have to say that this is the first time in a decade that I've been able to pay bills and also save up any amount of money. So I just want to thank Justin and the entire Deconstruction Zone for this gift.
Man, we appreciate you. You're working hard out here. We want to make sure that you get appreciated, and we're gonna get you out of these shelf stocking and get you into sharing your knowledge with the world. I've got just a couple super chats, and we'll probably have a guest ready to load up. Dr. Dave, great to see you. Says horizontal tonight because I can do all things in Doug. Of course you can. Of course you don't have to be a part of a schism. You can choose one, and then one day choose the other. When I'm like on my computer, I would obviously go horizontal. When I'm on my phone, vertical. I'm just saying, whatever fills your feed properly. And Zakul, thank you for the super chat, says, need a good argument tonight. I desperately want to be converted to Christianity only for the rest of the night. Fingers crossed. Well, I don't know if we're going to get one. I don't know. I mean, you never know. Maybe come this Sunday, everyone here will be in church. We don't know. But up till now, we've been doing this for slightly over 2 years now, and I've never heard even a remotely decent argument, not even once. So my breath is not being held, that's for sure. And helping Mega Deconstruct, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, praise Doug and Sharon for this fall cookout. As someone who plans on streaming content to combat Christian nationalists and fascists, is there a place I could message you about your software setup? Yes, helping Mega Deconstruct. Join the Discord and DM me on Discord, or if you go to my YouTube account, there is an email address. You can just send me an email the old-fashioned way. You know what I mean? So whichever works for you. And Steve, thank you for the super chat, says, in honor of Pi, cats hate baths because I think we are trying to baptize them. Actually, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. And I hate to drop this information on the chat, but better now that only a couple of you have to hear it. You guys heard that Pi got sick a couple weeks ago and I had to rush him to the ER and he barely made it. The horrible, horrible news, which I didn't tell anyone, but he continued to have an internal infection that ended up taking him out. It was a horrible thing. Didn't even know he was still sick. We thought he was recovered. And I woke up one morning and he disappeared. I didn't see him for 24 hours. And I found him, unfortunately, not breathing in his litter box. It was awful. It was awful. So I know everyone loves pets in this community. I'm sorry that you have to hear that. But just know that Pi was loved. He got pet and cuddles every single day that he was alive with us.
I'm sorry, bud.
I appreciate that. Pi was a really good cat. He was probably the best cat I've ever had. We've had some cats in my day. All right, I got 4 super chats, so we'll get our first guest in here. Luke says, I'm sure we'll see plenty of Christians and other theists will be as brave as Sir Robin today. Maybe. From Monty Python, you mean? They're going to be as brave as Sir Robin from Monty Python. And also, Peter says, hey, Justin, heading to U.S. again in November. Again, nervous to cross the border. In only 2 months, things have gotten crazier. Stay safe, everyone. Well, they have gotten crazy. They have. You'll be safe, though, as long as you have a proper visa, Peter. And your name is Peter, not like Alejandro. So they're not going to turn you away. You'll be fine. Remember, the people that are being turned away at the border are being turned away from racism. For the most part, xenophobia. I think you'll be safe. It's unfortunate that we live in this particular situation where you have to have a white person named across the border. But Peter, if you have any trouble, I apologize in advance for my country. I didn't do this. I didn't vote for this. And last super chat from our friend Tally Beck. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. It says no fililiquy, controversy, no schism. Glad that's settled. Yes, Tally, there is no schism.
I think I could be the first person to put in my vote that the first canonized saint of the Dugite movement should be Pi.
Yes, this is a really good idea. Yes, I don't know why I didn't think of canonizing saints, but Pi would be a very first venerable saint, I believe. I like this idea. We have to work on this. I need to get a painting made up. I've got lots of pictures of Pi. I need to get a painting. I was going to do
send
one
me
of
a
Pi.
few. Send me a few pictures of Pi, and I'll take care of it.
Indeed. All right, let's get our first guest in here. The name of our first guest is not at all troubling. Welcome in, Toxic Misogyny.
Misogynist.
Sorry, Toxic Misogynist. There we go. So, Toxic Misogynist, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 31, and yes, I believe in God.
Cool. Any particular God or more like a generic God?
Oh, I mean the Christian God.
Did you say maybe the Christian God?
No, I said the Christian God.
Okay, just
No,
checking it. All right.
yeah.
I thought you said maybe. I'm like, what do you mean maybe?
No, no, no. I'm not on the fence.
Okay. So, what in your view is the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Oh yeah, the miracles that I performed.
Like what?
Oh yeah, like for example, recently, I guess, for example, the miracle of Fatima. I guess that's a well documented case of a global, I guess, a miracle that happened in like back in the day. In the village of Fatima, and even the church itself verified it's true because they had to do a whole internal investigation. And the whole purpose of the miracle is saying that the sun itself was dancing around, moving back, forth, up, down, left, right, and all that. And the miracle in itself, apart from different people's interpretation of it, was that the fact that they were able to look at the sun for like what, at least like 10 minutes, and they weren't blinded. Because
Yeah,
so,
that's probably why they
yeah,
saw the
because
sun dancing around. You stare at the sun, things start to get a little blurry for you. But there are like reports from people that went to visit the site of Fatima and didn't report seeing what the Catholics and whatnot were reporting. They in fact claimed it was not happening at all. So if it happened, it seemed like it was just some sort of a vision that people were participating in, and I would classify it similar to like the dancing plague in France. Do you know about the dancing plague?
yeah, it's the where they were dancing uncontrollably and all that stuff, and what I guess they didn't know what
Yeah.
caused it.
Yeah, they were quite convinced that the power of God was compelling them to go out into the streets and dance. The reality is, like mass hallucinations, while they seem crazy to us, they do actually happen.
Well, I mean, the question is, since you're not there to verify it, like for example, like the moon landing, where we believe in moon landing, but we weren't there to see it.
Wait, wait.
We just
Do
believe, right?
Seen it.
do you
No, but you saw videos of it. You didn't see
I
it
just
for
want
yourself.
just want to make sure we're clear. Do you believe we landed on the moon?
I'm skeptical about it. Same way I'm skeptical about God, as I'm skeptical about moon landing.
Skeptical of the moon landing, not skeptical of the actual sun dancing in the sky.
No, I'm saying I'm applying the same level of scrutiny that should apply to moon landing. Same way you're applying the level of scrutiny to the miracle of Fatima.
It's
Same way I'm applying the level of
wild.
scrutiny to the moon landing because I mean, you saw videos. I can make a video, a movie, and post it and say that's the moon landing. Like, and because I'm in a
No, you
high
can't
authority
actually. You couldn't in
with AI.
1972.
No, no, yeah, you can.
No, in the
You,
1970s you could not. The
with
just
movie
the
sets.
shadows on the moon alone were far too dark and far too sharp to be created by any studio lighting.
Well, they had light
We
on the videos I saw, so clearly it wasn't shadowy. They had enough
Well,
light
no, no, I'm
source.
talking about the shadows of the. For example, if you see Buzz Aldrin walking around the moon, you can see his shadow that's being cast from him. It's far too sharp, far too dark for it to be a soundstage. It would have just been impossible. The only way you could produce a light that's a shadow that strong and sharp would be to have a giant light source, a couple million miles away from
And,
the that's being
yeah,
shining on them.
and you're saying this Hollywood studios couldn't procure such a light source?
No, they could not.
Are you
It's
sure?
it's quite it would have been quite literally impossible, and they
Okay,
couldn't have CGI'd it because there wasn't CGI.
but are you sure though? I mean, because like this,
I'm
did you
absolutely
verify
sure.
yourself, or you using
Yes,
third party
it would have
Okay.
had the again the studio light would have had to have been millions of miles away from them, and it would have
Could
had to been huge.
but I mean, could you verify yourself? Because that's all it is. If you can't verify yourself, then you have to just trust on someone else's
So
word,
we
right?
Oh,
didn't go to the
actually,
moon, but
toxic.
giant
Did you
studio
toxic
light millions of miles away.
toxic? Did you verify yourself that Fatima happened?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I use that example to say,
Okay,
no, no,
so if you
yeah.
don't believe we landed on the moon, you shouldn't believe that the sun was dancing at Fatima.
No, I believe someone's dancing against Fatima, but like you said,
Why?
you could still scrutinize it, like I said,
Why?
because it didn't happen. Because oh
But
yeah, but like the
why
same way
would you why
I
would you
believe the church's
scrutinize the
authority.
moon landing but not scrutinize Fatima?
No, because like the same way I believe in church authority, you believe in your scientific authority as well. So we're both appealing to authority to where our beliefs come
No,
from. You yourself
no.
can verify it, so you're going to be
No
on the
science.
authority of
No
NASA
science. We don't
engineers.
rely on authority in
You
science. We
are
rely on
relying on
evidence.
Yeah,
no,
actually,
because
we
no,
don't
you
have
are
to
relying on,
rely on the authority. Like I know people who work for NASA.
but you didn't
Like
verify
it's
yourself.
not even hard.
So
Yeah,
you
well, you didn't verify yourself either. That's why this is not a good argument. So
actually, well,
if
actually,
you're if
well,
your if your level of proof is you must personally verify something, then you don't measure up to your own level of proof.
I know I do because I actually experienced a miracle recently,
No,
so
you
that's why
don't.
now I can. I do.
No,
I have pictures
we're
of
talking
it.
about Fatima.
I know I gave Fatima to establish the basis that we need to like we can't just go based on what we hear from others. We have to verify for ourselves. So that's my I
Okay,
use
so
that
then
example.
Fatima didn't happen based on
No, Fatima
your
did
own
happen.
measuring stick.
No, no,
Well,
no,
no, you
Fatima
didn't
did
verify
happen.
you didn't verify it yourself. It didn't happen.
Yeah, so same way like the moon landing. I'm establishing that basis of premise that if you believe Fatima didn't happen because
Yeah.
you
How
don't
many
believe
So
in the
just so we're
authority.
how many
clear, Fatima
people
didn't happen.
No, no, sir, no, sir. I'm saying as a basis that you say famine didn't happen. I say Mulan didn't happen. Who is right between both of us? Both
well,
of us can be correct.
we can actually prove that we landed on the moon because there's reflectors there. I think at this point there's 7 or 8 of them there, and some of them have been done by independent nations. In fact, let me see. The current
No,
reflectors
remember, you're
on the moon are put there by list of reflectors. All right, we've got the Apollo 11 mission. The Soviet Union did one in 1970. We did another one in 1971. We did actually Soviet Union did another in 1973. And then in 2023, the ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization, put one on the moon. And then in 2025, this year, the University of Maryland placed a reflector on the moon. And like these actual universities, you can shine a laser and track the reflector, and we have pictures of the reflectors. Like, so the reality is, like, these universities and these other countries, they're not in on the scam. India is not in on a scam. Russia is not in on a scam saying they put a reflector on the moon so that they can sell like globes through Rand McNally.
yeah, but like remember, like same way people say history is written by the victors. Same way like this stuff like this can just be folks everybody getting
When
scared on
did
it because
India
Except
become
for
a
there are
victor?
multiple different sources.
like but you're going on
If
on
we
third
did
party sources,
toxic,
not
if we
yourself.
didn't land on the moon, why wouldn't Russia, who wanted to beat us to the moon, why wouldn't they discredit it?
Actually, they're the first actually to go to land. I guess Sputnik says. I mean, well, technically, we could disprove them as
Wait,
well. But
They did
overall,
not.
everyone's in
he
on a
missed the
scam.
whole point of what I
Everyone's
They
in
just
on a
didn't get
said.
scam.
it at all.
In my opinion,
Here,
everyone's in
toxic.
on it. Everyone's
Let
in
me
on it.
ask you again because I don't think you got the point. Russia and America were in competition with one another. If Russia wanted to beat the Americans to the moon, why couldn't they bring forth evidence against the moon landing if it was so obviously false?
Well, because
Or they
that'll call into question their landing because they actually landed Sputnik on
they
an
never land
unmanned.
they hadn't
They had an
landed yet.
unmanned. They had an unmanned spaceship Sputnik land on there before we did ours. So that would have called into question theirs. And then at that point,
It actually wouldn't have
it
consequences for
would
theirs.
So
have
just to be clear, Sputnik wasn't a moon landing; it was a
no, it
satellite.
was unmanned. It was an unmanned
It was
satellite.
a
Yeah, but
it was a
overall,
satellite. It was orbiting. It wasn't going to the moon.
yeah, but at least it was they sent something up there. Like I said,
Yeah,
first
it
we
was the
did,
first
yeah, but
satellite.
we didn't do. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
them
Yeah.
we never did
disproving the
that.
moon landing wouldn't affect their own like satellite. It would just be able to like prove that the Americans didn't go to the moon, which would have been beneficial for Russia.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
that's now ask did Russia go to go to satellite
that is
up there as
wild.
well? And then yeah, so
Hey,
like I said, so
hey,
but
toxic. I got
yeah,
a question. What shape is the
what's that?
Earth?
Oh, I don't know because I haven't been able to verify it. Like everyone says it's circle, some
This
folks say
guy's
it's flat.
Catholic, yet the Catholic Church accepts the scientific consensus on evolution and the shape of the earth and
I
whether or
mean,
not
just because they all agree upon it doesn't mean it's right. Like,
this guy's a lunatic from the
like I
perspective of
said,
like Catholicism.
I have a miracle I experienced myself and I take pictures personally, so I know that God exists because I actually saw it myself.
Yeah,
You guys haven't seen any of this you guys are
well,
believing. Yeah.
yeah, that's not convincing to us as we have miracle accounts from every religion. So, like, all that could
No, they
possibly
don't.
prove is that either A, you're having a hallucination, or B, all the religions are true. Or perhaps your
No.
God is actually just a demon. It's like a jinn. It might turn out that maybe the Eastern religions are true and that there's a jinn that granted you a miracle to deceive you.
You
Probably
know,
because you're
interesting
toxic.
enough, interesting enough, I actually spent a couple of days with a Muslim imam, and a couple of days, he actually invited me back. Yeah, they don't believe in miracles. They actually believe the miracles only where the Prophet Muhammad came
I
from.
said Eastern.
Oh, Eastern
You know
Orthodox?
the Islamic people aren't the only one who believe in the jinn, right?
Not Eastern Orthodox either, toxic. Eastern, like Hindus, for example, or even further east.
Yeah, but they don't believe that they can perform miracles. Because like I believe that we God uses us to
I
perform
don't
miracles
You
as
I don't
don't,
well.
think you know
yeah,
I don't think you know much about Eastern religion.
Like I said,
They have they make miracle claims all the time in their religions.
no,
Yeah,
I
like
just searched. I
there was
searched
a
it up
guy that
online,
was
and it's all
popular in the
Christian.
90s that literally had a spiritual surgery ministry. Like he had a building that people would travel hundreds and hundreds of miles to, and he would do spiritual surgeries, healing people using his Hindu magical deity power. That's crazy. But listen, this is why your personal experience is not really meaningful to us because your personal experience will only ever be meaningful to you, and that's about it. So,
I
like
mean,
outside of your personal experience, is there any reason why we would believe that it sounds like the God of Catholicism exists? You are
I
Catholic,
mean,
right?
like, yeah, I'm Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, so you're saying that, like my evidence that I have to prove is that you don't accept it? Because I can propose pictures to prove my evidence.
Yeah, we don't really care too much about that. So
I
And
if your
mean,
only
also
evidence is
pictures
that
don't
you had a
convince you.
personal experience, then it's
and I
meaningless to
have
me.
evidence for it.
And plus, based on your own level of scrutiny, I could just say, well, those are AI. So like that's not really evidence for us. It's only ever going to be evidence for you. Like if I had a personal experience that convinced me that God was real, that would literally only ever be evidence just for me.
Well, I mean, but like, it's obviously something that you can't, it's like supernatural, right? Because it's not like something that I can say, oh, something that's, something that can happen naturally. If it's supernatural, then that's when you say, hey, it has to be something that only God can do
Well,
because the
you can
natural,
say that. I can say you had a hallucination. I can say that you had a vision. I could say you had a dream. I could say anything
I have
because
pictures. So it's not,
because
I have,
I didn't experience it toxic. You did, and that's why personal experience is never going to be credible. And
no,
remember, they happen in all the religions, which means
no, but
if
I have
I'm an
pictures
atheist,
though.
hold on, toxic. No one cares. So if I have a Hindu, a Muslim, and a Christian, all of them come to me and said, I had this miracle happen to me. And either one, I have to take them all for their word, or two, neither one, like none of them I'm going to take for their word. I'm not going to believe in any of them. And I choose the latter. I don't believe any of these personal experience miracle stories for the same reason you don't believe that two Hindu deities showed up to one of my coworkers. I had a coworker who was from India. He was an actual devout Hindu, and he believed in the Hindu religion because he said there was two Hindu deities that showed up to him. There was a friend I used to work with here on TikTok named Hanji, and she was visited by two of the not the Greek, I'm sorry, the Egyptian deities, two Egyptian deities. One of them was Anubis. And so while these are really convincing experiences for the people who experience them, they'll never be convincing for me. And they're not even convincing for you. You don't believe that these deities showed up to my friends, do you?
No, I believe that they are, but they're spirits, not the Almighty God, because,
Well, they
and I
would say
believe
the
my,
same thing about yours.
Hey, your God's
I,
just a demon.
no, yeah, and that's where both of us like will have to prove it by coming
Like
together and then competing.
let's say I was Jewish,
Hmm.
okay? Your Marian apparitions, your Jesus visions appearing to people and stuff. That's just Satan trying to deceive mankind to worshiping a man as if he were God.
Yeah, but then that wouldn't make sense because actually, you'd be right. That's why both of us will come together, like it did in the Bible with when it had Elijah versus prophets of Baal. We'll come together and then we'll ask both of our gods to prove themselves in a
No,
moment.
miracles don't prove things because God says that he can send false prophets who even perform miracles in order to deceive even the most elect.
Yep.
Yeah, but God says His prophets, what they say, come true. False prophets, what they say, can never come true.
Nope.
So
No,
like,
Deuteronomy
no, no.
13. Deuteronomy 13, God explicitly says that he'll send false prophets who can tell the future and do other things just to test his people.
But also said in the Bible that God says if a prophet says what he says doesn't come true, then he's not my prophet.
Yeah,
But if he
Deuteronomy.
said what he
Then
says,
Jesus isn't a true prophet.
no,
Yeah,
no, what Jesus Christ said did happen because he
it
said that
didn't.
the temple was torn down, was torn down, and he
He,
said the veil was broken.
well, that wasn't a unique prophecy of Jesus. The Jews were already saying that prior to Jesus. In fact, if
No,
you read,
no,
hold on, toxic. If you read Sanhedrin, book 97, you'll find that there were already people predicting before the time of Jesus that the temple was going to fall and then the Messiah would come after the temple fell. Like it was already a popular talking point because they believed that the book of Daniel was going to be coming true. So it wasn't even something unique to Jesus. Number two, we have no idea if Jesus said those things prior to it falling because we don't have any manuscripts that predate 70. If we had manuscripts that predated 70, we could credit him with such a prediction, but we don't. The other thing is, I don't really care. The temple fell on multiple occasions. It wouldn't be a hard thing to predict that if the Romans were mad at you and they would invade your territory again, that they would destroy the temple. So it's not really even a novel prediction. But what we do find are a bunch of failed predictions of Jesus. So like even if you think that he got this one right, he failed a bunch of other ones. And then he made a bunch of lies about the Hebrew Bible. So like he's a liar and he's a false prophet. Want to see the
I
false
mean,
prophecy?
okay, yes, yes, show me the scripture for the false prophecy then.
Yeah. We'll go to Matthew. We're going to go to 10:23, and then we're going to do
Okay.
16:27 through 28, and then we're going to do 24, and we'll do
Wait.
29
Matt.
through 34. Don't worry, I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm just typing it
Okay,
all in.
perfect.
Yeah, you don't
Perfect.
have to go grab your Bible. I mean, if you have one, that's fine, but you don't have to. You should be able to see the screen, right?
Yeah, I can see his screen.
Yeah. So when they persecute, this is when he sends his disciples out to the villages to go witness to the villagers. He says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And the coming of the Son of Man is a reference to Daniel chapter 9 when he comes on the clouds and he takes the kingdom from the Father and rules and reigns over all the nations of the earth. And he says something similarly in Matthew 16. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So we've got two predictions basically saying that the Son of Man is going to come with all the angels and judge humanity prior to all of his disciples dying. And then the last one is Matthew 24. Disciples ask him, what will be the signs when you come in your kingdom? He says, immediately, this is the last bit of it, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you that this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. And that generation certainly did pass away.
Okay. Well, I mean, at that point, I can't refute that scripture. You're right. It says this generation will not pass away until these things have taken place.
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he said something that
But
just clearly didn't come true.
yeah, but like, what if it has taken place? It just it happens spiritually and not physically.
What does it mean to happen spiritually? Do you pay your taxes spiritually?
I mean, remember what Christ said: "Give God to what is His, and give Caesar to Caesar what is His." So yeah.
What
So
what does it mean to do something spiritually?
yeah, to tap into the spiritual realm, either through the Holy Spirits or for
Yeah,
other pagans.
but what does it mean? What does it look like to fulfill a prophecy spiritually?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it happens means that a prophecy and things. No, the spiritual realm and the physical realm means that what happens in the spiritual realm, where the realm we can't see, and same way the things happen in the physical realm, the world we can't see. It just means that it's a different realm that things happen and fulfilled in,
So
like heaven.
who's he collecting? Because he says this is happening not in heaven. He says he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Or in most translations, it'll say under heaven. But these are people on the earth. It says all the tribes of the earth will mourn. So he's talking about the collection of the saints, which is further described in chapter 25. In chapter 25, he talks about when he collects all the people of the earth and judges them, what's going to happen.
Yeah, like I said, and even when it comes to that, I mean, it doesn't mean that they still have more. We still mourn now. Even now, Christians we're still mourning for the coming of Christ. And what Christ already spiritually coming, or has already showed Himself in heaven, it is that now it hasn't been time to show it on the earth.
Which
The
others
mourning
again.
that the mourning
eh,
that we do
mhm.
now is not unique to now and has always been since humans have been around. So
It's
that's
still
not
mourning,
what's being
right?
prophesied here.
Right.
That's not
It says all the tribes of the earth will mourn. Do you think all the tribes of
Yeah.
the earth mourned when they saw the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven?
But it says, and they will see the Son of Man. Doesn't mean they'll do it at the same time. It says all the tribes of earth will mourn,
That's
and they
exactly
will
what
see
it
the Son of
means.
Man,
All the
and they
tribes
will
of the
see.
earth will mourn and they will see. Yeah, they will see. They'll be seeing the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven. That's why they're mourning.
Yeah, but yeah, and we're
because
still mourning now.
it's a day of judgment. No, they're mourning because they're getting judged. So I
Yeah,
mean,
if this
an
It
honest
said,
person
but it
would
said, but it
an
says
honest
all the
person would
tribes of
just
the
read
earth.
this
So now we're
passage
not in
and
heaven.
recognize that this is the judgment scene described in the very next chapter. He
But it
describes
says,
exactly what's going to happen. Like, I know that you think that this is vague. It's not vague. He spends a whole chapter describing it, actually half a chapter describing it in the next chapter. He's going to
yeah, but we
collect
do,
all the
we,
people of the earth. He's going to put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left, and then he's going to send the sheep onto paradise and the goats onto the fires of hell.
yeah, but it never says when. It just says this will
Yet
happen. I
it
said,
does say when.
no, it doesn't say when. It just says when it happened.
It
It
does say
doesn't say when.
when. Yeah, it does
Like
say
what year?
when. Yeah,
What year will
yeah. So try
happen?
this again. It says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Has that happened?
Oh yeah, it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, okay. So verse 29 did not happen. Then he says, then
Yeah.
the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Have all the tribes of the earth mourned while they saw the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven?
And I will say that okay, to be honestly, we're still mourning now, but we haven't seen the Son of Man come from heaven.
Okay, right. So all the tribes of the earth have not witnessed the coming of the Son of Man yet. And he certainly
Yeah.
didn't send out his angels with a loud trumpet and gather together all of his elect from under the heaven. And that's why this is just a failed prophecy. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place, meaning everything he just listed. And the early church were convinced of these words. Paul wrote on multiple occasions, and Peter, about the end of the age coming. And it shows up in Revelation and it shows up in the book of Hebrews. Paul says in 1 Corinthians 7 that if you're married, don't even have children. If you're single, don't even get married because the present form of the world is about to end.
Yeah, but I guess people keep overrating Paul's word, and then well, what did Christ say? I mean, even Christ. I mean, what even Christ himself says man should be joined to. Like says even God man himself should be joined to a woman. Even when the Samaritan
well,
woman.
Paul, if you read the rest of that chapter, Paul, Jesus also says that people will become eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
In Matthew 19, that's the one that you're referring to. Um, Jesus agrees with Paul. This is why Paul has this teaching. So Jesus and Paul do agree sometimes. This is one of the things that they agree on. And it says, after the disciples were talking about the law of divorce, it says the disciples said to him, if such is the case of a man with his wife, it is better not to marry. But he said to them, not everyone can accept this teaching, but only those to whom it is given. For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have been made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can. So Jesus says, anyone who can accept being single, being a eunuch for the sake of the gospel, do it.
yeah, but it doesn't say they have to. It says, hey, there are units who are
No,
born that way.
no one
Yeah,
said
but it
that.
says,
I didn't
I
say
know.
anything about
So
having to do it.
yeah, but I mean, as your friend mentioned, yeah, this Jesus Christ said, oh, they have to be eunuchs, but like no, some of them they can choose to be eunuchs to the kingdom of God. But like you said, yeah, Christ would rather have them not marry, and he says, verse 8, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another commits adultery.
Yeah, we
So
know the
even Christ,
context. We've read it.
yeah, so he
So
cares about marriage.
I know he cared about marriage, but he preferred for you to be a eunuch for the gospel.
No, no, he says if the situation was it said yeah, you're right, not a eunuch per se. He just rather be single, not eunuch. He says in verse 10, it says if the situation between a husband and wife, it is better not to marry. That's not saying they shouldn't marry. It says if they have a situation, where
Again,
they have to
I didn't
divorce, it's better
say
not to
that
marry.
Jesus said that. I don't know why you keep putting that on me. I didn't say that Jesus told them not to get married. I said that Jesus is recommending them to be a eunuch for the sake of the gospel if they can. So the reason why Jesus is doing this is because he thought the present form of the world was going to come to an end, and so did Paul. So did all of the early Christians. They all believed that Jesus was coming back within their lifetime, and that they'd have a new heaven, new earth. The earth and all the elements are going to be destroyed with fire and renewed. That's 2 Peter, and that there would be a whole new system, and then there wouldn't be any marriage after that, because remember Jesus says that there will be no marriage or giving in marriage in the kingdom.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't make sense because the God created institute of marriage. So I mean, why would you say rather than be eunuchs when
No, he
he is
didn't.
he
The
did? That's
institute of
why
the institute of marriage doesn't exist in the Hebrew Bible.
I guess not necessarily I guess marriage, but he did the institute of relationship. Not saying marriage per se, but a
Yeah.
relationship.
Well,
Yeah,
what you've done now is you found a contradiction. Jesus contradicts the Old Testament
he
teaching of being fruitful
he
and
didn't contradict.
multiplying. He did. If Jesus says that you should be a eunuch for the gospel, and Paul says that if even if you're single, don't get married, and if you are married, don't have kids, this is a huge turn from what the Old Testament says. But it's a logical turn if you think that the present form of the world is about to end.
No, but I think you're taking it out of context because
I am
God.
not. Give me the context. Give me the
Let me read to you
context.
again. Let me read to you again. So in verse 12 it says, "For there are eunuchs who were born this way, and there are eunuchs who have been made. There are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are others who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven."
We read it
That it
twice
doesn't
now.
say, yeah. So it
How many
doesn't say
times do you
like
have
you
to
want
read it
to.
to find the context?
He says there are eunuchs. He doesn't say I want a eunuch. He says there are eunuchs who are that. It doesn't say I
D-
want a eunuch. He says there are those folks who are made eunuchs like that.
he
But
does. So
and no,
we'll do this again. Yeah, we'll just hold on. Just
I
hold
no,
your
but
breath. You
okay.
didn't just you
I
obviously
read it.
reading's not for everybody. He says, "Let anyone accept this who can." Are you part of anyone?
Yeah, but I read the
Are
previous other
you
scriptures.
part of everyone?
But he's saying that
Are
for the
you
previous other
part of
scriptures.
everyone?
Okay, I'm trying to say that
Are
is
you
what he's saying.
part of everyone, Toxic?
I am everyone. I
Okay,
am
so
part of everyone.
everybody is an inclusive term, is it not?
Yes, but he's
Okay,
referring to
so
previous
what he's
scriptures.
saying is let anyone who can accept this do it. Meaning, if
Yeah,
you're able to accept this, you should do it.
no, but he's referring to previous scriptures, not the succeeding one, the previous
No,
ones, not the
it's
succeeding scriptures.
he's talking about being a eunuch. He says there are eunuchs
No,
who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. So the last thing he says is that there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can. Meaning, if you can accept being made a eunuch for the sake of the kingdom, you should do it.
no, but like it's also we also see in verse 11 where he says, "Not everyone who can accept this word, but only those whom has been given," which is
I
referring to
know.
the
I'm
previous
aware,
scriptures.
Toxic. I never said that
Yeah,
Jesus said every person has to do this. I don't know why you keep doing that. Those
but no,
aren't words
you are
that left
saying
my mouth, Toxic. They're not.
that she'd
It's
rather you
not.
be
We'll
eunuch.
try this again. So
You saying that you'd rather.
I'll rephrase it. I'll rephrase it so you can understand it. If I said
all right.
Toxic, everyone who can eat their vegetables should do it. Did I say everybody has to eat their vegetables?
You say everyone you prefer everyone to do that. You say you prefer everyone
There
to
you go.
go
Yeah, I
ahead.
would prefer everyone who could eat their vegetables to eat their vegetables.
Yeah,
Jesus is saying, I would prefer you to be a
he
eunuch
never
for
says
the
that.
sake of the gospel. He does say that. He
And
says,
he
let
just says those who
anyone,
can accept
he
it should
let,
accept it.
that's a preference. Yes. If you're capable of
He-
accepting it, you should accept it. That's
No,
how
no,
preferences work. It's like
that's the
saying,
inference.
if you
That's
can accept
inference.
eating broccoli, you should do it.
That's inference. Not what he said.
It's
That's what
not
you're inferring.
inference. That's how words work. What do
No,
you think the word let means?
yes, it's whoever wants to accept it, accept it. Doesn't say I
No,
prefer it. So
we'll try this again. What is the word
I'm
let?
I'm I'm just saying you're putting words
All
in
right,
Christ's
we'll try
mouth.
this again. So the word let
I'm, I,
is entailing that if you're capable of doing it, do it. That's why he says, let anyone who can do it. Let anyone accept this who can. If you're capable of doing it, you should accept it.
but they never said he preferred it. So at that point,
It
just whoever
is.
can do it.
That's how words
No,
work.
you're
If you say
inferring it.
everybody who can do it should do it, that is a preference. It wouldn't be a preference if he
No,
didn't want people to do it.
unless they say word
It's,
for word, inferences are not valid.
well, yeah, inferences are 100% valid, and I don't even have to make
No,
inferences. These are just how words work. So if I said
no,
so the word everybody is key here. He didn't say some of you. He didn't say five of you. He said let anyone
no.
who can
Yeah,
accept it
not.
do it, and that means that
Yeah.
his preference is that anyone who's capable of doing it should do it.
No, like I said, you're inferring. You never said he just said let anyone do it. It
I'm
means
not inferring at all.
you are literally
I'm reading it
inferring it.
word for word. So
I he,
when he says let anyone, what does let anyone mean?
yeah, anyone who wants to do it, they can do it. I mean,
Did,
yeah,
did he say the word want?
this says anyone who accepts it.
Did he
Yeah.
say the what? Did he say the word want?
Well, now you know how I feel.
Okay,
Simple. Yeah.
he says can, anyone who can accept it. Okay, so we'll try this from the beginning. What does
I'm
it
sorry.
mean when he says let anyone who can do this do it? What does that mean?
And I can soon figure out what it means. I'm just saying that that's not what Christ, you're inferring what Christ said. You need. So I mean, at that point, like you're not. If Christ didn't say it,
It's crazy
then
how
you can't
difficult
say it.
words are. Like
No,
I have
I'm
a
not being
seven-year
difficult.
old
You're being
who
difficult.
could understand this. So when someone
I'm
says
not being
let
difficult.
anyone who can do this, that means your preference is for people to do it. Or else you wouldn't
No,
have said that. If I said let
unless you say
everybody eat their vegetables before they eat the dessert who can do it, that means my preference is for the people who can do it to
no,
do it. That's how
no,
preferences work. Maybe what you
no.
should do is go to the dictionary and look up what the word preference means.
Yeah, unless I say I want to, I prefer to, you can't infer that. You just
No,
say anyone who can accept
that's
it.
not remotely the case. You don't have to use the
Eh,
word preference to have a preference.
Yes,
If I
you
say
do
if I
because
said no, you don't. If I said let Dalton listen to every live stream if he's able, that means my preference is for Dalton to listen to the live streams. That's how preferences work. You wouldn't instruct somebody to do something if it wasn't a preference of yours. If you're
yeah,
instructing
but you
somebody to do something that you don't prefer them to do, then you're a self-contradictory idiot.
no, but I said unless like you said, but I'll give you a clear command so it won't be vague, right? I mean, am I going to say
We'll
let
try this
anyone
again.
do it?
If you instruct somebody to do something that you don't prefer them to do, you're a self-contradictory idiot. Is Jesus a self-contradictory idiot?
No, he's not a self-contradictory idiot.
Did he contradict himself?
No, you're trying to make him
That
contradict
means
himself.
his preference is for people who can do it to do it.
I'm asking you, where did it say it was his preference? He never said it word for word. You're
That's how
inferring it.
preferences work. What? Give me your definition
Did
of
he
preference.
say
Maybe you don't.
no?
Maybe
No,
I'm
no. I'm
attacking
asking you.
the.
Did he? Where's the
Maybe we're.
word that's
Shut up. Maybe we're not doing this right. Maybe we should look up the definition. Maybe you don't know the definition of preference.
no? I'm just not trying to put words in his mouth.
Okay. Do you see the definition? Can you read this? Do I need to zoom in?
Yeah, zoom in so I can read it. Okay. All right. So a greater liking for one alternative over another or others.
Okay, yes. Do you have to use the word preference to have a greater liking for one thing over another?
Yes. I mean,
No, no, you don't.
do I have to like speak in parables? No. I'm
You
just
don't. You don't have to use the word preference to speak about your preferences. I can say, listen,
I do.
I would have spaghetti every night over barbecue. Well, you know that my preference is to have spaghetti, don't you?
It's like you telling your wife, "Hey,
Is
baby,
it? I asked you a
baby,
question, Toxic. Answer it.
yeah, you would want to because if she said make something else
Okay,
different, you're
so
like,
we'll
oh,
try this again. Toxic, you still didn't answer my question. If I said I would have spaghetti every night over barbecue, does that not communicate my preference for spaghetti?
yes, that would indicate your.
Did I use the word preference?
I said you said you want. Yeah,
Did I
you said
use the word preference?
yeah. You would actually you want to be fair. You're right. That wouldn't show your preference at all because you didn't use word preference. Yeah,
Okay, now you're just a lying liar. Okay, just
I'll
making
be
sure.
honest.
All right,
Be
everybody in the
honest.
chat put a one in the comments if you understood that my preference is to have spaghetti over barbecue, even though I didn't use the word preference. There's Christians crying right now in the TikTok chat. Why are atheists so aggressive? Because people like Toxic are liars and they're being purposely obtuse. They can't be honest. They're incapable of being honest.
I literally asked you to show where he says he
You're
prefers it.
literally incapable
Yeah,
of being honest.
I mean,
Again, you don't have to use the word preference. In fact, we'll try another exercise. Dalton, can you communicate one of your preferences without using the word preference? I'm sure you can.
are you trying to like validate inference versus actually real word for word verbatim?
Yeah, I
No.
would say
Is that what our faith is based on?
anyone who can donate to the Bible guy should.
There you go. So does Dalton have a preference for people to donate to the Bible guy?
Like I said, unless he says, "I want you to," I prefer you to do that. I think that's kind of how it should be.
Okay,
Fuck. Well,
based on
I meant to express preference.
yeah,
I'm
so based
telling you
on
that.
Dalton's
I meant to
words,
express
you
that.
are not capable of knowing his preferences to donate. You couldn't pick that up.
I'd rather have clear communication, right? That's our value, and I know Christ is
I
someone
asked you
that
a question. Based on the words that left his mouth, were you able to pick up on his preference?
like you said, hey, someone else might not pick it up.
Crazy. I asked you a yes or no question. Based on the words that left his mouth, were you capable of determining his preference?
No, I don't go based on implication. I go based on
Okay.
explication.
Okay. Well, you're a liar. So we're just going to move on since you're no longer capable of being honest. Just know that like this doesn't look good for you. Like if you're going to come up and have these conversations about how your God is real, you shouldn't be lying for your God. Crazy.
This this reminds me. Yesterday, I had a Christian on that could not tell me the difference between a circle and a sphere.
I listened to
I
that.
don't
That was
know.
amazing.
I don't know if they're lying or if they're just stupid. It's hard to tell.
No, they're lying. They know. These people aren't this dumb. They're being purposely obtuse and lying because they can't admit what's right in front of their face. They would cut their nose off to spite their face. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest up in here. It's just me. Great to see you. It says sorry for your loss, Justin Pie. No worries. I took time to process it. I lost my dog Milo 2 years ago. I'm sorry to hear about that. This is his pick. I had it. Oh, that's Milo. I had it 14 years of his love and friendship. Doug, rock hard for Doug, is always watching over them. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you. It's just me. And yes, Doug is watching over Milo and Pi and my previous dog Terabyte. All loved. And we can't keep them forever, friends, but we can love them while we have them. And Drew, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says someone who doesn't know that Sputnik had nothing to do with the moon isn't prepared to discuss the moon landings. You're right, Drew. It turns out from the discussion, he wasn't prepared for much. He flip-flopped and flailed on every talking point possible. Everything from bad conspiracy theories to the Bible. What are you gonna do? Cash Richard, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, yo, I caught you live. Me and my father love watching your shows. Well, thank you, Cash. I appreciate that. I'm glad you watch. Hopefully we can bring you some entertainment. And Yoda St. Cloud, thank you for the $10 super chat. It's a serious question. If a vampire has a legal warrant to search your house, does he still need your permission to come in? Anyways, be good, horizontal for Doug. Okay, I gotta read this a second time. If a vampire has a legal warrant to search your house, does he still need your permission to come in? What?
In vampire lore, a vampire cannot enter into your domicile unless you give them direct permission to do so.
Really?
Yeah. It's if you for example, if you watch the recent 3-part series Dracula on Netflix, he literally can't enter this convent because they didn't give him permission to enter. It's part of
damn.
traditional vampire lore. You
That's
won't see that
crazy.
in Twilight.
I didn't know any of that. I mean I didn't know there was vampire lore about whether or not they could enter houses. Oh my goodness. Can Best, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $27.99 super chat. Says, want to be a Christian? Learn to say yeah but a million times. You nailed it. You have to be really comfortable with lying and say yeah but and deflect a lot. And Design, thank you for the super chat, says, I won't tell you my preference, but if it's possible to drop this toxic liar, you should do it. I did, because I knew if we continued the conversation, he would just be more obtuse and toxic. I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. I thought he was going to bring some toxic misogyny. He didn't bring it up.
Wait a minute. Is that why Jesus can't enter my heart unless I accept him?
Maybe.
You can't enter into the domicile because he's a vampire? That explains the coming back to the dead and the blood obsession.
That checks out, actually. I think we all figured out just at this moment right now that Jesus is in fact a vampire. And that might explain a few things. I got to write down this guy's name to clip him. What was his name again? Toxic underscore
misogyny.
It was, yeah, toxic misogynist. All right, he's on the clip list. All right, and let's see. We'll put a note here as lying liar. Okay, very good. Anyways, Chip, thank you for the super chat. Says, listening to Toxic claim that it has to be 100% word for word. I 100% guarantee that he will abandon that the moment he needs to make other words not mean words. Well, he already did when we're reading the prophecy in Matthew 24. He went to, well, it happened spiritually. Oh, okay. So when Jesus says things aren't going to happen, no, the words no longer have meanings. They're spiritual now. But when we read another passage, it has to be identical word for word. And last super chat for now. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, Yoda. It says the sect of Sharon is growing indeed as it should. Simply wet for Sharon, following the way of horizontal stream. Our petrified crater is rock solid and rooted in truth. These are some good word plays. The schism within the schism, you've just been inschismed. Let her grain guide you. Jeez. Definitely sopping wet for Sharon, friends. Sopping wet and simply wet for Sharon. All right, let me get our next guest in here and we'll grab more super chats after our next guest. We're going to grab Sam, and then after that, we'll do Jesus Mega Trump 2028, who I'm sure is not a troll. How you doing, Sam?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Sam, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And is it a specific God or a generic God?
God and Jesus Christ, so I guess it's both. It's like
Cool.
general and yeah.
Yeah. So you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think is the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
That's a good question. I just like what I read in the Bible, in the New Testament mostly, so I just draw from, what I learn about Jesus there, and that's what I follow.
Yeah, but how do you know if any of it's true?
I don't just have my own thoughts in my head, and that's all the evidence I really have is just, the thoughts that come up in my head when I pray or when I read the Bible. I don't really know.
Hmm. Well, what convinced you that it was true
Yeah.
in the first place?
What do you mean by true? Like God or Jesus being a real person, or what do you mean?
Like, what convinced you that Christianity is true?
I think just believing in what I read in the Bible, just having a good feeling about it. But I actually wanted to ask you about another issue, but we can stick on this if you want. We can stay on this topic.
Well, yeah, let's tackle this topic. Then you can bring in your next. Like, how much of the Bible do you think is trustworthy?
That's a good question. I don't know because I don't know how it's translated or where the source documents are. Like, I think the Dead Sea Scrolls are a source document, right?
Well, kind of. The
And then
Dead Sea
there's lots of
Scrolls
other.
are some manuscripts for the Hebrew Bible, not for the New Testament, of course. But they post date the events by many hundreds of years. I'm not really sure if they're like super good evidence. And like it's pretty clear from the Dead Sea Scrolls that a lot of the texts were still being changed. Like we have changes to the book of Daniel, we have changes to the book of Jeremiah, we have changes to the book of Isaiah. So it's pretty good proof that they were editing these prophecies, many hundreds of years after the fact.
Yeah, I don't know. So when it comes to New Testament source documents, do we know where those come from too, or as well?
Mm, Not really. So like we don't have any good complete sources until the late third century, early fourth century at best. So we've got a couple early codices like the Sinaiticus and Alexandrinus and the Vaticanus. But unfortunately, they're so late after the events that it's hard to know whether they were transmitted well. But even if they were transmitted well, like I'm not sure it really matters all that much because I don't think the contents of the book is true. Like even if they were word for word from the original, I just don't think that the claims within them are accurate because like we have this idea that Jesus is a Messiah, but like he repeatedly demonstrates that he doesn't know what's in the Hebrew Bible. He can't read Hebrew. None of the authors of the New Testament could read Hebrew. They're entirely reliant on a bad translation of the Hebrew text in Greek. And all the prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfilled are just like random out of context quotations. He didn't fulfill any of the actual messianic prophecies from the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, you said you on someone else's when someone else was up that you had a document for people that they could. I don't know if it's free to download or if you have to pay for it, but it's a document that has Bible verses match up with like prophecies that were
Mm-hmm.
fulfilled or not fulfilled,
Yep.
right? So where can I get that?
It's the deconstruction cheat sheet, and everybody who's subscribed to my channel on YouTube or on TikTok gets a copy of it, or on Patreon.
Okay. Um,
Mm.
I'm not a subscriber, so it sounds like there wouldn't really be a way unless I did that or Patreon to get to have access to it, right?
Send me a DM.
Okay. I wanted to ask about Our Lady of Guadalupe
Hmm.
and what you think about her story and the story of Juan Diego and his cloak and how he had roses in his cloak, and when they fell out, the Virgin Mary appeared on his cloak. But we don't know of any people who actually like made the image on the cloak, right? Do you know what story I'm talking about?
Hmm. Yep. Yeah, Dalton and I both are familiar with the story. So the problem with the Marian apparitions is, and the biggest clue that they're typically shenanigans, is that they only happen to people and people groups that already have some sort of a Catholic background or even a quasi Orthodox background. Like Mary has never appeared to a group of Protestants. It seems like these things only happen to people who already believe in Marian apparitions, which would lead me to believe that they're being hoaxed. Because you could pull a hoax on just about anybody, but you certainly wouldn't do it to a bunch of Protestants, because Protestants are like, well, I don't give a damn about Mary. But you certainly would do it. Like if you had a large population of Catholics that venerate Mary, you certainly would think that a Marian apparition would be a powerful thing to do.
Well, when it happened in 1531, it was to the indigenous people there. So it was for them, and God's way of saying that they're looking out, or she's looking out for them, the oppressed, not just the oppressor, right? So it
Well,
was for the poor.
well, no, they already had the Spanish conquistadors had already invaded prior to 1531. Like they already took over.
So you think it's suspicious that Juan Diego saw that vision and had that miracle happen because they had already had a concept of Mary? Is that
Yeah, just like so there are a lot of people have apparitions. And so for example, there was a guy named Aristius, and a lot of people believed that they saw apparitions of Aristius after he had died. In fact, many dozens of people did. And the reality is, they were already primed. Like once the first couple apparitions happened, they were already primed to believe that more apparitions would happen. And if you read some of the Greco-Roman histories, it turns out that there's a bunch of people who had, we'll call them apparition experiences with with Apollo and with other deities, or even Dionysus, and but that was their culture. But you've never heard of an Aristius, appearance in the modern age, right? Because the people who believed that Aristius rose from the dead don't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Um, they just said I was reading about the cloak that had the Virgin Mary on it, or Our Lady of Guadalupe, and they said that there's no way that the image on the fibers could have lasted for centuries, and that in itself is part of the miracle.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, first of all, these are claims that you certainly couldn't validate. We do have a bunch of ancient cloths that go even back to the first century or so, where we've been able to preserve, stuff on the cloth. Same with the pottery. We have pottery with ink on them from, all the way from the early Iron Age to the late Bronze Age. Putting an image onto something using ink or any type of pigment means that as long as the object survives, typically the writing on it or the image on it will survive as well.
So you think Juan Diego commissioned people to paint it on his cloak?
Well, I don't know if he commissioned anyone to do it, but it certainly could be possible that somebody else did, and it found its way to Juan Diego. That's the problem with a lot of the with a lot of the relics of the church is a lot of times they show up and they don't have a very good line of providence, such as like the Shroud of Turin. When the Shroud of Turin first showed up, there was no line of providence going all the way back to the first century. And in fact, the Pope at the time, or sorry, the bishop at the time, who first saw it, declared it to be a forgery. And he even knew the guy who claimed that he did the forgery. But yet nowadays, there is a whole contingent of people who believe that the Shroud of Turin is authentic because there's a lot of power in lore and they forget the backstory.
Yes. Does your deconstruction resource go over where the dates of the Old Testament and New Testament manuscripts and how they're relevant?
Well, I've got a tab on the deconstruction cheat sheet for the dates of all of the New Testament manuscripts. I haven't done one for the Old Testament, but I could do it. It wouldn't be hard. The data is actually available. I just didn't do it.
Do you think that Christianity is just Judaism with extra steps?
No, I think Christianity is basically just a death cult offshoot of Judaism, and then they got rid of the parts of Judaism that they didn't actually like. They didn't like following all the rules. They got rid of that stuff, right? They didn't like having to actually be a good person to obtain salvation. They got rid of that. The whole "you have to be righteous" nonsense. They got rid of that part. But they love the part of like, hey, if you don't believe this, you'll burn forever in hell. It's just a failed death cult. Jesus was
Well, I
supposed to
mean,
come. Hmm.
oh no, I was gonna say I think being a Christian means you need to do good things and be a good person. I think in larger Christian culture, that's probably more of the hell stuff. But I mean, someone could be Christian and follow Jesus Christ and say they just want to live a good life and believe in what he says.
Right, right, right. But that's not a qualification. Like you don't have to, unless you're Catholic. Are you Catholic?
No, but I'm teaching at a Catholic school, so I'm
Yeah, I mean,
around it a lot.
so the Catholics have a combination of faith plus works, which I think makes a little bit more sense. The Protestants have the faith alone model typically, and the faith alone model is ridiculous. But nevertheless, if
Yeah,
you're
but
if you mhm.
the faith without works model though, it kind of ignores, I mean, I'm sorry, the faith and the works model together kind of follows more into the letter of the law than the spirit of the law. Don't you think?
well,
Like they can fall into that?
a little bit, but to be fair, once you have a faith plus works model, Jesus didn't really need to die anymore. Like if you still have to do something to get into heaven, then Jesus' dying was kind of useless.
I mean, I don't think so because he was supposed to be
Mhm.
God incarnate human form, so trying
So,
to show us that he had love for us and wanted to um, experience the human life like we are, you know.
right, but why did he have to die? Like if we could just be good people and earn our way into heaven, why
Well,
did Jesus
everybody
need to
has to.
die?
I mean, everybody has to die. Every human, there's a saying in Buddhism that even the Buddha had to die.
No, I'm not saying that Jesus should have lived forever. I'm asking like why did he have to be crucified and killed for our sins?
Well, that I don't know. I mean, that was terrible. I mean, that has to do with the politics between the Jews and the Romans at the time.
Right, but it was
No.
planned. Paul says in Ephesians chapter 1 that the elect through Jesus Christ were chosen from the foundation of the world. And it says in the book of Revelation that Jesus Christ was slain before the foundation of the world, meaning it was God's plan all along to have Jesus killed. Like that was part of the thing. In fact, Jesus himself says that he has to be betrayed in order that the scriptures might be fulfilled, and that he has to be crucified by the Romans and risen on the third day as part of like the divine plan. But like, I don't see how any of that's actually necessary. Like, if being a good people gets you into the kingdom of heaven, then I don't see why Jesus needs to die for anybody.
I think because we all, miss the mark, which is what sin is missing the mark and not
Mhm.
following the true path all the time, making mistakes. That's what it was for, was kind of filling in that gap
But why do we
because we're
why
not.
do we need Jesus to die for that? Why can't God just give us a little extra forgiveness?
I don't know, to give people an example. I mean, so I saw somebody say in the comments, like, when I said that I have thoughts and feelings about reading the Bible and that's why I follow it. We only have our senses of the physical world, right? So I can't walk up to Jesus and talk to him. But if I read the scriptures and I feel good, that's some physical sign telling me that it's okay. But I've also read the scriptures. I've also read the Bible and felt bad too. So I guess that doesn't line up.
When you say that Jesus' death served as an example, what it seems like you're describing was an atonement model called the moral theory of atonement, where Jesus' sacrifice doesn't actually do anything. It just serves as an example to you of how to be a good person, and you repent to God and therefore are forgiven of sin. But as a, I suppose because you talked about the Virgin of Guadalupe that you're Catholic, you
No,
aren't
I'm not
allowed.
Catholic.
You're not, but you
No, I
believe in
just
Catholic
learned about it.
miracles.
Yeah, I just learned about the story of Our Lady of Guadalupe and wanted to ask.
Yeah, so she teaches at a Catholic institution, but she's not Catholic herself. But Paul says in Romans about Jesus, says they are now justified by his grace as a gift through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, whom God put forward as a sacrifice of atonement by his blood. So like there's this idea in the New Testament that Jesus needed to be sacrificed so that he would be the final sacrifice for sin. So it would put an end to all of these sin sacrifices that God had people doing in the Old Testament. But again,
Right.
God could just do that. God could just click his fingers and be like, okay, you don't have to do the sacrifices anymore. He doesn't have to kill. He doesn't have to kill Jesus for that.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it works because the idea is he did that for our sins so we could keep getting forgiven again and again and again. But I don't know the question that you're asking because I don't know where the ledger is, in
Well,
heaven. I
well,
don't know.
well, that's what I'm saying is. So the idea is that Paul said, Jesus died as a final sacrifice so that you can be forgiven just by asking for forgiveness rather than having to do all the ritual sacrifice in the Old Testament, right? But the reality is,
Right.
if God wanted to get rid of the ritual sacrifices of the Hebrew Bible, he could just get rid of it. He doesn't have to kill Jesus to get rid of them.
Right. So the question is, why did he do that? And right.
Right. Yeah. So, and the
Because it's
reason why
supposed to
this,
be himself, isn't it? Like
yeah,
Jesus
the,
is supposed to be God, so it's God himself coming down as a baby with his mother wife, I guess. No,
yeah,
is his daughter
the,
wife?
and the Trinity is crazy too because it means that if Jesus is God and God and the Holy Spirit are one, that means Jesus knocked up his own mother to give birth to himself, which is crazy to think about because then he sacrificed himself to himself. So from the beginning, he knocked up his own mother to give birth to himself so that he can sacrifice himself to appease his own bloodlust. It's a crazy story to think about.
Well, see, I actually have a Christian background, but I have a Mormon background too. And the Mormons say that there are three separate people. So God the Father is a separate person, then Jesus is a separate person, then Mary, which means God and Mary had to be together to have Jesus. But Mary being created by God
Uh-huh.
means it would be his daughter,
I actually
unless
prefer
there's another
the
God.
I prefer the Mormon version of events. I think it makes more sense. I think the Trinity's dead on arrival. It just doesn't pass the logic smell test. For example, you like the Bible says in Colossians chapter 1 and repeated in chapter 2 that the fullness of God was pleased to dwell in Jesus, right? So that means 100% of God dwelt inside of Jesus. So then what we could say then is that Jesus was 100% God. And this is doctrine for Protestants, Orthodox, and Catholics that Jesus is 100% God. He's not like part man, part God. He's 100% God and 100% man. So, right off the bat, now he's 200%, which is a problem. But also, if he's 100% God, that means he's identical to God. And God has properties. We attribute from the Bible that God has omniscience, he's all powerful, he's omnibenevolent, he's got all these properties. But Jesus wasn't omniscient and he wasn't omnipresent either. He had a physical body. Omnipresence is out the window once you have a physical body. And he certainly,
All right.
he certainly wasn't omniscient. He says that even he doesn't know the day nor the hour, only the Father in heaven. And then Jesus himself says that the Father is greater than I. So like the Trinity model doesn't really work. It's just a goofy thing, and that's why the Mormons were like, we got to redo this. We can't have the Trinity anymore.
Right. I mean, Mormons, I mean, it's kind of its own messed up thing. They've got their own stuff. Someone said the sacrifice of Jesus in church ended human and animal sacrifice around the world. Well, that's the question again. Why did there have to be animal sacrifices to begin with?
Well, see, that's the other thing. Yeah, and even in the Hebrew Bible, there's lots of instances where God forgives people and it tells you that He forgives you without the animal sacrifices. It seems like the animal sacrifices are actually ancillary. That God wants them, but He doesn't need them
What
to forgive you.
what does the word ancillary mean?
It means it's like an extra a extra benefit in this particular system. Ancillary would be like a support system. So like if I said, "Here's my tractor," and this spare tire is ancillary. It's just something that is kind of attached to. It's not vital to the actual existence of the full structure.
Oh, someone said grain offerings are sufficient for the atonement of sin. Well, then why wasn't Cain's, offering accepted if he had vegetables or something
Well,
and Abel?
that was a different situation, but the chat's referring to a pretty popular talking point we use here, which is Leviticus 5:11. There's in the sacrificial law for the sin offering, there's a carve out. It says if you cannot afford two turtle doves or two pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering, and this becomes a sin offering that the priest takes up for you. So the shedding of
Yeah,
blood
then the
was,
question is like, oh, I was
I
gonna say
said that
then why not use that for everything?
exactly. I said the shedding of blood isn't actually 100% necessary, right? Which means Jesus's sacrifice, Jesus's shedding of blood, if this was supposed to be a model of atonement, well, it doesn't really even match because you don't have to shed blood to get atonement in the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah. So I think I've learned about your story a little bit since I've listened, but you were a pastor before, right? Were you a Christian pastor and then you
Hmm.
studied for your master's and then you returned?
So I kind of deconstructed all throughout my educational career. I think it started when I began Bible college. I was still a Christian. By the time I got through Bible college, I would say I was a very, very liberal Christian. By the time I finished seminary, I was basically agnostic by that point. I kind of stopped believing in the Christian version of God, but I still believed in a God.
So which God do you believe in now? Do you believe in God?
No, not anymore. I was agnostic for a bit, and I spent some time thinking on it. I couldn't find a good reason to still believe in God. It seemed like I was believing in God as kind of like a remnant of the life that I lived previously. And once it became apparent to me that I couldn't actually justify the existence of a God, and there's no rational explanation for it, and the world makes a lot more sense without a God, I just stopped believing in God.
Why do you not believe in Jesus?
Oh, because he told a bunch of lies. Like
When did he lie?
he
When did he
he
lie?
well, he claimed to be the Messiah, which is the first lie, is a huge problem because he didn't fulfill even one messianic prophecy, and it's clear that he doesn't even know what's happening in the Old Testament. I'll give you an example. In Isaiah 61, I'll put it on the screen. We have a very clear passage that's obviously about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity. And it starts out with the prophet speaking about himself, it seems. It says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me." So, who's ever writing this, the prophet is saying, "The Spirit of God is upon me because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed." Well, that's what the prophet does. He's bringing the good news of this prophecy if you read the whole thing. And he said, "To bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and to release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, and to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion." And if you just stop there, it would seem like this is a weird, vague passage, but it's not, because if you keep reading all the way to verse 4, it continues. about the restoration. He says, they shall build up the ancient ruins, they shall raise up the former devastations, they shall repair the ruined cities, the devastation of many generations. Strangers will stand and feed your flock. Foreigners will till your land and dress your vines. So this is very clear. This is a restoration of the Israelites after captivity. All you have to do is read it to find out. But when Jesus approaches the text in Luke chapter 4, he has no idea what he's doing. He's not even reading it correctly to begin with. He didn't read it in Greek or Hebrew, he read it in Greek. And he adds a line to it. But it says when he's in the synagogue, it says, a scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it is written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, which is not in the Hebrew Bible. He added that part. And to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. He rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. But it was not fulfilled in their hearing. That scripture is about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity, has nothing to do with Jesus, not one iota.
Well, these things were also written a long time after he died, right? Too.
Who?
Well, like these scriptures were written a long time after he died.
Who died? After Jesus died?
Yeah.
So yeah, Luke.
Luke.
So the verse in Luke that we just read certainly was written after the death of Jesus, and it's hard to say how long. I like to put Luke in the 2nd century, but yes, it was written after Jesus' death.
I think what confuses me about the Bible is that when you're reading it, it's all about all these different cultures and times and stories, and there's no guide telling you context as you read it. So the Bible is just very hard to read because there's no context as you're reading the Old Testament to the New Testament, right?
Yeah.
To
So
match things up the way you matched it up.
yeah. So that's the thing is, in order to actually know what's happening in this book, you have to be familiar yourself with all the context. And so, like, when I went to Bible college and seminary, that's what we did. First of all, we had to know the text. Like, we had to be able to, like, if you said go to Isaiah chapter 25, and you had to know what was in chapter 25, because you're preaching on that stuff. Like, you got to know what's in the book. The other thing that they do is you've got to learn the language and the history. So we had to learn ancient Near Eastern culture, ancient Mediterranean culture, Greek and Hebrew. That way, our minds could connect with the context in which it was written in. And so that's why when I read the text, having actually spent the time, dedicated myself to learning the context of the culture and even of the Hebrew Bible itself, that's why I can look at Jesus' words and be like, well, that guy's an idiot. He has no idea what's happening. He's clueless.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like if you were a hairdresser, right? Imagine you went to school and you went to beauty school. What is it, like 2 years if you do a vocational beauty school? You could do it faster if you want. But let's say you went all the way through beauty school. You learned all the tricks. You knew all the ins and outs. You did your practice hours. You did the whole thing. And then one day somebody's like, hey, listen, I think I'm better than you at doing the beautician work. And you look at them, as someone who's trained and experienced doing beautician work, you can recognize real fast if that person is making things up or if they're not, because you know all the cues of somebody who's actually good and experienced doing that particular work. And we would say same about everything. Like you
And
can
that's how
tell,
you
like,
feel about and that's how you feel about your vocation?
yeah, when you read the New Testament, it's clear that the people in the New Testament didn't understand the Hebrew Bible at all.
That is a really serious thing to say. I mean, it's
It
a serious.
Yeah, it is. It's damning because like if you go to chapter 3 of Galatians, Paul makes a gigantic blunder because it's clear two things. One, he doesn't know Hebrew, obviously. Or number two, he's never actually read the Hebrew Bible. He maybe learned some Hebrew, but never actually read the Hebrew Bible. He makes a crazy, like a whole theological statement about the promise given to Abraham in the book of Genesis, and he makes an argument from grammar, which is clear that he doesn't know Hebrew grammar, because if he did, he would know how silly this is. But he says, brothers and sisters, I give an example from daily life. I'm sorry, once a person's will has been ratified, no one adds to it or annuls it. Now, The promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. And you remember this probably from Genesis, the promise that was made twice to Abraham to have his offspring be a blessing. And it says, it does not say to offsprings in the plural, offsprings in the plural, as of many, but it says, and to your offspring, singular. That is, to one person who is Christ. So, what Paul's suggesting here is because in the text of Genesis, it says offspring in the singular. In Greek, it would be sperma. In the singular, that means that it must be pointing to Christ, not to the nation of the Hebrews. But if he had ever read the Hebrew Bible, he would know that the word for seed, zerah, doesn't show up ever as a plural in the Hebrew Bible. It's a collective singular noun, much like the word sheep or the word rice or the word snow. The word is used to connotate an offspring. You're not going to find it in the plural. Paul would have known that if he was even minimally acquainted with the Hebrew scriptures, but he clearly wasn't. So he made a whole bad argument because he had only read it from the Hebrew text, or from the Greek text. And in the Greek text, they do have a singular and a plural form of the word seed.
Although what's even worse is that if you actually read the Torah, the Pentateuch, the Greek translation of the Torah, this word, it only uses the word sperma for when it refers to these passages in Genesis, whether referring to a singular seed or a many seed, it always uses the singular sperma even then. So Paul is not even referencing what the actual Greek text says.
Okay. I feel like when I have my Bible, I also have it's called like the Rose Chart Bible Kit or something. I don't know, but it has like maps and timelines and prophecies and all this stuff in it. And so, um, yeah, I just think it would be cool to sit down with it and like be able to ask you with that in front of me questions about,
Yeah, you're more than welcome to.
what.
I have an email and you can join the Discord community as well. I apologize. I get a lot of messages. I don't always get to them right away, but if you have questions, you're more than welcome to. And also, Dalton is incredibly knowledgeable. And like if you connect with him on Discord or anywhere else, he'll be able to answer questions as well.
Absolutely.
Cool. So I guess my last question, just because there's so many different, ways you can take this direction in the conversation, is what do you believe in if you don't believe in Christ?
Good question.
Because I'm agnostic and I'm Christian, so I feel like I'm both. But I also can't fully be agnostic and I can't fully be Christian. So what is there? Are the Jews right then? Is Judaism it? If they,
Well,
you know,
no. I don't believe in talking snakes or talking donkeys or putting all the animals on earth onto an ark. Well, when I first started deconstruction from Christianity, the thought did cross my mind. Well, shoot, maybe I need to convert to Judaism, right? But the
And I
reality
did
is,
convert to Judaism
yeah,
for a time
Dalton did
before
it.
atheism.
But the reality is, the
right,
Old
because
Testament's got its
Jesus
own
was
problems.
right. I mean, he grew up Jewish. He was Jewish his whole life. So really, us saying we're following him, that's why I say it was Judaism with extra steps. Because, I mean, he was Jewish. We're following a Jewish person. I don't understand where's the rift between Christians
Yeah.
and Jews. I don't understand why it's all the same thing.
I like to call it Judaism light, which is like similar to like if you read the writings of Julian the heretic, he's like, you made a cult of Judaism, but you got rid of all the laws of Moses. You got rid of all the important stuff. And he basically calls it like a bastardized version of Judaism. So I think Judaism light is a good description of it. Like they took the parts that they wanted, the parts that are like easy, like you just have to believe and be a good person. And then they got rid of all the ritual. They got rid of all of the difficult parts of the law that they didn't like, and they had a much more palatable version of Judaism. And that's it worked pretty well.
Judaism sells a lot better when you don't have to cut off the tip of your penis.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. Okay, well I'll send you a DM about the deconstruction resource if that's still all right with you.
Yeah, I got your back. I'll send you a copy. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right.
I don't want to take up any more of your time.
I got your friend. No worries. Take care. You
Yeah,
know,
sh-
when I
she
first got
had
online, I was hoping to have more of those conversations and less of the debates. And
she had good intuition. At least she kind of like was able to understand the problems of her own theology and propose better solutions. Like God could just forgive people. Like, yeah,
yeah,
you're
he could.
absolutely right, Sam.
He's all powerful. He could just
Good
do
on
it.
Sam.
Sam's thinking. She's smart. All right, let's grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. First name, last name. Interesting name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hello, I have been binge watching your channel for a while. I've learned a lot. Um, IYO. I don't know what that means. What is the biggest problems with people spreading or preaching Christianity, or what are the effects? Well, one of the reasons why we do these debates is because the problem is that you get Christofascism in the United States, and or like in the early days of the Christian Empire, they were like forcefully baptizing Jews, or like during the raiding of the conquistadors, they were invading foreign lands, forcefully baptizing their combatants and then murdering them in mass. Like you can, when you have a religion and government joined, you can do the most horrific things ever. Also, there are a lot of people that are willing to commit atrocities because they think their God told them to. Like that woman not that long ago who executed her child because she thought God was telling her that that was the thing to do. So like not all religions are inherently dangerous, but the problem is when you have a book like Christianity or like Islam, they become inherently dangerous because you have an authoritative text from the Bronze Age that can never be questioned. And once you have something that can never be questioned, well, however you interpret that text becomes unquestionable, to the leaders of your cult. So that's what I would say. Adam, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Robin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I play your videos for my parrot. I love this. Mrs. Beasley pictured, beautiful parrot, by the way, when I go to work. One day I will come home to her saying, that was a yes or no question. You know it. You know that's going to happen. If your parrot's listening to this stream, they're going to say, let's try this again. And they're going to say, that was a yes or no question. 1,000,000%. William Rogers, thank you for the $25 super chat. Big W, friend, says, great atheist song. You got pie in the sky when you die. That's a lie. See, now I got to put that on my list.
If I had a parrot, it would probably say something like, I love plugging myself. Because I say that a lot in my life for whatever reason. By the way, the ringing sound that you heard a couple days ago on your live from my end was my fridge. And I figured out if it's all weird and stuff like that. So I finally found a useful thing for my Quran to do. It's currently propping up the fridge ever so slightly, and now it doesn't make a weird noise.
Perfect use for the Quran. Carlos, great to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gift memberships. DZ Debates is actually ruling the night so far in memberships, and a 10 more DZ Debates bumps them up by another 10. But just when we thought DZ Debates had the lead, Carlos comes in with 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships, which means they're barely in the lead. Carlos, thank you so much for sending out all those memberships. I super appreciate that, friend, and I hope you're recovering and feeling much better. Demon Mitten Hand says, this is my first schism. Should I bring chips and salsa, or is this more of a potato salad thing? I like chips and salsa. I don't want to start a schism over potato salad and chips. I would bring all of them. More the merrier. It's a potluck schism. Don't worry. We're going to have fun. And John hates the stupid. John, we agree with you. Thank you for the super chat. It says a lot of people call in with massive delusions of competence combined with a metric shitload of Dunning-Kruger confidence. This lady is refreshing. Agreed. Yes. People come in way overconfident about things they don't know anything about, and then they want to argue with people who are actually trained in the matter.
Just a couple I think it was yesterday actually. I was on Sork's live and I was debating this one gal who was making the claim that the King James version was not a revision of the Bishop's Bible. She never heard that before. That the authors of the New Testament did not use the Septuagint because the Septuagint is an atheist source.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I actually have a cross reference I've been putting together, laying out the quotes from the New Testament in Greek against the Greek Septuagint. It's a really good resource. I have to finish that and put it onto the cheat sheet soon.
I'll
All
give you
right.
something to add to that later because I got a really cool reference.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, guys, friends, we got a bunch more super chats, but I'm going to get our next guest in here. It's going to be Becoming UFO, and then after that, it's going to be Rocky in that order. And again, friends, I don't read all the super chats in chronological order. If you feel like you got passed up, you didn't get passed up, I will get to them eventually. Flying J, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, up flying again tonight, listening in. Well, I hope you enjoy your listening experience. Time for a roast. Always worried about a bird strike. I don't blame you, actually. I'm not a fan of flying. It scares me. I like to have my feet on the ground. But thanks, Doug. I don't have to worry about an Enoch, Elijah, Jesus strike. Have never seen a walking sky carcass up here. Rock out for Doug. Actually, I ask that question a lot when Elijah comes up because a lot of people will be like, well, Elijah didn't ascend into the heavenly abode where Yahweh is. He just ascended into a different heaven. Well, the only different heaven it could be is either outer space. He's not there. He wouldn't be able to breathe out there, or he's in the actual sky above us, which is really what Hashemayim means in Hebrew. But if he was up there, we would see a fiery chariot up there somewhere. A satellite would hit it, a plane would hit it. We'd find
That
it.
obviously that was the dancing sun, Justin. It was Elijah. He was over Fatima. That's where he's
We
been this whole
figured it
time.
out. We figured it out. We solved the case. Oh my goodness! All this time, I never put that together. Thank you, Dalton. Oh my goodness. Let's get Becoming UFO into the box. How you doing, UFO?
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
UFO, are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I'm 30, and yeah, I do believe in God.
Okay. Any particular one?
I would say that the Christian God, I think that there's one God. I think that all religions pretty much refer to, the same God, just in different contexts and different points of view.
Do you think that, just curious, do you think that this God is actually an extraterrestrial being?
An extraterrestrial being, I would say not in the sense like he's an alien or something like that. I would say he's a
Okay.
spiritual, omnipotent being.
Okay, just testing to make sure you weren't like a ancient alien guy, but all right.
Well, even if I was an ancient, which I kind of am, I do believe in aliens, and it's not just a belief; it's kind of something that I've experienced personally and directly. And then also, just to bring up on that point, I also think that you can't really talk about the idea of God without acknowledging the potential of UFOs and these things that are out in the world, and that can make somebody sound crazy, but until you experience it yourself,
Yeah.
it's
I did see
it's
a
something
really
that
good documentary on it once. It was called Cartman Gets an Anal Probe. I think it was released in 1998, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean that's funny and all, but in all reality, there are things that just we don't understand totally.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
I
we
believe
should
that
and we
those
should
things need to be addressed in order to be able to even talk about what God is or what God means.
I think
Uh-huh.
when we don't know what something is, we should just say I don't know what that is and leave it at that until we have actual data to support what it is.
Yeah,
No, I
so
agree, and I would say,
I love
sorry to
alien
cut you.
talk. I think alien talk's really exciting, but it might detract from what the viewers are here for. So, but we are really interested in the God that you believe in. As we continue, you might have to explain a little bit more about the God you believe in because it might not be as standard as some of the others. But in your mind, like, what's the most convincing evidence or argument for your particular God existing?
So for me, a lot of my belief in God comes from subjective personal experience. I'm not somebody, obviously I've read a lot of the Bible and I've, thought about this and all, and I think that a lot of the things in the Bible are true. But I think that the Bible is something that isn't done yet. I think that the Bible like, or, you call it theological scripture, whatever you want, the idea or the study of God is an ongoing thing. And it's something that we're still experiencing today. The Bible could still be being written today if people took that seriously. And I think that, a lot of people's relationship with God or something like that should come more directly from personal experience than just kind of reading a book and, just, interpreting whatever you read from scripture and then leaving it at that. So I kind of want to get deeper into it, but I'm kind of looking for a jump off point to try to get a little deeper into it.
How many gods do you think there are?
I believe that there's one God.
Okay, so I have two friends that have personally experienced deities that are not the biblical deities. Is that proof that the biblical deity doesn't exist and that those deities do
No,
exist?
no.
Okay.
I would say that, that there's all the universe, in my opinion, and I think it kind of is scientifically supported, is infinitely complex. The complexity goes infinitely. There's no ending point to how complex a system can get. You can go subatomically down, and even from that perspective, it goes deeper and deeper. So, I know it's kind of like a little vague what I'm saying right here, but like I said, I'm trying to just find like a jump off point in a topic that I can kind of dive in a little deeper.
Right. So what I'm trying to figure out is why you think personal experience is valuable, because you don't value the personal experience of others, but you do value your own. So like if
Oh
you
no, I,
don't,
I value the personal experience of others for sure.
okay, so I have a friend who believes in cometicism. She believed that she was visited by two of the Egyptian deities. Do you think that those deities are real?
It's possible. I don't know personally, but I would say that it's a possibility. I would say that there's definitely higher beings, more intelligent beings that have maybe access to technology or something like that, that could make it from our perspective seem like magic or something spiritual, which, kind of just goes back to the infinite complexity of the universe.
Yeah. So you think that they were aliens?
I couldn't tell you really what they are. I really don't know. But my kind of my point is that to kind of like put yourself in any position and say this is the truth, and kind of goes to the atheists and the crazy, because I don't disagree with you that there are crazy religious people that I think are totally misinterpreting and maybe getting things wrong in a delusionary state. I would say that you can't necessarily put one thing down and say this is the case, and it goes with atheists too. The people that say that there
Yeah,
is
but
no God.
none of this is really actually getting anywhere. So I want to finish my line of questioning. So you don't know then if there's more than one God. You're agnostic. You might be a polytheist if you believe other people's
No, I
personal
believe that
experiences.
when we use the word God, it kind of refers to the highest state, the infinite of the infinite. I guess it could be a way to put it. So I believe that there's other spiritual beings that, from our perspective, we may see them as a god and say, "Oh my God, that's a god." But that goes back to the infinite complexity.
Right.
Is that there's
Yeah, but
always a
I
higher
don't
level.
think I know you. There's you lots of things you want to say, but we have to stay focused on this dialogue real quick.
Sure.
So what I'm trying to demonstrate is you don't value other people's personal experiences, or else you
Oh
would
no, I do.
believe in multiple deities. Because I have two good friends. One of them was visited by two of the Hindu deities, but you don't believe that the Hindu deities exist, do you?
No, I do. I like I said, I don't know if they exist, but I believe that it is
But
possible. And I would say that if
that's
they
hold
do,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That's my
mhm.
point, right? Is if my friends' personal experiences aren't enough for you to believe in their gods, then your personal experience will never be enough for me to believe in your God.
Well, I'm not saying that I don't believe in their experience, and I'm saying that their experience could be totally valid. Me personally, if they, I'm not going to say, oh, I don't believe in you. If I experienced it myself, I could say, sure. Maybe that is the case. And even if I experienced, let's say I experienced the Hindu deity, that I wouldn't say that, oh, that's where it ends. That's the God. I would say, okay, that's a very highly advanced spiritual being, but maybe it goes above him. Maybe it goes above the next, version of that,
I think you missed
which
my
is
point. My point is you don't believe in the Hindu deities.
I do.
So you're a polytheist now. You came in saying there was
Well,
only
you,
one
you
God. Now
say
you
you
believe in
say
multiple
deity.
gods.
Just because something's a deity doesn't mean it's the end of the line.
I'm not asking about the end of the line. I'm asking, do you believe there are more than one God?
I kind of think it goes back to the definition of what we're considering God, because you could see a
Holy
Hindu deity. Hey, don't. I don't. You're
Buddy,
kind of like
we know what a
negating
God
my.
is.
Okay. Let me just try to think of a different way to put this. Now, go back to the Hindu deity. Somebody experienced a a deity. Um, is that the God? Because I would say that there's multiple, very, very possibly, high level spiritual beings, and yeah, those are not, that's not God itself. But they're real.
What are they?
They're probably highly advanced spiritual beings that are astronomically more advanced than we are.
Well, he might say the same thing about your God. He might say that the Hindu gods are real, but this guy that's being worshipped by becoming UFO is just a lower manifestation. How do you know which one's real?
I would say because you look at the entirety of it, and it's an infinite complexity thing. It goes
Entirety
on
of what?
forever. The entirety of all of, like I said, infinite complexity. Like it goes infinite.
You
So
can't
when
look at
you if
infinite complexity. By
Yeah,
definition, it's infinite and we're finite.
well,
that's a deep.
that's the
It's a
and
deepity.
that's
It's meant
how
to
it goes
sound
with
deep, but
God.
it's not really deep. It's quite shallow. It doesn't have any meaning. It's like
Well,
Deepak Chopra.
well, what I'm saying is, like, you can't really look at God. No man can look at God in his entirety because
Well,
it is
then
infinite
how do you
complexity.
know there's one of them?
Because I would say, because it comes down from my personal experience with the understanding
But
of the
but
reality of infinite
But again,
complexity.
you don't value other people's personal experience. My friends who don't believe in your God, that believes in another God, had personal experiences with those gods, which means
Th-
you only value your personal experience. And that's fine. The reason why you only value your personal experience is why I don't value your personal experience. That's the whole point I'm trying to make here is it's not it's not reasonable to expect others to value your personal spiritual experiences. I don't value yours for the same reason that you don't value the thousands of other people's personal experiences with the deities that you don't believe exist.
So I would say that it's a little unfair to assume that I don't value other people's personal experiences, but that's fine because I think that I do value other people's personal experiences.
You don't.
Um,
Because you just
I
said that
mean, I
my Hindu friend did not experience a visitation by two of the Hindu
what?
deities. You
I didn't say that.
you you lowered them. You lowered them under the status of a god in favor of your god. But he would do the same thing to you. He would say, no, no,
No,
these
I
are
would
the
say
real
that there's a
gods, and that the god of becoming UFO is a lower level entity.
No, I would say that okay, you experience these high level, spiritual deities. It's just kind of an open question. Like, is that the end of it? How can we be sure that that's
End of
the
what?
end of it? End of the hierarchy of spiritual deities.
Well, how do you know that your hierarchy has the proper endpoint? Again, you're going to say personal experience, and I would just point to my friends' personal experience. Again, if all you have is your personal experience, it's no better than anybody else's personal experience.
No, I get that. And kind of what, like, my whole, the whole kind of line of reasoning where I'm coming from is that I believe that we are so locked in a small mind space in our culture that we don't even understand what is actually possible. So for someone to say that, oh, there is no God, we don't even do what's required to be able to experience what
Who
is
said that?
actually possible.
Who
What
said
was
that?
that?
Who said that?
Who said what?
That there's no God.
Who said what? Who said that there's no God?
I didn't say that.
Some people
What
say that. I didn't
what's the
say.
screen
I'm not
say?
saying you said that.
My screen says
You
says
say.
your God is imaginary.
Oh, so do you believe in a God?
No.
Okay, so some people say that there is no God, and that's kind of my point. And my point is that to even come to the conclusion that there is no God from a perspective of such
To
limited
Well,
Um,
Well,
I
you
would
have
say
the same problem. You're coming to the conclusion that there is a God from the same limited perspective. You got nothing.
Well, I would say that for me personally, things that I have done within my life are kind of a little bit more unusual than pretty much most people have ever done.
But
And
again, it doesn't matter. Your personal experience in your brain trumps everybody else's personal experience, and their personal experiences trump yours. It's a meaningless endeavor. Again, if all you have is your personal experience, it doesn't mean anything to us.
this
but I
is a
say that
vibes and
my
feeling based argument. Do you have
the
anything other
personal
than vibes and
experience that
feelings?
I've had and others have had can be experienced by everybody, but it just requires people to do things which they're not comfortable doing.
Can I experience this while being in my right mind and not experiencing like a hallucination or some other psychological phenomenon like that?
Well, I mean, who's to say what a right mind is? Like, how can you say this is my right mind? Or if you fast in the desert for 40 days, how do you know that that's not your right mind?
If you deprive your brain, if you deprive your body of food, which it needs in order to survive, then yeah, you can demonstrate objectively that your mind is being deprived of a sustenance that it needs in order to survive. Your brain is not functioning health in a healthy manner if you're starving yourself in order to make yourself see things that aren't real.
So now, there's so many, there's no singular point where anybody can say, this is the way that you need to perceive the universe. This is the way that you need to perceive the universe. There's so many subjective experiences out there, but to stay locked in one personal experience and say that this is the only way that you can accurately perceive the universe, it's just kind of, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because you can perceive things through
We
so many
haven't done
different
that.
angles. I'm
You're
not
doing
saying
that.
you have done that.
You're the one
I'm
doing
not
that, not,
saying you
not
have.
us. We're the ones saying
No,
that
I'm
personal
saying
experience doesn't actually mean anything. Like, it doesn't matter if I have a personal experience. It doesn't matter if Dalton has a personal experience. Personal experiences are meaningless, which is why you need actual testable, verifiable, falsifiable evidence, or at least a really good logical argument. All right, listen,
well, here's
becoming UFO, you're really nice, but the reality is you don't actually have an argument for your thing being real. It just relies on personal experience. And I
there's
think
no
we've
way
already
that any
concluded
person.
here that personal experience is meaningless to demonstrate the existence of supernatural entities. And for that reason, I think it's probably time to move
Let me
on.
let me just bring up one more thing before I go.
Nah, I will pass on that. Thanks for being
I
here, though.
sniffed out I sniffed out that ancient alien nonsense. I have a good
Right away.
I have a good nose for that kind of conspiracy theory nonsense, either anti-Semitism or ancient aliens or flat earthism. I can smell it. I hate conspiracy theories with a passion.
Yeah, it's crazy that he kept talking after we already demonstrated why his personal experience is meaningless. I don't know why they do that. Duke Shasta, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I, Marinepta, master of secrets, keeper of royal granaries, the sole companion and loyal servant of life, prosperity, health of the sedge and bee. I don't know what a sedge is. A sedge and bee of two ladies demand more roasted geese and pretzels. Listen, Duke, we're gonna do it. We had to, that guy was. I think he came in already baked himself. We didn't have to do anything with him. But we're gonna get Rocky in here next, and hopefully Rocky has some sort of a coherent system that we can talk about. And Zach, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, imagine if a person actually was required to justify the nonsense claims they make. Could you imagine if they would? Well, they wouldn't. That's the problem. That's why they come in here not realizing that they're about to say something that is utterly useless to all of us. Your personal experience is just not useful to us, friends. It's just not. And Farrell, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian super chat, says, praise Doug for sending his servant Dalton to decipher pop culture references for Justin in real time. I must agree, guys. I'm not good at pop culture. It's bad. It's really bad. I've got problems. I stopped, I left pop culture when the 90s ended, when the best decade was over, and I haven't really kept after that. So I don't know what to do. Like, somewhere in my closet, I can probably still find a pair of Jinko jeans. Adam, thank you for the super chat, says we should start calling deconstruction experiences Road from Damascus stories. And I like that. I like that a lot. That's really good. And Dougie says in Dutch... So I'm not gonna mess it up this time. In Dutch angle, all will be welcome. I just like saying Dutch angle. Sounds dirty, but absolutely not. And last time I said Dutch angel because I was an idiot and I couldn't read, but I got it this time. You're right. Dutch angle. Everybody's happy. It's horizontal and vertical. And just two more super chats. We'll get Rocky in here. Gretchen says sorry about the cat. Rest in peace. And it's okay, Gretchen. I appreciate the condolences, though. Pi was an amazing, amazing cat.
You can always tell when a Dutch angel is in the room, even though they're invisible, because you can hear the clip clop of their like wooden shoes.
Amazing. Hammond Molek says, "Hi, Justin. Glad you saw the post. Imposters are more likely than people think." I agree. In fact, I'm collecting documents right now from ancient authors on imposters. You're going to be surprised when I get done with it and I add it to the cheat sheet. There's so many more imposter accounts that people realize that are out there. All right, let me grab Rocky from our YouTube queue and we'll get our next guest in here. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZGuest. You can join using the link on the screen. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit that guest request button and you'll be able to get into the queue as well. Rocky, welcome in.
Thank you. I'd like to first of all apologize because I'm not actually calling in as a result of the prompt. There's something I'm struggling very deeply with, Justin, and I was hoping you would be willing to help me with it.
I mean, is sure.
Um, so I've I've never really believed in like a god, um, or any sort of like higher power. But I've always believed in objective morality, and this is something I've didn't even realize I believed in until I had like an ecological based debate with someone, and they basically called me out on it, where they basically said different people value different things, and I said yes, but this is bad for everyone, and says and well, what it ended up with is I discovered that I believe in objective morality that I can't justify to myself, and I seem to be too racked by guilt to develop my own moral system. And you were a Christian for years. Surely you were someone that believed in objective morality, right?
Um, Not really. I can't say. So I almost became an objective morality believer when I was younger, but when I was in my first year of Bible college, I reread Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. And the argument for objective morality didn't work. I didn't think C.S. Lewis's argument was very good. And I came to the conclusion that, like, if you're a Christian, you basically believe in divine command theory, not objective morals.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And
what would be the argument for objective morals existing?
well, that's the thing. I don't think I have one, or I'm not sure if I have one. I suppose the one I've always believed in is that suffering is objectively measurable, and whatever leads to the least amount of suffering would probably be what's objectively moral, I
Um,
think.
but
But
how
that
did we
does
determine that suffering is the objective standard?
mm, I've always thought that that was implied somehow. I'm sorry. I know I don't have a very good logical argument, and this is why I'm struggling with this because I keep on holding on to this belief, despite not being able to defend it very well, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I mean, so it sounds like you basically already believe in subjective morals. You just don't know it yet. Because if you think that, for example, we should be limiting harm, well, that's not something that is objectively given to us as a moral at all. Like, that's something you determined should be a goal, which means
So
you believe in subjective morals.
even if I believe that everyone should think the way I do, because I can somehow prove that this is the best method,
No, not everyone thinks the way that you do.
I think I I'm not sure, but I think everyone should think along this line because if it
I agree.
prevented suffering, surely that would be positive, wouldn't it?
I agree. Yes, this is something that I wish people would agree on, but as it turns out, people don't agree on it. That's why objective morals don't exist, because it would be true whether people agreed on it or not. And the reason why we know that objective morals don't exist is because almost all of the gods and almost all of the humans throughout history was totally okay with slavery up until the modern era. Now, it seems like almost everybody is against slavery, and even the new religions seem to downplay it as much as possible as well. So morality just changes with culture and time.
And earlier you said that if morals were objective, people would agree on them. But
No,
even didn't you? Or did I
no,
mishear
no.
you?
If morals are objective, we could at least agree on what they are. That doesn't mean that people would necessarily come to an agreement um, across the board, because like you could know what objective morals are and still decide to do otherwise, or decide for yourself that you don't want to follow those objective morals. So I don't know if you would necessarily come to an agreement universally, but we could at least point at, like if you're having a good faith discussion, we could at least point to the objective morals and say here they are, right? But we can't do that. Can we point to the objective morals?
Mm, what about the argument for survival?
What about
It
it?
whatever is moral is whatever allows a society to continue propagating itself,
But
aka
that
like staving off extinction.
But again, that's we have no reason to believe that that is an objective standard.
Because there's people that are anti-natalist and think
So
all
what?
humans should be wiped out because it would wipe out all suffering.
Right. I mean, again, whether or not it's something that most people agree on has nothing to do with whether or not it is in fact objective. It just means a lot of people agree with it.
Hmm. And when you came to building your own moral framework, how did you do that?
Well, I started with the premise of do the least amount of harm and the most amount of good. That's my moral framework. But if you believe in subjective morals, you kind of decide for yourself how your moral framework works. But to be sure, if you really screw up, the society that you live in will keep you in check because you'll get put in prison.
Hmm. But that's okay. So the reason I struggle with this a little bit is because um so I'm sorry about this. I'm a bit nervous. I'm losing my words. Um my beliefs in my current culture are fine. They're quite acceptable. But if I lived in a culture that was, for example, practicing Sharia law, I would probably be executed for my beliefs. So
Yep.
culture isn't really something I should look at, is there? I should find my own standard.
Well, that's religion,
I-
not culture. The problem is that that religion has taken over the culture. The problem isn't that cultures exist. The problem is that there are toxic religions that drive people within culture to do horrible shit, just like they did in Christianity, just like they're still doing in Islam. And maybe they'll do it again here in America. Maybe they'll institute Christian nationalism. See how well that works the second time around.
Mhm. All right. So why did you decide when when you went about designing your own moral framework specifically on do the least amount of harm? If I can ask, like, why
Because it
that
makes
specifically?
because it makes the most sense to me personally. That's the definition of subjective.
So it was basically what you felt was right.
No, I said it made the most
No?
sense.
Makes the most. Could you elaborate? I don't think I understand.
But it's the most logical position to hold. If you don't want to be harmed, you should have a moral framework that says we don't harm each other. If you
Mhm.
want to be loved and to be valued, you should have a moral framework that says love and value each other. It's just logical. It has nothing to do with my feelings.
Mm, but what if you specifically harming someone would stop other people from being harmed by something else? How
Well,
does
now
that work?
you're just doing
The
like
trolley
a
problem.
really silly utilitarian nonsense. That's meaningless. Like if your goal is to do the least amount of harm and the most amount of good, there's like 10 different ways you can solve the trolley problem. But the reality is, actually, well, there's two ways you can solve the trolley problem. But the reality is, you have to decide that for yourself. Like, what does it mean to do the least amount of harm and the most amount of good? That's something you have to figure out for you. I
That's
know what it
something I've.
means. I know what it means
Huh.
for me. If I can save 6 million Jews by executing Hitler, I'm executing Hitler
Hmm.
because I'm a utilitarian.
And you would be willing to make that choice and live with it and commit to it.
Yeah, if I knew the future, if I knew that Hitler was going to gas chamber the Jews, I would off him in a second, and I would sleep like a little baby for the rest of my life.
But it's not so easy, is it? Because we don't always know what a
No, it's
person is
easier.
planning or what a person is thinking.
Yeah,
Because you
that's why
said
you
you.
don't go around. That's why you don't go around offing people. I know,
Uh,
because you don't know the future. You don't know what's going to happen. So again,
mhm.
like these aren't difficult. You do the most good that you can do within your given situation with the information that you have. You
Mhm.
can't control over the variables of the future. You don't know what's happening in the future.
And I don't think I've gotten over that quite yet.
Well, you already believe in subjective morals. You're just coming to grips with it.
Hmm.
Most people don't actually believe in objective morals. They only think they believe in objective morals. They've been programmed to believe that morals are objective. That's how you can enforce your laws because they're objectively good or bad. But reality is there's not a good argument or any good evidence for morals being objective.
Yeah, and I think I'm at the beginning of this realization. The problem I have is that I'm either overwhelmed or too guilt tripped to like completely loosen this like programming, as you've put it.
Right.
Do you have any advice for me in that regard, or just go about it, make your own system, make it up?
Yeah, listen, do some thinking on it. Sit down and think about it. What makes the most sense as a moral framework? I think you'll probably end up where most of us end up as atheists, which is do as much good as you can and a little bad as you can. And like even in the East, that's their philosophy. That's how you get like the karmic philosophy. You know, what goes around comes around. The reality is, if you live a life on subjective morality and you think it's okay to harm others, well, you're next in line. If you think it's better to do good to others, then guess what? You're next in line for that too. If you want to reap the rewards from society that you live in, you have to be an honest and good actor within that society. It's kind of like, my motto on this channel is you help people when they need help. It doesn't matter what's going on, you drop what you do and you help them because one day you're going to be in need and you're going to need help. And the reality is, if you don't spend your time helping others, why would they spend their time helping you? I fully believe that like you need to live the life that you want to see in the world. And I think that's a fine moral framework. The problem is obviously how to implement it is different for everybody.
Hmm. And how far do you personally go to try and convince people of your moral stance?
I
Let's say you
don't.
met some, you don't. So you let everyone basically, even if someone thought through an opposite moral lens than you and acted against what you thought was the best interest, you would let that person just act.
It depends on what they're doing. If they're harming others, obviously I would try to prevent it.
Mm,
But if they just came to a different conclusion than me, if they just came to the conclusion that, hey, like it's really good to give alcohol to full grown adults and watch them get drunk in dangerous locations, they're full grown adults. I can't tell them what to do. If they give alcohol to children, then I'm like, listen, you're endangering children. We're gonna get involved the police, right? So like you have to find boundaries. Like you can't be policing full grown adults just because you
I
agree with them. But if people are harming other people, that's when you can step in and be like, hey, listen, we're not going to let you harm this other individual. Like, but that's a balance you have to figure out for yourself. Like, I don't go around telling people they have to live by my moral framework. It's crazy.
mhm.
But listen, Rocky, listen, I do love a good moral debate or good moral discussion, but people are here to watch a debate.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry for
we
calling
gotta,
in. I'm sorry for disturbing the stream. I'll just say thank you.
It's okay.
This was helpful. I'll watch the VOD. Have a nice evening.
All right. Cheers, Rocky. At first, I thought he could be a troll, but the more I talked to him, the more I realized I think he's legit. I think he's a real person.
Yeah, he seemed genuine to me.
I think he's a little bit nervous. Let me grab just a couple of super chats, friends, and then we're gonna get Sassafras in here, and then Crismo after that. But Crismo, you've got bad reception. I can tell on the YouTube queue because I can see your device data. You better get some Wi-Fi if you're going to come up in here. If you come up here with 3 red bars, we're not going to be able to have a conversation. You're going to get frustrated, and you're probably going to get dropped. So while we're reading these next couple of super chats, find your Wi-Fi and get connected. Unashamed, thank you for the super chat. Says, in loving memory of Saint Pi. Indeed, Saint Pi. I'm going to replace this painting behind me with a photo of Pi. That's what we need. Pi was cute. He was such a cute cat. Ursmont St. George says, will there ever be a stream for the 90% deconstructed? Even a good 5 minutes debunking preterism. Either way, hail Doug and Sharon. Words mean words. I agree with you. Words do mean words. And I actually just did a stream covering some of the problems of preterism on Myth Vision a couple weeks ago. Go check it out. Obviously, we had limited time. There's a lot of areas we would have wished we could cover, but we were limited, but we covered a little bit of ground there. Actually, it was a good time. And Peter, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat. Says, love for Pi. One of my first super chats was dedicated to my cat Luna, who passed away in June. 18 years old, been with me half my life. Pets are best halves. I agree. Thank you so much for the love, Peter. I really appreciate that. And love also goes out to Luna. I'm sure Luna was an amazing kitty cat. I think sometime this winter, when I'm ready, I'll probably get another cat. I love dogs too, but I don't know if I have the time in my schedule right now for a dog. Cats are perfect companions though for someone like me. And Gretchen says, can toxic personally verify that slavery happened? Actually, that's a very good point. Gretchen, we tried to press him on that. Like, if he didn't witness it, did it actually happen? And he was just inconsistent with his application of you must verify it with your own 2 eyes. And John H. Stupid says, scrutinize, the words aren't going to word. Imagine that. I like that. We haven't heard that one yet. We've heard the math isn't mathing, but we haven't heard the words aren't wording yet. And I feel like we need to make the words aren't wording a thing. Like, that really seems like it needs to catch on. I really like that. Thank you, John. And Tim, good to see you tonight, says, I don't believe in the moon landing. It's always been in the sky. It's never landed once. I see what you did there, Tim. That was good. You almost had me for a second. I thought you were a conspiracy theorist. I was going to make me sad. Tim says the Catholics only apologized to Galileo in 1995, I think. 1795? 1895? Anyways, in 95. And if Stanley Kubrick was going to fake the moon landing, he would have done it on location. Well, I don't know what you mean by on location, if you're referring to the moon.
On the moon.
But why would you fake a moon landing if you're on the moon?
Yeah, I think that's the joke. Yeah, and actually, for anyone who wants to know about why it would have been absolutely impossible for any filmmakers to fake the moon landing, there's a great channel called Corridor Crew. They are VFX artists, and they investigate the moon landing tapes, and they talk about all the reasons why it would be absolutely impossible. It would have been just cheaper to go to the moon.
I better check it out. Thanks for the resource. And 2 more super chats. Duke says, if history was written by victors, no one would have ever heard about this lame donkey drama queen loser of a god. This is wild. Actually, I agree. And there's definitely something to be said about the ability for losers to hang on in some cases. Now, that being said, Christianity was written by the victors, to be sure. Not all history is done that way, but Christianity certainly was. Once Constantine got a hold of it and started to popularize it, and then Theodosius I and II started to mandate it, I mean, it's pretty easy for the victors to rewrite history. John says, Toxic Flurf is wild. Did he literally Google conspiracy theories and brought a membership one by one? I think his preacher skull effed him too hard. Rock hard for Doug. I was a little bit shocked, but here's what I know about people who believe in conspiracy theories. if they believe in one, they believe in many. You don't find people who believe in one conspiracy theory.
What's crazy is that he's Catholic, and modern day Catholicism accepts, for the most part, like the standard science, evolution, the Big Bang, all of it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Steve says infinite love to Pi. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate that. And last one, we got a follow up informational super chat from our friend Drew. Drew says, thank you for this. The Pope apologized about Galileo in 1992. He waited to 1992 to apologize to Galileo?
Although toxic misogyny kind of strikes me as like a set of a contest, he probably doesn't believe that any of the popes since the Second Vatican Council are valid. He gives me that vibe.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It really does. The Catholic conspiracy theories are fun too. There's a bunch of those. How you doing, Sassafras?
I'm doing all right.
Sassafras, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am well over 18. I don't believe in a God, but I do think I believe in an objective morality. And I would like to, I know.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing a philosophy debate, guys. The name of this debate is Do you believe in a God? Not do you believe in objective morals? Not interested in that at all. Not remotely. I mean, it would be interesting if that was an argument for God. But if that's not your argument for God, I'm not interested in hearing the argument. All right, let's grab our next guest. We're going to get Bob from the YouTube queue. Give me 1 second. We'll bring Bob in. Welcome in, Bob. Bob Saget, back from the dead. Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Definitely, and yes.
Okay. Like, there's like a little bit of background noise. Are you like in a windy area, or what is that?
I'm not. I'm in. Is that better?
Maybe.
Not really. Maybe.
Might just be a little
I
bit
don't
of
know.
background noise. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn noise suppression on your system. Okay, try it now. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
I would say. I guess. Are you a moral subjectivist atheist?
Until someone can demonstrate that morals are objective, we have no other choice.
Sure. And are you a materialist?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Currently, until someone can demonstrate something other than materialism, I think that's the default position, is it not?
I suppose, but would you say there are immaterial, universal, invariant laws of science?
No, I don't. I don't believe in any transcendental categories.
So there's no immaterial categories whatsoever?
Until you can prove it, that's the default position.
So how do you give an account for the conversation we're having, the intelligibility of language to begin with?
Intelligibility of language is not a transcendental thing. It's just what our brains do.
Yeah, I would say you think about things, and you have neurons which fire and other like physical processes in the head, and then the words you speak are also physical because they're just sound waves.
And you're basing neurons and all of this on what? How would you give an account for neurons? How do you know we have neurons to begin with?
Develop neurons. We opened up people's heads.
How do you know we have a brain if we don't have a?
Well, you know, today's your lucky day. There's an actual physiologist up here. Sarah, do you think we have brains?
I certainly do. In fact, I have seen them.
What about that?
Awesome. So that's your personal observation, but how do you know we have neurons, for example? You're trusting the laws of science and deduction and all these studies done on the human body.
Not a law of science. Go ahead, Sarah.
You know we can see neurons too, right?
Sure. So how do you come to these observations, and how do you know they are consistent throughout time, past, present, and future?
Did she say that they are? Why are you putting that on her?
You're making the claim that we have neurons. She saw one brain with neurons. How do you know that is true across every human being? That's an assertion.
Actually, I've seen a lot more than one.
So let's say you've seen 1,000.
I think it's not true of every human being, and I think we've got a demonstration happening in real time.
Ooh, spicy. But you still haven't given account for a
Yeah,
bunch of
I think
claims
it's
you're making.
kind of wild that you're assuming that every single brain we've ever witnessed has neurons, and unless you are able to examine each and every single brain independently, that you cannot know if other people have neurons. I think that's
That's not my claim.
no one
That's not my claim.
seriously would ever think that that's a good argument.
My
Yeah,
claim
imagine
is
believing
it's not
that
my
you
argument, though.
can't say that brains have neurons universally unless you've seen every brain, but then also believing in a
Again,
God
not
which
my
you've
claim.
never seen whatsoever.
Again, not my claim, not my argument. Try
So
again.
why were you asking me? What are you asking me then?
Because your host, Justin, is your name, I
No, no,
I
no.
assume.
You were asking me if I
No,
thought
no,
that.
I was
How
talking
did
to
I know that
Justin, and
everyone
he
had a
brought you
brain if
in,
I hadn't seen
and
them all?
I'm saying, how are you making universal claims if there are no universal laws of logic and science and all these other metaphysical categories that you're denying,
Oh, there we
Justin?
go.
Not
Now we finally found the tag argument. It took you a while to get there. Yeah, so they're not transcendental categories. Logic is a language that human beings invented to describe the world the same way we invented numbers, the same way we invented
no.
speaking language. Yeah, that's the case. Yep. Can you
So, it
can you point
500,000 years ago,
can you
when
point to
humans were.
logic? Can you put logic in a bucket?
So, are you denying immaterial categories altogether?
Can you
They don't
you
exist.
haven't again, you haven't proven one to exist.
I'm asking you the question, your position. How
I
can I
I
argue against your position?
I don't
You're
believe
just
in
gonna.
things that have no evidence. So until you can provide me evidence for the immaterial transcendentals, I have no reason to believe them.
So you can't give an account then for the conversation we're having,
I
or
can. This is the worst tag argument I heard in a long time. Is this your first attempt?
a first
I've
attempt at
already
what?
explained
Bob, you don't
speech.
actually think that this is the first time we've heard the tag argument for intelligibility or knowledge, right?
No, I'm
Like
asking you how you
like
can even
this
give
is
an account
bad
for
this is bad philosophy
conversation.
101. Like this is
Awesome.
like kindergarten philosophy. In
But
fact,
so far you haven't
it's so bad.
argued against it. You're just saying
It's so
that
bad. I'm
it
just gonna put
doesn't
the
exist.
Philbro timer up now because I'm not gonna waste an hour on this. Let's see. Let's put we'll put 10 minutes on the Philbro timer for the tag argument, and we'll
And
get it started here.
I already explained where speech comes from.
Yeah, where does it come from?
Yeah, speech comes from, it starts in your brain, and then your brain, which controls your body, allows you to move your vocal cords and your mouth and your tongue in order to produce speech. And the speech is just sound waves.
Okay. And you can understand these sound waves how?
Because
Can you
I
give
have
an account for
eardrums and I have ears and eardrums. Those sound waves enter into my ears and bounce off my eardrums, and my brain, which again is just physical, interprets that sound.
So there's no immaterial, nothing in your brain, just neurons firing.
No,
There's no soul behind it. There's
not that. No, the
nothing.
soul is the most dead concept in all philosophy.
Okay,
Irony.
so there is no hierarchy of value of life between a dog and a human being?
That's a
Well,
crazy pivot from
doesn't
Well,
transcendental
follow.
I'm asking.
argument.
That does follow. If there's no soul in the human being, then why do humans have more value than a dog or a
Because
bug?
we're social, because Homo sapiens are social species, and members of a social species tend to value their own members over others.
Okay, so you value based on the fact that we are a communicative species. That doesn't really follow on why we have more value than a dog. Dogs
It's
pack
not
up.
inherent value. There's no such thing as inherent value, if that's what you're getting at. It's subjective. I'm a human being, and therefore I value other human beings over dogs.
Okay, so you wouldn't make a moral judgment on someone who makes the claim that humans don't have any value whatsoever?
I can judge whether or not it fits with my goal,
What's your goal?
well-being.
And what do you use to define well-being? Is your just subjective standard of what?
Yeah, I think we can all tell that if I make someone eat battery acid, it's not conducive to their well-being. Like, that's objective. You can
And why should
tell
we
that something
care
is not
about the
conducive to the
well-being?
generally people who don't care about the well-being of others usually get put in a room, and we lock and we throw away the key. But if listen, Phil, bro, if you're telling me that you don't like desire the well-being of others, that's you, bro. But the majority of us do because we're a
Yeah,
social species.
yeah. I mean, Bob, you
So
don't think
other
you
animals
do
are
you value
social.
the well-being of others?
Sure, I can give an account for why we ought to follow the well-being of
No, no,
others.
you can't. And
I
also,
sure can.
giving an account for something has nothing to do with whether or not objective morals are true, which is what you're attempting to do right now. So I already know the argument that you're doing because we've heard it 4 million times before you, which is you're saying you don't like subjective morals, therefore you must abandon subjective morals and believe in
No.
objective morals. But again, you haven't demonstrated that objective morals actually exist.
So no, it's not that I don't like your subjective morals. It's that they do not
Well,
hold up
prove
to
that
scrutiny.
objective morals exist.
You would need to.
Yeah, you need to prove that your God existed first, and then they still wouldn't be objective; they'd be subjective to the mind of God, which means you actually believe in divine command theory, not objective morality. I
So
bet you're
no,
a
my
Christian
argument
too. Are you
again.
an Orthodox Christian?
No,
Catholic Christian?
no.
An actual Protestant Philbro?
Philbro. What do you mean by Philbro?
Philbro is the same thing as a Jim Bro, except that they do philosophy.
Interesting. I've never heard that term before.
You're new here. It's okay.
I saw you arguing about subjective morality, so I thought I'd hop in and see how that pans out. But it
Yeah.
seems like you are deferring
The
from
Bible,
the
Christianity doesn't
consequences
solve the problem. Christianity doesn't
Yeah.
solve the
of the
problem of
problem.
subjective morality. By the way, you also hold to subjective morality.
So,
In
Bob,
what
are you a
sense?
Christian?
Yes, I already answered that.
Oh, sorry, I already forgot. So then you believe that whatever God does is by virtue of God doing it good.
Not necessarily.
So if God tells you to do something, you would be right to disobey him?
If God told me to do something, I would be right to disobey him. What do you mean by that?
Is
What-
disobedience always wrong?
To God?
Yeah.
Like disobedience to God?
Disobedience to God. Yeah. Is it wrong to disobey God?
Well, God's never given me a command personally.
I didn't
So you
ask you
mean
if he
in a
did.
general
I
sense?
said, if God gives anyone a command, would it be wrong to disobey it?
Wrong in a moral sense or in a religious sense?
Well, there's really no difference.
Well, there's a difference. I'm not making
No, there's not a
a claim that
difference.
you need to follow God because God told you to in the Bible.
So to be clear, then, you don't know if it's wrong to disobey God.
Do I personally believe, as a religious person, that it's wrong to obey God, or are you asking in a
I'm
universal
asking
sense?
you, in your brain, do you think it's wrong to disobey God?
No, I don't think it's wrong to not follow the Bible perfectly.
I didn't ask
But
you to
you're
follow the
asking,
Bible. I didn't say anything about the Bible. I said, do you think
you're
it's wrong
asking
to
me if
disobey
God.
God?
Yes, but you're asking me if God gave me a command directly.
Would it be wrong to disobey him?
Again, you need to clarify if you're talking about a direct commandment or something in the Bible.
Either. If it applies to you, would it be wrong to disobey?
Sure.
Okay, and it would be always wrong to disobey. So, like, if God said, Bob, we need you to like execute your neighbor, because remember it's a Trinity, then it would be wrong to disobey.
Sorry, I think you cut out. Or my headphone's dying. Shoot, let me plug it in. I got right where you said Trinity, and then from before that I didn't hear. Let me plug
Yeah.
this
So
in.
if God said we need you to execute your neighbor, it would be wrong to disobey God, right?
Well, that would go against the nature of God in the Bible. So,
Well, I didn't ask you that, and we're not there yet. I said if it happened, would it be wrong to disobey? Think long and hard.
oh, okay, sorry. I plugged it in and it cut off. You said I said it would go against the nature of God in the Bible.
And I
So what do you
said,
think?
I didn't ask if he would do it. I said, if he did it, would it be wrong to disobey? It's a hypothetical.
That's a false
It's
dilemma.
not a false dilemma. Try again. If God told you to execute your neighbor, would it be wrong to disobey?
Which he does in the Bible. It does not go against
Yeah.
the Bible.
By the way, it's certainly within God's nature to tell you to execute your neighbor. Have you not read Exodus, the golden calf incident? Have you not read the other incidences where God has people go out and kill their own kinsmen?
We lost him?
I don't know. I think his connection's going in and out. I think even God's embarrassed.
Oops, wait. Well, Ruby says she's bored.
Yeah, this is boring. He's got 2 minutes left on the clock.
Bob.
Well, since Bob hasn't read the Bible, we'll take 2 minutes to read him the passage. Exodus 32, after the golden calf incident, says, Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on the Lord's side? Come to me. And all the sons of Levi gathered around him. And he said to them, Thus saith the Lord, God of Israel, put your sword on your side. Each of you go back and forth from gate to gate throughout the camp and each of you kill your brother and your friend and your neighbor. So it's within God's nature to tell you to kill your neighbor. It's right there, buddy.
Completely within his nature. Absolutely.
What do you think about that one? I think
Well, that
Bob's,
was the Old Testament. Can I argue his part?
You know that's happened. That's the next thing. That's the old. By the way, Bob, you're on the clip list. I just added you to the clip list. 3,000 to 20,000 people will watch this video, just so you're aware. Yeah, Sarah, go ahead and give him his next line.
That was the Old Testament. That was when God was being a wrathful judge and showing us how wrong our sin was. But later, Jesus comes to redeem us. So that doesn't apply to us now because that was God just being really harsh with us, even though I know it's tough to take. He had to be perfectly just.
Can you hear me?
Nailed it.
There we go.
Yeah. Listen, Bob, you got terrible reception and you've got 30 seconds left on the clock. So I'm just going to, end everybody's misery now and just cut you. Okay. Wow. That guy's living in a different world. Now, listen, we've got 550 people watching on TikTok and we've got, I don't know, another 2,000 people watching on YouTube. And for some reason tonight, the guest request is strangely very thin. Very thin. It's almost like there's a bunch of theists and Christians in the queue that are afraid to defend their own deity. In fact, we've got 1,700 people watching on the horizontal stream. And I'm sure we've got another couple hundred watching on the vertical stream. And yet, no Christians or 700 people watching on the vertical stream. So we've got 2,400 people watching on YouTube. And surprisingly, only Wally in the YouTube queue. Wally's going to get lonely over there. That's crazy that none of these Christians actually have the fortitude to get into the box. So let me grab just a couple super chats and we're going to get Jesus Mega Trump 2028 in here. I can only assume that this will be a completely level, rational, linear, good faith discussion. Good question says, morality is our reaction to a moral action. No oughts. Ethics make morality and add the oughts. Evidence, chimps and crows have moral qualms to injustice, but not much written about rules. Agree? Listen, I don't get into the minutia of the difference between ethics and morality. Those are for the philosophers and the ethicists. I get into saying blanket statements like, hey, don't be a dick. And even sometimes I have to say that to myself. Sometimes I'm the dick and I have to go back and try not to be a dick in the future. It happens sometimes. Brandon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Suggesting your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. Believer, how can you question the existence of God when every brain on earth is not accounted for? Super read. It's the worst argument I've heard for the. Like, I know he came in wanting to run tag, and he clearly didn't know how to run tag, so he had to pivot to, well, if you don't see it, it's not real. I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3, 5 more super chats, friends, so we don't get too far behind. And then we're going to get Jesus Mega Trump in here, and then we'll get Wally in after that. John says, Justin, have you ever been to a Black Rock steakhouse? I've never even heard of one. They heat dug to 755 degrees, and you cook your own steak on the rock? I would do that in a heartbeat. Oh, yeah. I don't mind cooking my own steak at all. I would love to cook my own steak on a big old rock. I'd worship at that altar. S says, I knocked out Iron Mike, beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and threw 8 no hitters and balanced the U.S. budget spiritually. Remember, if you don't like what the Bible says, it doesn't matter. Jesus fulfilled it spiritually. He didn't fulfill it literally. I'm going to pay my taxes spiritually this spring and see what happens. No Guard says, can you add a tab to the cheat sheet called Justin's Bookshelf and list all the books that are on your bookshelf or suggest commentaries? Oh, buddy. Yeah, I can do that.
You have so many books.
I have a lot of books.
Just hire a librarian to catalog them for you and put them on the cheat sheet.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, I will add a cheat sheet. I got a tab on the cheat sheet for resources already. I can do a section in that tab for Justin's Bookshelf. It's going to take a while to add all of them. And remember, I also have a lot of them on electronic. Like I have when I was in seminary, I paid $6,000 worth of electronic literature to get me through for reference works. So like
that's insane. Like I didn't spend that on books undergrad through PhD.
Well, the problem was I was running my own engineering company to pay for my college career, and so when I wasn't in class, I was either doing homework or I was on the road. Sometimes I was doing homework on the road, so I couldn't make it to the library. So everything that I wanted, I had to buy myself. Like I couldn't just show up at the library. I couldn't get there. I was busy doing work.
Right.
This is one of those things. But yes, No Guard, I'll definitely get that together. And Jimmy says, I'm glad that we don't have Flat Earther in Sweden. Well, I don't know about that. You might. Obviously, you guys are more sane than we are, but you certainly might have somebody. And last one from our friend Duke says, to send thoughts and prayers is to help spiritually. A prophecy can be fulfilled spiritually in future partially multiple times by abolishing it. I see that's very tongue-in-cheek, but yes, you can definitely fulfill a prophecy spiritually by abolishing it. That's definitely the way that Christians want it to work. All right, let's get Jesus Mega Trump 2028 in here and have a very linear discussion. How you doing, Mega?
I can't say this with a straight face. Let Wally on. Bye.
All right. Okay, so he's trolling. Okay. I'm glad you're a troll and not real. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was ready for crazy to happen.
Oh, right, I was not.
Oh, yeah, poor Sarah. Sarah, you have to do what I did. I finally got a stress ball rather than having to yell over the guest. You'll see me feverishly destroying a stress ball today. Wally, welcome. That's what she said. Wally, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 18, and I don't think I believe in God anymore. So,
well, congratulations for being on the correct side of reality. There's something we can do for you.
I have an interesting background. So I have a Muslim background, and then I got married to a Christian girl, and then she tried to convince me a lot about like Christianity. So it seems to be the cuter version of religion, like.
Yeah. So like you've got of the Abrahamic varieties, you got Judaism, and then Christianity is Judaism light, and then Islam is Judaism violent.
Exactly. Like so the Christian, they copied whatever they wanted from the Old Testament, and they make it cuter. So then Muhammad came and he was like, you know what? Let me make my own religion, but I'm gonna take some stories from all these old books about like Noah, Moses, whatever like I can bring, but I'm gonna make it like more violent, more like more powerful religion.
Yeah, I mean, what fun is it starting your own cult if you don't have like violent leadership? Like you're not able to put people to the sword. I mean, it's not even any fun at that point. And certainly it wouldn't be any fun unless you could like have all the damsels you wish, even the 6-year-olds, Muhammad, looking at you.
Yeah, so I was looking a lot into Christianity, and like the first thing that kills us as Muslims, like back in the days when I used to have a little belief that's Muhammad is saying like Jesus is a prophet, he's not God. So he deleted a whole religion like
Yep, just
background.
cut it out.
Yeah, yeah. So and then he said no, he's a like Christian people. They are nice, and you can get married to them, but you cannot like with their religion because it's based on false.
Right.
And then I looked, and the first thing shocked me first is the Trinity. So
Yeah, the Trinity's
the whole
crazy.
yeah. So I
Didn't
was
make
like,
any sense.
I don't know if you have like a better explanation. Like I used to sit like with like
There's not a
priests
good
and
there's not a good
yeah,
explanation for the Trinity.
yeah. I tried a lot,
Mm.
but still like Christian people like they still like hooked in it. Like it's okay. It's the
Mm-hmm.
same. And but no, it's not.
Well,
And
Wally,
is
we're
that
glad that
all?
you came out of the mess, but we are looking for somebody to debate us. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. I
But
just wanted
we
like,
appreciate you being here. We're glad that you made your way out of the cult. You know.
all righty.
All right, cheers, friend. W. Wally for using some critical thinking. And Sarah, I hate to do this to you, but all the Christians are terrified of requesting up, except for one, apparently. We're going to bring in Rob for what hopefully will probably be the last time. I don't know why, Rob, you keep coming back. This never goes well for you.
I haven't been on a Deconstruction Live yet with Rob as a guest, so this is my first time. I'm about to
Yeah,
have my Rob cherry popped.
he keeps coming back. I don't know why. So Rob, which argument for your God do you want to run this time?
Because I like you guys. That's why I'm coming back.
Yeah, I get lonely
Well,
See,
hey,
sometimes
I love
too.
you
It's
Rob.
guys.
okay.
Yeah. I just wanted because we could continue on objective and subjective morality, but I need a basis for your morality because you
Yeah,
just keep
you don't
attacking mine with
actually.
with a few scriptures, but you don't have a basis for morality.
I do. So we'll try this
You have
again.
no.
Unless you can demonstrate that morals are objective, then the default position is that they are subjective, and you can't demonstrate them to be objective
So you believe morals are subjective?
until
So
you demonstrate. Until you
child
demonstrate.
molestation isn't wrong.
I don't know why that's the
Look at
first
your
thing
worldview.
on your brain, Rob. The first thing that comes to your mind is touching children is
Rape.
crazy. So
Rape isn't wrong.
the reality is, until you can demonstrate that objective morals exist, we have nothing to choose from other than subjective morality. Can you
Justin,
demonstrate? Can you
that grape
demonstrate,
is not
Rob?
is wrong. You know it because
Rob,
the law is written on your heart.
can you demonstrate that objective morals exist?
Yes,
Do it.
because I'm a human being.
Do it.
The law is written on my heart.
No, it's not.
It's intuitive.
That's
It's
fantasy.
intuitive.
Now, why wasn't
Yeah.
it intuitive to the people in the Bible when they thought it was okay to have David's wives raped? Remember, we already had this
First off,
conversation. You already
first off,
said, Rob, you already said that if God wanted to have your wife raped for your adultery, you'd be okay with it.
no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. That's a
so
lie.
okay, so we'll try this again
Yeah,
then. David
yeah, I didn't say
committed
that. That's a lie.
adultery. I have it recorded and it's been posted. 40,000 people have
Yeah,
already seen it.
I saw that it was
So
posted and I watched it because I was
we'll do
like,
it
look at these
again.
lies.
Yeah, we'll do it
Yeah,
again. We'll
it's
make
not
it.
true. I didn't say
We're,
that.
we're gonna
I did
make it
not say
happen
that.
we're gonna make it happen a second
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
So
Go ahead.
in 2 Samuel chapter 12, as part of the punishment for what David did with Bathsheba, 10 of David's wives are gonna get taken and raped, right?
Yeah, as part of a prophecy, God said, because of your sin, your wives will be slept with or taken. It does not say rape. And then
Yeah. Oh, you.
Absalom fulfilled that prophecy. God could see the future. He knew what was going to happen as a result of
To
the sin of David.
to be clear, the women were raped by their son-in-law, correct?
No, they were not raped. It doesn't say that.
It says that they were taken and they were slept with in public. What's the penalty for committing adultery, Rob?
You know what? There's all kinds of freaky stuff was happening because sin was happening. It
Try
does not
this
say they were
again,
raped though.
Rob.
That's a lie.
Rob?
You're lying on the text, Justin.
Rob? What's the
It does not
penalty?
say raped.
He's crashing already. He can't even control himself. It's not even
No,
been
I'm
5
here. I'm
minutes.
here. I'm not crashing. I'm
He's
good.
crashing so hard. It's gonna go
Yeah,
like
you're
every other.
crashing and trying
It's
to put it on me.
it's gonna go like every other debate he's ever been in with me. He's gonna crash
It's
out.
all good.
So
It's all
so
good.
we'll try this again. It says that Absalom stormed the palace, right?
Yes. You
Okay,
know
and
what
then
happened, Justin.
and then
Yes.
it says that he took the advice of Ahithophel and took 10 of David's
Ahithophel, yes.
wives to the top
Yes.
of the palace and slept with them in broad daylight,
Yes.
right?
In front of all, well, in a tent in front of all Israel. Yes, it was a terrible thing.
That's
Yes.
right. It wasn't
Yeah.
terrible to you. It was consensual.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, yeah,
Was
it was
it?
consensual. The wives are freaks.
Now you're lying.
Yeah.
Oh, you knew it was
But
terrible. The lies you
no,
have to
it
tell
was
yourself,
terrible. It was
Rob.
terrible and
It's
it was consensual.
crazy. Catch
It was
catch
terrible and
it.
consensual.
What was terrible about it?
What was terrible about it? It's adultery, like you said.
Okay, well, it wasn't adultery
Adultery.
because what's the
Yeah,
punishment for
yeah,
adultery?
yeah, yeah.
Rob,
What's the punishment for in the Old Testament?
Yeah.
Under the law of Moses, who's stoning.
Okay, did they get stoned?
No.
Oh, it's almost like they didn't
That's
commit
what
adultery then.
that,
So if you actually
that's what
followed it
happened.
up, when you go to the end, go all the way to chapter 20 or 21, I think it's chapter 20, go all the way to chapter 20, David,
Justin,
after the coup, Rob, I don't know why you think you're going to talk over me. It'll never
do you
work here.
follow, man?
I need you to track for 5 seconds. So if you actually
I'm
go to the
tracking.
end of the story, when David comes back to the palace after Absalom meets his fate, he takes the 10 concubines and he sets them into their own house because they've been defiled. He doesn't have them executed, he doesn't have them tried because they did not commit adultery. They were raped.
Yep, doesn't say that.
It
Text does not
does.
say that.
Yeah,
So you're adding to the text.
So just want to be clear here that you're suggesting that 10 of David's wives voluntarily slept with their own son-in-law inside of all Israel consensually because they wanted to.
Have you ever heard of a freak, Justin?
What a
You know what a
what
freak
a,
is?
what a rape victim accuser here. This is crazy. We'll try this
Yeah,
again,
no, no,
Rob.
no, no. No,
So,
you're
Rob,
adding to the text. It doesn't say
Rob,
anything about rape.
I need you to be honest for 5 seconds, Rob.
Yeah,
Are you saying
yeah.
that 10 of David's wives, in the middle of a coup while their palace is being stormed, decided that they wanted to consensually lie with their child in front of all of the Israelites on the roof? You think they agreed to that?
He was the king,
Did they
and it
agree?
was a result of sin. It was a result of
Rob,
sin.
Rob, did they
Okay?
agree? Did they agree
Does it say
to
they
it?
didn't agree? Does
Rob,
it say they didn't agree?
I'm asking you. Did
Does
you
it say
think
they didn't agree?
Rob, I'm asking you. Do you think that they consented to it?
You're adding to the text, Justin.
Rob, do you
It does
think
not
they
say that he
consented?
raped
I'm
them.
asking you, Rob. Do you think that they
It
consented?
doesn't. It doesn't
Rob,
say that
I'm
he raped
asking
them.
you. I don't know why you can't answer. Do you think they consented?
I don't know.
Well, based on the context of the story, they didn't consent because what happened was the palace was stormed and the women were taken. They weren't consensually doing anything. This type of rape victim blaming is embarrassing, and God is not above having women raped.
You don't even believe
He
it.
says
You
so
don't believe
in
the
the.
Bible, so what do you
He
care?
says
You
so
don't
in
believe the
Isaiah.
Bible, so what do you care?
Here comes the crash out.
You're getting ready to hang up on me. I know.
He's crashing out so hard.
Yeah.
He wants to be
You
hung
don't
up
even
on.
believe in the scripture. So
I
what
don't
do you
need
care?
to. I don't need to believe in it to show you
So
how
what does it matter to
horrible it
you then?
is. Because
I'm
it
the one that
matters.
believes it.
Because it matters to you, and you're a toxic piece of shit.
So what? So what?
So I'm
So
going to
what?
show
You're
you.
just so
I'm going to
so
show you. I'm going to show you in Isaiah 13 where God says He's going to have women raped. He's going to do it. When he brings in the warriors, He says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, and their houses will be plundered, and then their wives raped. See, I'm stirring up the Medes against them. So God is saying He's bringing the Medes against the Babylonians to kill their children and rape their wives. It's not outside of God's character to have women raped, which means there's no reason why you should be bending yourself into a pretzel over 2 Samuel 12 about the women clearly being raped.
Justin, I disagree though. I disagree with that interpretation.
Because you're dishonest. It's okay if you want to be a
No, I'm
dishonest
not
coward.
dishonest. I think it's allegory. I think the entire Old Testament is
Oh, it's
allegory.
allegory. Oh,
Yeah.
it's all allegory. Never really. Okay,
holy-
so
So I
Holy
can't have a
shit.
belief.
Then
I
Jesus
can't have a
doesn't need to
belief.
die
So,
because
so you
we
you
didn't
don't believe in Christ at
our
all.
ancestors didn't really fall into original sin. So we don't need Jesus.
That's allegory.
Fantastic.
Yes, yes, that's allegory. Yes, there was no talking serpent. Yes, I believe it's.
Yeah.
I
You
believe
know
the
what?
Old Testament is a spiritual
Also,
book.
hold
The,
on, hold on
Yeah.
before we go any further. For the people crying on TikTok that it's called Rob a piece of shit, watch our previous 5 videos where he
Yeah, watch
affirms
them.
the most horrific
Yeah,
things you'll ever hear in your life,
yeah, yeah.
including
No, no.
including allowing his own wife to be raped. Just to be
Yeah,
clear,
yeah.
that
Go
clip is on.
see the
It's
Justin's
on.
lying. That's what you'll see.
It's on
Justin's
YouTube.
lying.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dalton. Go
yeah,
ahead and talk to
yeah,
him while I go find that clip.
yeah,
yeah. Go
Rob, you know
watch it.
that the Jesus didn't exist and he didn't raise from the dead because it's all an allegory, right?
Well, you don't believe it, so what does it matter to
Well,
you? You
it's
don't
all an
believe it.
allegory, right?
No, I believe Jesus existed. I believe there's parts
No,
of the Bible that aren't
but it's an
allegory and parts that
allegory.
are.
How are
Yeah,
you able to determine the
Jesus
difference
spoke
between
in
a
parables,
Rob, how are you
obviously.
able to determine the difference between a story from the Bible being
We've been through this
allegory
before,
versus actually
Dalton.
being
The
history?
Holy Spirit.
Because,
You don't
be,
know because you don't
well,
believe.
you don't have
The
the Holy
Holy
Spirit though,
Spirit.
Rob. You don't have the
Yeah,
Holy Spirit though, Rob.
because you deny the gospel.
Because no,
Yeah, so you don't
Rob,
have
you
the
don't
Holy
have
Spirit.
Rob, you don't have the Holy Spirit. That's just an
How do you know that?
allegory,
How do you
don't
know
you
that?
know?
How do you know that?
Because it's
You're
just
not
an
my mind.
allegory. It's
Yeah,
just an
yeah, but
allegory.
okay, and when you die and you stand before God on Judgment Day,
Rob,
you'll find out
did
if it's an
David
allegory or
exist?
not.
Did David
Yeah,
exist?
I don't know. I don't know. David may
So
be an archetype.
so was
He
Jesus
may.
not actually a descendant of David?
That may be an allegory too. I don't know. I'm not the Bible,
Well,
but you don't believe the
does
text
the New
anyway.
Testament make the claim that Jesus was a descendant of King David?
It does, yeah.
So
Doesn't
then
the
how
Holy
is it an
Spirit tell you
allegory?
which?
Oh, you don't believe either, Sarah. What do you matter? If you don't believe in the Holy Spirit, that's your
Rob,
problem. I do. I have the Holy Spirit.
Stop being lazy and address what we're
He
saying.
can't focus at
How
all.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm
How
right there with you, brother.
if David didn't exist and he's just an allegory, then how can Jesus be the son of David?
It may be some allegorical paradigm that I don't understand. I'm
So
willing to
now the
admit
gospels are
that I don't know
allegory.
everything.
So
There's
now the
things that I
gospels
do know.
so now
Look,
the
there's things
gospels
that
are
I do.
allegory.
A lot. There's a lot of parables and there's a lot of allegories, and
Are the
in the
genealogies
Gospels.
given by Matthew and Luke also allegories?
They may or may not be. I don't know.
So are the nativity
Well, wait,
stories
if you don't
allegories?
know,
Jesus.
Rob, like
There's things that I do
you have the
know.
Holy Spirit, the Holy
Sure,
Spirit is
I
telling
do.
you what
Yeah,
is
I
an
believe.
allegory and what
Yeah,
is not,
yeah.
correct?
Yeah, I don't need to know all that stuff. All
Can
I
you
need is the
prove that it's the
gospel.
Holy Spirit that's giving you this inside track on what is and isn't allegory,
Yes,
Rob?
yes, based on experience. Yes,
Well, no. Can you
based on
prove
my
it to us?
testimony.
Can you prove it to us?
Yeah, if you would
Personal
have known
testimony can't convince anyone of anything.
if you would have known me 10 years ago, you would know.
Oh,
Okay,
that
you would
doesn't
know the
tell me
difference.
anything. It just tells me that
Yeah,
you
and I was an
really believe.
atheist.
That just
I was
tells
an
me you
atheist just
really
like you.
believe in your religion, Rob. It doesn't tell me that your religion's true. So
Yeah,
again, how are
well,
you able to actually
hey,
demonstrate to us that you
hey,
have the Holy
I,
Spirit and
I've
therefore you have
seen
the
miracles,
decoder
brother.
ring?
You don't want to hear about them. I've seen miracles. You don't want to hear about them.
No, well,
You
yeah.
know?
What evidence do you have to
Yeah.
prove to us, Rob, that you have the Holy Spirit? Because if you don't can't prove to me that you have the Holy Spirit, then you're just another crackpot who's making claims about whether or not the Bible is
And you can
allegorical or
believe
not,
that.
based
You're
on
allowed to believe
no
that.
evidence. Like your whole worldview collapses if the Hebrew
It's
Bible
not.
is an
No,
allegory.
no, no. My worldview is strong because
Why
I've
did
seen what
Jesus have
God
to
has done in
die?
my life
Why did Jesus have to die?
for our sins.
What?
I've got
Why am I?
sin. Hey,
How
do
do
you
we
got sin?
sin? How do I
I've
have a sin?
sinned.
Do I have a sin nature?
Yeah. Yes. Of course you
Where does
do.
that sin nature come
You
from?
know you do. You ever told a lie? You ever told a lie, Dalton?
Rob, where does that sin nature
You
come
ever
from?
you ever watched pornography?
Rob, where does that sin nature
You
come
you
from?
you've
Hey,
Why is it
sinned.
always the
Yeah. You've
you,
Lord?
sinned.
you guys want to see the clip of Rob
Yeah.
lying? I found
Absolutely.
it. I found it, Rob. You lying liar.
Yeah. Go ahead and play it.
This is why I don't feel one iota of like wrongness when I call you a piece of shit. We're gonna watch it
Yeah.
right
Well,
now.
because you're
Stop!
unredeemed.
Shut up, Rob! Shut up! it- all right, Rob, you lying piece of shit.
No,
Stop
I
get up
wasn't saying yes
stop
about that.
stop
Stop
getting up
manipulating my
here.
words.
Stop getting up
Stop
here and
manipulating my words.
lying. Stop getting up here and lying like the rape apologist piece of shit that you are.
Yeah, she about to lie
Embarrassing.
and twist it up.
You're an
Embarrassing. We just
embarrassment.
all,
I said
Rob,
God
we
is
just
good. I
all
said
We
saw
God is
it. There
all
was
we
good.
no
all watched you
twisting.
do it. We all watched you
I
do
said,
it.
I said it's
And
allegory, Justin.
now you're
Why are you being
lying.
dishonest? Why are
Wait,
you
did
being
people on
dishonest? I
YouTube
said it's
the people on
allegory.
YouTube said you can't hear it? What do you mean you couldn't hear it?
Yeah, I said it's
Oh, I can hear it
allegory,
on
Justin.
TikTok.
I said his thoughts are not our thoughts, his ways are not our ways. I never said it was okay if
Rob,
he raped my
why
wife.
do you
You
Hey,
why do you never
Yeah,
literally
why do you
just
never
yeah,
shut up?
did,
yeah.
Rob. We
Stop
all
talking,
heard
Rob.
it.
Stop talking, Rob. All right, hold on. Let me put the video up again. I don't know why you wouldn't have
Yeah.
heard it. Hold on.
It's
Let me
taken out of context.
Rob, shut up.
Rob, we heard the whole context, and we heard you say everything God does is just.
All right, let
We
me
all
see this.
heard it.
Doesn't mean that doesn't I didn't
Rob,
agree to him
shut
doing what he
up.
said.
All right, let me see why this is.
Daddy's mad.
You're telling me you can't hear that on YouTube? How? The audio meter is going. I can see the audio output to YouTube flying around.
I know what I'm talking about, Justin. You
Rob,
obviously know you're taking that out of context.
shut the fuck up. All right. I'll yeah, I'll go ahead and turn on my desktop audio. Just make sure nobody talks while my desktop audio is turned on, because it'll mess up the audio from the actual video clip. Give me 1 second. You'll definitely be able to hear it now. Oh, okay, so you would be okay then if you committed adultery and God sent a prophet to your house tonight and said, Rob, because you committed adultery, I'm going to have your wife raped. You would say, well, that's just.
You know, all that Old Testament stuff.
Rob, it's a yes or no. Just answer the question. If God showed up at your house tonight because you committed adultery and said, because you committed adultery, I'm going to have your wife raped, that would be just.
God's thoughts are not our thoughts.
He can't answer it. He's such a coward.
Yes,
what a coward.
Yes, God is good.
Okay, so it would be just in your worldview. Okay, now I'm going to ask you one final question then, Rob. In your worldview, anytime you said yes, God is good, to the question on whether or not it would be just to have your wife raped if you committed adultery, which means you're a lying grape apologist piece of shit.
Justin.
Rob, fuck off and never come back to this live stream.
Man,
that was crazy.
The idea that the entirety of the New Testament is allegory is such a his whole worldview falls apart. I don't understand how he can. He has to believe that because he doesn't like it.
Allegory.
He
only thinks a few parts of it are allegory.
No, just now he said the entirety of the Old Testament was allegory, and the New Testament wasn't. That's what he said just earlier.
Oh, yeah, but then with the New Testament, he thinks some of the New Testament might be allegory, but he's not sure.
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything. He's just up here flailing about like a child rather than just admitting the actual truth. And yes, I know there's an echo because I didn't turn the desktop audio off when they started talking. It's fixed now. Just count to 10. It'll be fine. All right. Sorry.
Justin.
Doing fine. Rob
Doing all right?
is maybe the largest POS on TikTok. I've never heard a man so willing to lie and be a toxic POS. He's the worst. He might be. It's crazy. All right, let me grab just a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Says, have a feeling the yeah buts will be out. Happy hunting, my friends. Yes, there are definitely going to be yeah buts. And if we would have kept Rob up any longer, there would be a lot of yeah buts with Rob. Rob's a yeah but type of guy. And Zakul says, Toxic's superb use of nuh-uh fallacy almost converted me. Almost. Well, I'm glad, Zakul, that you were able to hold off on that. Sarah, I don't know if you got to see Toxic. There was a guy here named Toxic Misogynist, and the conversation went about as well as you might imagine.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I missed that.
Summary, the sun dancing in the sky happened Us landing on the moon? Apparently not.
Yep.
We have someone in the TikTok comments who's claiming to be Rob's wife.
I'm sorry for you if you're Rob's wife. That's it's a rough time. I hope you're okay. We can get you to like some DV help sources if you need. Noah, Noah, thank you for the super chat. Says aloha, Team Horizontal. Hey, hello, aloha from vertical and horizontal. Remember, there's no schism, okay? And Space Lord says broccoli is proof of no design. Why design food that smells like farts? Listen, I don't disagree with you at all. Like there's some unappealing things about broccoli, but I still eat it. I mean, but listen, I agree. And Ann says many blessings from the great donut. Well, listen, I love me a good donut. Hail Krispy Kreme. And Unashamed Apostate says, my preference is that Christians use their brains, but here we are. And yes, we just found a fine example of Christians refusing to use their brains. And Steve says, vampires suck. Jesus sucks. Oh shit, Jesus is a vampire. It all makes sense now. Brianna, thank you for the super chat. Says, praise be to magic, Woody Allen, zombie, superhero, Komodo dragon, telepathic, vampire, quantum, hovercraft, Jesus. And yes, that is probably the best form of Jesus. And Tim, good to see you again, says he turned wine into blood but never drank it from a person. Jesus is not a vampire. He's a lich, a powerful magician who animates their own dead body. Maybe, yeah. That would be like a form of almost like necromancy, if I'm thinking about that correctly. Let me grab it. There's a lot of comments that came in for Rob. People did not like Rob for a lot of reasons. I'm just going to read a couple of the comments about Rob and then move on to our next guest. Orange says, Rob is the type of person that needs religion to be a good person. And you know what? That might be the case. Rob might be that person that is so toxic that without the almighty God demanding him not to be toxic, he would be. Hayden says, Rob doesn't know what an internal critique is. He certainly does not. He failed that one. And Drew says, so should we rename the Bible the allegory? Sounds like a lot more truthful. Indeed. It means nothing if it's an allegory. And Rob's design says, Rob put himself in allegory Alcatraz. Indeed he did. Allegory Alcatraz needs to catch on, though. We need to make that a thing. And Nightman comes and says, do you think Rob's teeth hurt because of how many bullets he has to bite? And yeah. I'm surprised he has teeth left anyways. Charles says, I'm rock hard, you think, for Sharon. I don't take Doug for granted. Last time I did, he gave me a kidney stone. Doug would never, Charles, give kidney stones. Not even Pebbles. Pebbles wouldn't do such a thing. And Cassandra says, Rob is getting allegorically emotional tonight. The fruits of the spirit are chasing him, but Rob is fast. Rob, you're getting cooked a second time by the comments, not just from me, but by the comments now, and you deserve every bit of it. Rob Chipman says, not watching live, but sending some love to you. Rip Pie. Appreciate the condolences. May Doug and Sharon watch over you in the afterlife. And yes, Doug and Sharon will be watching over our good boy Pie. AR says, Rob said he used to be awful. I'm sorry, used to? I don't think Rob understands tenses, and that is for sure. For sure. And worshiper of the old god says, it's an allegory. Your god wants to burn little kids and go to the Hindu temple. I go over a fucking allegory. I go to over a fucking allegory. Screw you, Rob. I see what you said there now. Yeah, basically all the violence that's committed by means of Christianity is all for an allegory. What a crazy thing to think about, that all the violence was committed because it was an allegorical story. RD says, can I get proof of life on that stress ball? Sorry, Rob, believe it or not, did not. I didn't. Jam and Jay says, I lost friends in 2 wars and Rob gets to live. F my life. Yeah, the lowest, sometimes the lowest people in society get to live while the best of us don't. All right, that's enough for now. Let me grab our next guest in line. It looks like it's going to be John and then Minnie and then Tristan. Thank you for the money gun, Bertram. I really appreciate that. Let's get John Boy in here. Welcome in, John.
Hey.
John, do you...
How you doing?
do you believe in God, and are you at least 18?
Well, yes, I am over 18, and I would say that I am. Um, oh, well, I'm neither here nor there. Um, However, I did want to ask you. I just have a question. I actually really like your
Wait,
live.
so
I just want.
I mean, you can ask me a question, but we are here for debates.
Well, it's about objective morality on the grounds of agency.
Yeah, this is the argument that Ian runs. I don't find it to be a very convincing argument because I don't know how agency has transcendental existence, and I know that Ian believes in like Platonic categories. I don't. So like if I did believe in Platonic categories like the transcendental existence of the laws of logic and things like that, then the argument could be convincing to me. But I don't believe in any transcendental categories.
So you're saying that agency isn't relevant to say that, because wouldn't you be using agency to say that that is like you don't believe that? You know what I mean?
Believe what?
Believe that objective morality holds transcendental properties.
Yeah, but saying you believe something isn't a moral claim.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, but so, well, okay.
So I think the only way you get to objective morals is if you believe in transcendental categories like Ian, and I don't. So.
Can you clarify on what a transcendental category is?
Yeah,
like
things
from
that
your
exist.
perspective.
Things that exist like entirely non-physical, non-material, like transcendental numbers or like Platonic forms or objective morals. Like I don't believe that they exist. So like I don't like since I don't think that the laws of logic have some sort of transcendent existence, I would never base a moral system on the laws of logic. Now I agree that like if you are an agent and you act against your own best interest, you are doing something that we would call irrational or non-logical. But I don't know how you would tie that into morality itself. That's just called being stupid.
I think that the way that I have heard it is based on like things such as things that would be like correlating to that would be like would be in line with the objective morals would be like harm or things that like reduce harm, right? And like
but those
you're not
those aren't objective. Like we have to decide that's what we're gonna do. Like we decide as subjects that we want to reduce harm, but there's no transcendental objective code that says we should be looking to do that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, so like
Now,
the things that you can observe, you just don't choose to believe.
So the thing of it is, like, both Dalton and I and a bunch of us have had this conversation a lot. Listen, once humanity agrees that like we have a goal in mind, like our goal is to have well-being, personal well-being, or our goal is to do as little harm as possible to others, and to have people have life, liberty, and happiness, be able to pursue those things. Once you've come to that agreement, now we have the rules of chess determined. Now we can figure out how to play it best. And that's where objective measures do come in. We can objectively measure whether or not we're meeting those goals. But those goals existing are still subjective. We decided that those are our goals.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that because I've wrestled with the idea, like, because I can see how both are make sense, right? Like I could see potentially how objective morals could make sense to a degree, but I also do really see how they're subjective as well. So it's still something that I'm just gaining further insight in, but I'm not in. I'm still in school in college, and I'm finishing up my first year, so.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you talk to a theist about morals, just know that they don't believe in objective morals anyways. They believe in divine command theory.
Yeah.
So push them on that. Just push them on the logic of whether or not they actually do believe in objective morals, because 99% of them don't.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for your time. Yeah.
All right.
And
Sure thing.
yeah, like the show, so thanks.
Best of luck, friend. Cheers. All right, we're going to get Tristan from the YouTube queue in here next, and we'll keep the conversation flowing. I never expected that the entire live stream would turn into a conversation about objective morals. I've never seen this happen before, but here we are. Oh, they dropped. Okay, so we won't be getting them from the YouTube queue. What's that, Sarah?
I said people love that topic.
I know it is a favorite topic. I never thought it was an interesting topic because like I still remember, oh, Tristan came back. They must have a bad connection. I remember reading like C.S. Lewis and other people who talked about objective morals thinking, well, this is stupid. Like all you're saying is that you don't like how subjective morals actually work and you're making claims based on mind reading. And I was like, well, you can't read people's minds. You don't know that they actually have like the law written on their heart and they're just ignoring it. Like there's so many dumb. Anyways, welcome in. Is it Voost?
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to go back to the verse in Isaiah that
You
were
mean
previously
Isaiah
on. I think it was with
13?
Rob. Yes, yeah.
Sure. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
And you don't think that God wants women to get raped?
No, I don't think that it's I don't think that. How do
Are
I
you?
word this?
How old are you? You sound 12.
You say you cut out.
How old are you? Hello? Where'd you go?
Hello.
No one can hear you. Boost.
I don't hear a thing.
That's right. Yeah, I don't hear him either. All right. Well, he was 12
I think his
anyways.
friend in the comments is saying that he's 15.
Yeah, he's 15.
So
he's 15.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tristan came back, so we'll grab Tristan then from the queue and see where we can get. Welcome in, Tristan. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Tristan, you waited a while on multiple occasions. I hope that you've got your equipment hooked up. Tristan? It'd be quite unfortunate, Tristan, if you waited all this time and you don't have any hardware. It shows that you have a microphone. Look at the people crying. You can't see them. There's people crying in my wait queue. Yo, bro, why make me wait if you say no queue? Because when you were in here, there were people in the queue, dummy. All right, Tristan, we got to move on. I don't know what's going on with your connection, but it doesn't work. So, sorry, man. Sorry. Also, apostate, you get to wait in queue like everyone else. Like, you're not special. Like, you don't get to get bumped up, you know? All right, let's get Nat from the TikTok queue. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join by using the link on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZ guest. It's also a clickable link in the description of the whole. It's also a clickable link in the description of the video. And if you're watching on TikTok, you can join the conversation just by hitting the guest request button down here somewhere on the toolbar. So we got Nat with us now. Nat, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Talking to me?
Yep. Did you request by accident?
Sorry. No, I didn't even touch my phone or anything. Sorry. I'm just here to listen. I don't believe in God either, so I'm cleaning up after my dog, but it's enjoyable to hear you guys talk. I'll say that.
I appreciate
Sorry.
that.
I didn't mean to hit.
Well, pet your dog for us, okay?
I absolutely will. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, friend. W Nat. All right, we'll go from Nat to Rat. How you doing, Rat?
Whoa, what's up, brother? Give me a second. I got my, or everybody, got my handy dandy electrical tape over the cams for, just how they can click into it.
Just to make sure the CIA is not spying on you.
Yeah, all that good stuff. 1 second
Yeah.
here. Cam. No, cam on. Bam. All right. Blessings, you guys.
Hey, Rat. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, for I would say beginning of 14, with my experience. What's that called when you talk about your, what's going around? You can't use, anecdotal, that one word.
Yeah, personal experience isn't really valuable for anyone except for the person who experiences it.
Right.
So which God do you believe in?
Like I've been saying, what I've been saying is no, I don't believe. I
don't believe in God. Real. Oh, no, you do believe in God.
What I've been saying is no, I don't believe. I know, right?
Can you believe? Can you believe? Can you know that something is true and believe that it's not true?
Can you know something is true and that is not true?
Can you know that something is true and believe that it's not true?
Ooh, can you know something is true and believe that it's not true? I think I would just throw out that to some degree, like
the answer is no. The answer is no. You can't know something to be true and then believe it to not be true. So when you say that you know God is true, you're also saying that you believe God is real, and that's fine that you believe God is real. So the answer is that yes, you do believe that God is real. And which God do you believe in?
So that's where, since the beginning of this year, like basically from beginning of 14 to basically the beginning of this year, I've been identifying as Christian, which at the current moment in time, I'm not, since having come across like yourself and Derek and just a bunch of different research and whatnot. But like, I guess the best way I would is I do reference the Bible quite a bit because that was, my only real, I haven't done world religion studies and all that kind of stuff. But like, as far as, with scripture, which I know you're very well versed in, is, the God, Alpha, Omega, you know what I mean? Like, there is no other God as far as from scriptures, I'm talking about, like, just, yeah. And you brought me up one time before, earlier this year, and I don't want to take too long, brother. And they got a bunch of people, but
so, I mean, it sounds like you do believe in God, but you no longer believe in the Christian God.
Yeah, I don't identify necessarily as Christian anymore. Like I said, with just all kinds of all the other stuff that I've been, seeing. But so like, with my buddy that I help with in this shop here, give you a little tour. Got a little whatever knick-knack thing, place, just make stuff. But he identifies as Christian, right? And that's how we.
But we're not. He's not here. You're here, so we want to know what you believe.
Yeah. Well, right. So, like I just said, believe in God. The reason why I mentioned that you brought me up before is what I basically said is God's so big that like we can understand aspects of God's being, but like infinite, right? Just what that means, infinite forever, is so big that's beyond comprehension, right? Like, hence my way is higher than your ways, all that yada yada from the Bible. So, but I did have one thought, wanted to specifically maybe just throw out for a little thought ponging. something to maybe
So
chew
how
on.
about we do what we
Go
typically
ahead.
do here, and I'll ask you, what is the evidence for God's existence?
Well, the evidence to me for God's existence, once again, like, is my anecdotal experience, right?
Okay.
In my own life. So there's nothing. Go ahead.
Is that it?
I've heard that there's a bunch of other different things I could probably regurgitate from. Just life itself,
Okay,
right? Just life itself. Go ahead.
How about we do this,
Go
Rat?
ahead.
Because you're a nice guy. I want you to take a notepad and write down, other than your personal experience, write down all the reasons why you think God is real. Think about them, and then come back and give me those reasons. Okay?
Okay, I could. Yeah, I was just wondering if, because this wasn't so much exactly. I know what your show's about, so like I didn't want to derail. I just heard you mention a second ago about the objective, right, the morality and all that stuff, and so in a sense, just had one thought, wondering if I could pong out to you, as far as what I would also say that I know that God has shown to me in the past year or beginning of last year, and then if you care to just, it's more of a question.
Do you think objective morals exist?
That one, I wasn't really on the objective moral thought of wanting to go down that. I just brought that up because you had mentioned that. I would say yes, yeah. But,
why?
Because it gives purpose. I would say without it, in essence, it would be purposeless, I guess. But
What would be purposeless?
I don't know.
You don't think I have purpose?
No, I believe everything has a purpose. I believe everything has a purpose.
Do I need
everything? No.
Do I need objective morals to have a purpose?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, man, you're a nice guy. I'd love to hear from you again, but I want you to write your thoughts down because it sounds like you're trying to organize them in your head, and it might take a while for you to get them out. Sometimes it's easier if you write them down ahead of time and come with your list, okay?
If was wanting to talk about, like, in debate, like, exists.
No. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guy. You're a nice
giving
guy.
me anxiety. I don't know why.
We love and appreciate you for being here, but this is a debate space. It's not a good space to like shoot the breeze or to ping pong ideas off people or anything like that. That's not what we're about here, friend. I'm gonna grab just a couple super chats so we don't get too far behind, and we'll keep going. Tired of Liars, amazing name. I am too. Says, ask someone to create a hymn that highlights the love of God, torturing slaves, paying for grape, selling daughters. I've written them. They're on my TikTok. You can find them. I've got some of that stuff. I'll do another one. I'll make some more actually. Yeah. I also have one about Yahweh can do all things, except he gets fucked up by iron chariots. That song's on my TikTok channel as well. It's a dandy. It's a good one. One of my favorite worship songs actually. And Mediocre, good to see you, says, believers who see holy images in random things should Google dog butt Jesus. And trust me, if you haven't Googled dog butt Jesus yet, you'll thank Mediocre later. This is something you need to do. This is a real thing. Someone else, thank you for the super chat, says, have y'all heard the one about the agnostic dyslexic insomniac? He lays awake all night thinking about dog.
My dad says that.
I have never heard that, and I love it. I love it. I'm going to tell this joke sometime.
I hear that from my dad all the time.
You know, I like your dad's amazing. Of course he's going to tell the best jokes. Come on. W dad. Rory Collin, thank you for the super chat, says, the Doug abides. Don't panic because everything is made of stardust. Indeed. It's been a minute, Justin, but have a Kraken for Kraken's sake. Keep on cooking. Well, thank you, Rory. I do have Kraken on the shelf behind me. I may partake in a little bit of Kraken later tonight. It's hard to stare at it on the shelf and not partake, so we'll see. I'm going to 3 more super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Handsome Cat, good to see you. Says, are Christian nationalists aware that they're putting a Jewish man's flesh in their mouth if they believe in transubstantiation? And that's the crazy thing, is they're totally dope with cannibalism, kind of, as long as they're the Catholic variety or the Orthodox variety. The Protestant variety don't believe in cannibalism, but yeah, it's a crazy thing to think about, actually. There's all kinds of fun stuff you can do with that. Game Guy says, if she's looking for a god, she can become a follower of Doug. Indeed, if you need a friend or a god, look no further than Doug and Sharon Stone. They'll listen to all of your prayers, and they'll answer as many prayers as Jesus Christ, and they've been mentioned more times in the Hebrew Bible than Jesus ever will. Malcolm says, all this friction about vertical/horizontal, no one is at fault. Before we cause a schism or a schist and someone gets basalted, remember to be nice to each other. Listen, I know it's pronounced nice. But thank you for this, Malcolm. I really appreciate that. That's a good use of words, and I agree. Absolutely no schism. And last from Timothy, agreed 100%. Praise Doug and his rocky hardness. All right, well, we had 2 people in the TikTok queue and they dropped. So it looks like it's time for Tristan. And Tristan, you still have 3 bars. So I'm going to say, just guessing, that this will probably go as well as the first time. Welcome in, Tristan. Tristan. And they gone. Okay. Well, it is what it is.
Well, he tried.
This is wild. I haven't seen this. I mean, this probably hasn't happened in over a year at least. I actually have a completely empty queue, which is crazy. We've got almost 500 people watching on TikTok. We've got how many? We've got well over 2,000 people watching on YouTube, and for some reason, not a single theist caller wants to call in and like demonstrate the existence of their deity. No Jesus followers, no Muhammad followers. I thought at least we'd have a couple people that follow the pedophile prophet tonight, but nothing. We got nothing.
I had the same exact thing happen to me yesterday. I was live, and for like 45 minutes, I just kept poking and prodding at the theists, hoping that I could spur some of them to come on, and I knew they were in the audience.
Yeah, right. There's somebody, Simply Skizburick, says, I would like to debate, but unsure how. I don't know what's unsure about it. Have you never used TikTok? Just hit the guest request button in the bottom toolbar. It's not even hard. Just hit it. You'll be in the queue. You'll be fine. All right, let's. There's a nameless guest waiting to get in, so we'll try our nameless guest. How you doing, nameless?
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Oh, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. What should we call you?
This is Tristan.
Oh.
I don't know why the audio. It was not. I was trying on my computer and I'm on my phone, but it's whatever.
I think your reception's just pretty bad, is the case. So, Tristan, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Dope. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
All of Christianity really just hinges on the resurrection. If Jesus did not resurrect, then you can crock it all up to BS. So
I mean,
there's other things too.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I don't disagree. I would say this, and I think Dalton and I would agree on this. You don't need to resurrect from the dead to be the Messiah. They could have left the resurrection bit completely out of it. And as long as Jesus fulfilled the messianic prophecies, I'd be happy to say, well, we got ourselves a Messiah here. But the reality is...
That's part of the prophecies, isn't it?
But
I think the problem with resurrection arguments is that you won't be able to adequately demonstrate that the resurrection actually happened, as opposed to like some sort of psychological phenomenon with the apostles, but you could demonstrate that Jesus fulfilled prophecy because we have the prophecies and we have supposedly what Jesus did. And did he do any of the things that the prophets were told the Messiah would do?
Yes.
Sure, like
Are you
what?
saying him being a Nazarite, and
Where's
there's a
that?
lot. I don't have a whole list.
Where's that
Nazarite.
prophecy? I think you
I
mean
think you mean him being a
Nazarene.
Nazarene.
Nazarene, it's a form of Nazarite. It's Nazareth,
No.
is what I'm saying. Nazarite
Two
might be the wrong word.
different
I could be totally wrong.
Nazarites are people who take upon themselves an oath to never cut their hair and to not touch dead bodies, which he did, and not to
You're
drink
probably
wine, which he
right.
did. Yeah.
Right.
But there's no
Yes.
prophecy that. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
So Matthew
sorry.
is using like a play on words when Jesus moves to Nazareth. He says that he moved to Nazareth because it was written that he shall be a Nazarene. But this is kind of a silly thing. So what happens is in Isaiah 11, it says, "A shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of his roots," meaning whoever this person is going to come from the line of David. And the reality is, the word for branch, netzer in Hebrew, sounds a lot like the consonants for Nazareth. So basically, I mean, it's missing the final letter, but Matthew's just using like a play on words. There's no actual prophecy that says the Messiah is going to come from Nazareth.
It could be a double entendre.
Well,
like he could be meaning both. It could have been like.
Well, I don't think there's
prophecy
any
for
sexual undertone to the prophecy.
Oh, I'm so fucking dumb.
I know what you. I know what you mean, though. We knew what you meant.
I'm sorry, I'm a little out of it tonight. But let's get back to the apostles. You said that it could be chalked up to a psychological phenomenon and not him actually seeing resurrected Jesus.
Have you ever heard of bereavement hallucinations?
I haven't really heard too much about them, but I can put two and two together. People seeing their loved ones after they passed on.
Especially and it especially happens a lot if a loved one goes through like a traumatic and horrific death. If you are especially attached to an individual, you can have hallucinations where you will hear them and see them, and this is not uncommon. And for the ancient apostles, they would have just thought, "Oh, well, I thought my guy was the Messiah, and here he is in front of me. He must have resurrected."
Yeah, but wouldn't that be specific to one person? Wouldn't it be kind of weird if two people saw the same person and they had the same exact bereavement hallucination?
But we don't have any evidence that we don't have any evidence that the 12 actually all saw the exact same thing in the exact same manner, as opposed to just for example, what's the word I'm looking for? That there was an expectation to see Jesus. Peter's the first person to see Jesus, by the way, according to Paul. And then it says that the 12 saw. He appeared to the 12, but in what manner did he appear to them?
Wouldn't have been the two ladies at the tomb would have been the first person? First people?
Well, that's the thing. The Gospels make the claim that Mary Magdalene's the first person to see the resurrected Jesus, but Paul says it's Peter, and he doesn't know anything about Mary Magdalene or an empty tomb.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. He didn't know about Mary Magdalene, and so
in Paul's works came first. Yeah, it seems like from all the data we have that the Mary Magdalene myth with the empty tomb had just not yet been developed into Christianity. And as far as Paul knew, and Paul knew Peter, that Peter was the first person that Jesus, quote, appeared to.
Yeah, it's interesting too because the late ending of Mark chapter 16, the piece that gets added onto Mark way after, probably after John was already published, was the quote saying that he appeared to Mary Magdalene first. It seems like Mark was trying to reconcile his gospel, or sorry, somebody way after Mark was trying to reconcile their gospel with the new gospel that came out of the Gospel of John by adding the later ending of it, because the tradition of Mary Magdalene just happened later. It was something that the gospel authors didn't know anything about, Paul didn't know anything about, and it was added on after Paul.
I mean, and then Justin has his own. Justin has his own hypothesis, which is still even more likely than resurrection.
Yeah. So my hypothesis is that there was an imposter pretending to be Jesus. And we see this throughout history. There's a ton of dead people imposters throughout history. One of the more recent ones that I just found out about is a guy named Dmitry Starovich Dmitry. In fact, there were three Dmitry imposters, three of them, and successful enough. This was over in Russia. Successful enough that they convinced like entire groups of people and family members that they were the long lost Dmitri. Like you can pretend to be somebody pretty easily, and we see the same thing with Nero. With the Roman Emperor Nero, there were multiple imposters that came after his death, pretending to be the resurrected Nero, and many people were convinced that this was the resurrected Nero. And in fact, it was such a popular thing that one of them in 88, there was an imposter that was so convincing because he looked like Nero, sounded like Nero, could play the harp like Nero, that he convinced the Parthians that they should prepare to go to war with Rome so that they could put him back on the throne in his rightful place. And the history gets cut off. We don't know if they actually did rebel against Rome and get their asses handed to them or not. But the reality is, like he was convincing to a lot of people.
Yeah. But you have to remember, Jesus was crucified. He had holes in his hands and his feet and a spear in his side. And Thomas touches those holes.
But
So not only would this
that's
person
a
have
legend.
to,
But Tristan, that's only if you believe the legend. See what I'm saying? Like, we're not saying like our hypothesis of Jesus is not based in the Bible. It's based in reality.
Yeah, the
but you're
Gospels are most
questioning
certainly myths about
what
Jesus.
you're giving excuses about like what actually happened.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
these people are reporting what they saw.
No, they're not reporting. People are reporting for them many, many decades later.
Not many decades.
Did Thomas write anything?
Not himself.
Right. So somebody's reporting Thomas's experience decades later.
Yeah, in his
And
same
for the
lifetime.
Gospel, and for John, that's like 60 years later.
Yeah.
But it's all still within the same lifetime. So if these people saw this was not the true and they were giving a false witness, they would have been able to, counter that. Especially with Rome on Christians' asses. They would have been
they knew about it. Like, we have no evidence that the 12 disciples were even aware of these gospels.
Well, I mean, the early church tradition says otherwise. Like, they attribute these works to them, and it was in their lifetime.
But we shouldn't. Like, the earliest attestation we have is from Papias. Papias, by the way, we don't have any of his preserved writings. He's preserved by the historian Eusebius in the 4th century. And Eusebius himself says that Papias is a man of small intellect who entirely disagrees with Papias's findings on the millennial reign in the book of Revelation. And it claims that that Papias said that the book of Matthew was written in the Hebrew tongue and was a sayings gospel, neither of which were true. Matthew was not written in Hebrew, and it certainly wasn't a sayings gospel.
And I'm sorry, who's claiming this? Papias?
Papias. Yeah, that's our earliest source. And he doesn't know that he messes up the two Johns too, John the elder and John the disciple. He crisscrosses them at various paths, and Eusebius has to come behind later and demonstrate. Also, Irenaeus said the same, that he actually was confusing the two Johns. He meant to say John the elder. He didn't actually specify which John he was referring to.
And I'm sorry, what is the significance of Papias?
Well, what I'm saying is the earliest attestation to like authorship of the Gospels of like Matthew and Mark are from Papias. And Papias is not a reliable witness. He says things that are clearly not true. And then after that, we've got like maybe Origen and Irenaeus.
Okay.
But like the manuscripts that we have don't have their names on them. There's no witnesses that verified them writing it. The Book of Acts calls them illiterate. Like certainly they could have an amanuensis writing for them, but nothing in the Gospels would would demonstrate that to be the case. And Mark's gospel, if it was dictated by Peter, as it's often said, well, it contradicts other stuff that we find in the book of Acts. And the book of Acts supposedly was written by the companion of Paul, Luke. Why is it that Paul and Luke's versions of accounts differ so widely? And we find the same thing in
What are you considering a contradiction?
I'll give you an easy one. Okay, so there's a narrative in Mark. It also shows up elsewhere, where Paul says that, well, Paul doesn't want the Gentiles to have to abide by the Jewish law. So they have a meeting in Acts chapter 15. In Acts chapter 15, they decide that you don't have to have the Gentiles refrain from meat that's sacrificed to idols. And then after that meeting, we have the letter of Corinthians in chapter 8 of the letter. Paul declares that you are at liberty to eat meat sacrificed to idols. And he says later in the book of Galatians that that when he met with the disciples in Jerusalem, they didn't place any restrictions upon the Gentiles or on himself, which is just not true. So Luke, whoever Luke was, who was claiming to write from Paul's perspective, disagrees with Paul's letters himself. And we would imagine that like everything from Peter would line up with the other gospels as well. Like Peter should line up with John, because Peter and John
Not
were both.
necessarily.
Well, Peter
I mean,
and John.
they're different people with
Well,
different perspectives.
Peter and John were both at the tomb, correct? Remember in Gospel of John, it says the two of them ran together to the tomb?
I have to reread that portion, but I'll take your word for it.
So, I mean, so according to legend, Mark is writing Peter's version of events. And according to the writings of Papias, he didn't write it in chronological order. He wrote it kind of randomly, which is a crazy thing to say about the Gospel of Mark, because the Gospel of Mark tries to give a chronological order. It's full of, and then this immediately happened. Nevertheless, Mark should be in agreement with the Gospel of John on all things, because John theoretically was dictated by John, and Mark was dictated by Peter, and Peter and John were very much together at the tomb, which means the tomb narrative between Mark and John should be identical if the two of them did the exact same thing that day, and John says so, but they don't agree. So, like, it's hard for me to believe that Peter dictated this gospel to John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas, and then his story of events doesn't agree with what John dictated to John's scribes.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm asking a lot from you. What was the disagreement?
So there's a couple of disagreements. Number one is who was there first? Was the stone rolled away at the beginning, or was it rolled away after some time? How many visitations were there? Because in the Gospel of John, there are 2 visitations. In fact, 3 if you read it carefully. And when they're walking to the tomb in the other Gospels, remember, they're debating on whether or not the stone is, like, who's going to roll away the stone. But in the Gospel of John, the stone's already rolled away. Mary Magdalene went to the tomb first, noticed the tomb was already rolled away, and then went and told Peter and John. So,
well, I mean, they could have been talking about.
So hold on. So when she comes to the tomb the next time she comes to the tomb is in the other Gospels, and she's with all the women. And it says as they're walking to the tomb, they're trying to decide who's going to roll away the stone. Well, Mary Magdalene already knew that the stone was rolled away because she had already been there and already went back to get others.
Okay, I would have to read these for myself to get a clear picture, but I could see a few things. Like if these other women didn't believe her, they could be saying who's going to roll away the stone, and she's like, I'm telling you, it's already gone. So that could have been a thing.
So in Mark 16:4, so we'll do Mark 16 verse 1 to make it easier, and then I'll show you why it doesn't make sense with John. So there's John. John says that Mary Magdalene went there first. So it says, early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the tomb. So Mary Magdalene, early before dark, came to the tomb, before daylight, while it was still dark, came to the tomb, noticed the stone was rolled away when she got there. So she ran and went to Simon, Peter, and the other disciple, the one whom Jesus loved, that's John, and said to them, they have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we do not know where they have laid him. Then Peter and the other disciple set out and went towards the tomb, and the two were running together, but the other disciple outran Peter and reached the tomb first. He bent down to look in and saw the linen wrappings laying there, but he did not go in. Then Simon Peter came following him, and he went into the tomb, and he saw the linen wrappings laying there, and the cloth that had been on Jesus' head, not lying with the linen wrappings, but rolled up in a place by itself. Then the other disciple, that's John, who reached the tomb first. No, that's John, sorry. The other disciple who reached the tomb first, that's John, also went in, and he saw and believed. For as yet they did not understand the scripture that he must raise from the dead. Then the disciples returned to their homes. Mary stayed behind. Mary's now at the tomb. Peter and John are gone, but Mary stood weeping outside the tomb, and she wept. And then she has a visitation with Jesus. He says, woman, why are you weeping? So we have the whole visitation with Jesus, and we get the whole dialogue. And then Jesus appears to the rest of them when it was evening on the day, the first day of the week, and the doors were locked. Then Jesus appears to the other disciples. So there's another appearance of Jesus in this whole narrative when we go to Mark. The difference, though, is Mark's got one huge problem because of the late ending. So if it wasn't for the late ending, Mark could possibly make sense. But it says, when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they might go to and anoint him. And very early the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. They had been saying to one another, who will roll away the stone for us? Well, this theoretically is the second time they would have come to the tomb. Mary Magdalene already went there herself once, according to John. And so she already knew the stone was rolled away. She shouldn't be walking there now with the other women asking who's going to roll away the stone. And she certainly shouldn't have been there with spices to spice the body, because she already knew he was gone. So her carrying spices to the tomb is silly. Now you could say that, well, no, it's okay. John just left out the other women. The problem with that is Mark made that an impossible way to read the passage, because there's a late addition to Mark that disagrees. The late edition says, so then the Lord Jesus, after he had spoken to them, was taken up into heaven and sat down at the right hand of God. And they went out. I'm sorry, I went too far. Let me try this. Did they remove the long ending from this edition? I bet they did. There we go. Let me grab. Yeah, I'm in the NRSV. They removed the long ending that's in most of the Bibles. I guarantee the new. I know, it really should have been in there, but the New King James has got it, I'm sure. All right. Then here, Puritan 11. Oh, did the New King James remove it too? A lot of people are removing it. Yeah. Okay, who else removed it? All right, let's see. I bet the NASB 95 still has it.
I bet the Dewey Rames has it.
Oh, for sure.
Check the English Standard Version, because that's what I
have a Dewey Rames right here.
Oh, it's in verse 9. It's in it's not in the long ending. It's in the short ending, the short edition. There's two additional endings to Mark. It was in the first one, not the second one. I apologize. Verse 9 says, now after he had risen early on the first day of the week, he first appeared to Mary Magdalene, from whom he cast out 7 demons. This is an addition to the text, and most Bibles actually include verse 9, the first of the additions. They just don't include the second one of the editions. Let me make sure it's in this one. Yeah. So even the NRSV includes it. Now, after he rose early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene. So this late edition was added to Mark to make it come in agreement with the Gospel of John that Jesus did in fact appear first to Mary Magdalene, because she came to the tomb alone first and then with Peter and John, and then with the others. If this is the timing of the events, oh, it's preposterous. The Gospel of Mark doesn't make sense anymore because there's no reason why she'd be going to the tomb with all the spices to embalm the body that she knew wasn't there and asking who's going to roll away the stone that she knew wasn't there either.
And we know it's
Mark,
not
a
talking about
director's
her
cut.
first visit.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So the first visit, she was alone, according to Mark and John. Right? So if Mark really was writing down the narrative from Peter, it's weird that it just disagrees with John, especially when the two of them theoretically would have been the next people after Mary Magdalene to be at the tomb. Like they would have been there together. Remember, they had a foot race in the Gospel of John to get there first.
Yeah, I don't the Gospels also disagree as to what kind of cloth Jesus was wrapped in. The Gospel of Mark says he was wrapped in a single piece of like a cloth, like a garment, but while the Gospel of John says he was wrapped in strips.
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's really technical. I have to look into that. But if it's
even if we
strips of cloth, it could be one big strip. I don't know. I don't know how they
use
those words.
Even if we concluded that these were written by the purported authors, I don't think that there's a reason to take them credible because we've got similar stories written by other people in history. Like if you read through like the Roman and the Greek histories, they're full of these types of resurrections and miracles and healings. And like, we don't take them seriously. Like if I read to you...
Yeah, because they're mythology.
Exactly. Yeah, because they're mythology.
So I'd say the Gospels are mythology too.
Yeah,
right.
But they're not written as mythology.
They are. Yeah,
they're written as personal eyewitness testimony.
No. They're not eyewitness testimony, to be sure. They're telling a story, but they're certainly not eyewitnesses to anything. Mark was the cousin of Barnabas. He didn't eyewitness anything. Luke certainly wasn't an eyewitness. He maybe could have been the traveling companion of Paul. I have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. That's another topic. And John certainly didn't write the Gospel of John. It's clear that John is named after the disciple John because it includes only some of his testimony. It wasn't written by John. There's multiple authors that are identified in chapter 21. That being said, they read identical to Greco-Roman histories. If you read Herodotus or Plutarch or Pliny or any of the others, Suetonius, Tacitus, all of them tell history that includes stories about Aristeus, Apollo, all kinds of deities, because to them, to the Romans and the Greeks, it wasn't mythology. That was their reality. And to the people who read the New Testament initially, this was their reality. They believed that these events really happened as much as the Greeks and Romans really did believe that 6 of the 12 Caesars resurrected into the heavens and became gods after they passed.
Romulus actually has a story very similar to what we find in the Gospel of Luke, where, Romulus is killed in a conspiracy by the Senate, but then he appears later to 2 of his followers on the road to Rome, which sounds a bit familiar to the story of the appearance on the road to Emmaus.
I mean, there's a lot of roads. You can appear to a lot of people on a road. I mean, I guess.
But then he ascends into heaven.
And this was written before or after the Gospels?
Before.
Okay.
So like, we understand that when you're reading the Gospels, it feels like actual history, but if you read any of the Greco-Roman histories, they read identical to that. I mean, the people who wrote these, either 1, were making things up, or 2, they just believed that they actually happened. And I think I know why. So there's a guy who died in a fuller's shop named Aristeus. That's people who make soap or fullers. Or sometimes they do laundry as well. But there's a guy named Aristeas who died in a fuller's shop. And then, according to the legend that we find in Plutarch and Pliny and the rest of them, he appeared to many people afterwards. Now, it's really interesting because when you read some of the later writings, the ones that are more Roman in nature, they seem to cast a little bit of doubt on what the earlier Greek accounts were saying, well, he appeared to some in the form of a raven. Well, oh, that's very different if he appeared in the form of a raven rather than in his bodily form. But the reality is when the people wrote the stories, that wasn't actually important, right? He just appeared. How did people recognize him? It didn't matter, right? So the reality is, like, these stories, they start typically generic, and then people will fill in the gaps. Like, well, he appeared after he resurrected, and then hundreds of years later, someone would say, well, this is how he actually appeared after he resurrected. And the story of Jesus seems to be that way. They started with a very tiny narrative of a guy who got crucified and resurrected, and then they built onto it. And there were early critics. Like, we don't have a ton of their writings, but we've got the writings of Porphyry and Julian and Celsus. And they say the same thing. In the writings of Celsus, which are preserved by the church father Origen, Celsus says Jesus appeared as a phantom. He didn't appear in the flesh. He says, according to what these people are saying, he didn't appear in the flesh. He appeared as a ghost, just like all these other Greek and Roman people appeared as a ghost after they died.
Which makes sense because even Paul never said nothing about Jesus' resurrected body as having flesh and bone, but instead confesses that Jesus was, quote, a life-giving spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know there's a lot to take interest in.
I would have to look all this stuff up. I'm not saying that y'all didn't do your research, but I would just need to look it up myself. So these all sound like really great points, but I would need to, get into the nitty gritty.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair. So let's do one other thing, because I think there's two things when it comes to Christianity that are super important, right? One, like you said, the resurrection.
Yeah.
Paul himself
The most
says,
important.
he said, if Christ is not raised, we are to be most pitied among men. So the resurrection, we agree, is important. The second thing, and this was the most important thing to all the early church fathers, was whether or not Jesus was unique, because what he did was actually prophesied. And Origen and Justin and a lot of the others make a big deal out of this point, which is, yes, there's lots of Greek and Roman people that did what Jesus did prior to him. The thing that sets Jesus apart wasn't that he could do juggling tricks and magic tricks and fool people. It's that everything he did was actually prophesied in the Hebrew Bible. That's what sets him apart. But the problem is, I've really read the Hebrew Bible quite well. I don't think he fulfilled even one prophecy from the Hebrew Bible, not even the ones that the New Testament lists. If you read the ones in the New Testament, half of them aren't even prophecies, and the ones that are, he didn't actually fulfill them if you just go back and read the whole thing.
It might be up to interpretation.
Well, I agree. We'll give you an example of a super famous one. So famous that I bet our audience is tired of hearing it, but it's a really good example of the problem that we're illustrating. So, in Matthew 2:23, remember, we have the prophecy of the virgin birth. And then
123.
120, yeah, 223. 123, thank you. 123, yeah, 2 has got all kinds of failed prophecies. 123 is a virgin birth. So, but if you read chapter 7 of Isaiah, where this comes from, it's actually quite clear that this is not about a virgin birth, and it's definitely not even about a Messiah. So the context starts out in the days of Ahaz, that's the king down in Judah, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah. King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem but could not conquer it. So the setting is clear. It's about 730 or so BCE, and the northern tribes of Israel have made an alliance with the Arameans up in the northeast. They want to depose the king down in Judah to put somebody else on the throne that would be more favorable to their alliance. Judah doesn't like this. God doesn't like this. Isaiah is sent to give a prophecy of hope that it's going to be okay. That first prophecy ends with, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. So it's pretty clear the setting here is War is afoot. It's okay. God's got you. Have faith. So then the next prophecy comes starting in verse 10, and this is the part that's supposedly about Jesus. But it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey. By the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, and the last verse, very important, for before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. Poor wording in the last verse by the NRSV, but basically they're saying before the child knows right from wrong, the two kings that you're afraid of, their lands, they're going to be wiped out. So the prophecy is actually to King Ahaz. It's about a child who's already been conceived. It's not to a virgin. Who has already been conceived. It's about to be born. And before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are giving Ahaz trouble, Pekah and Rezin, they're going to be wiped out. So I don't see how any of this would have anything to do with a Jewish carpenter adopting a son 720 years later.
Yeah, I thought it did have more to it there, but that is what it says. However, it could be prophesying that those kingdoms will fall before he is born. So
Well, no. They're going to fall imminently. There's actually 3 prophecies in chapter 7 and chapter 8 that give you how quickly this prophecy will come true, the fall of the kingdoms. We see a follow-up of it in the next chapter, and not only is there a follow-up in the next chapter, we see it come true. It says, then the Lord said to me, take a large tablet and write on it in common characters belonging to Maher-shalal-Hash-Baz, and have it attested for me by reliable witnesses, the priests Uriah and Zechariah, son of Jeberechiah. And I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said to me, name him Maher-shalal-Hash-Baz, for before the child knows how to call my father or my mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. That's the same prophecy. He's saying, here's a son, another one born right now. Before they're old enough to say mommy and daddy, these two kings are going to be wiped out. And then it comes to pass when you keep reading in the chapter. It says, referring to the Assyrian king coming in to attack, it says, it will sweep on into Judah as a flood, and pouring over will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. And this is where the prophet, as it's coming true, cries out twice, O Emmanuel. It says, O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, all you far-off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it will not stand, because God is with us. So the whole prophecy of the Emmanuel is not that there's a child who is God. It's that God is with his people in this time of war. God is with us.
Yeah, in fact, Isaiah goes on to say this chapter, behold me and the children that God has given me, and they shall be for signs and portents to the nation of Israel. So Isaiah had 3 kids, Shear Yashuv, Emmanuel, and Maher-shalal-Hash-Baz. All of them were signs for the people of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I mean, we can give you a head start because we can hear the words turning. This might be the first time you've read some of these passages. And so I'll give you the apologetic ahead of time, but it's not a good one. So the apologetic you're looking for is that you have to, in order for the prophecies of Jesus to be true, you have to believe that all the prophecies of the Old Testament that are mentioned in the New Testament actually have like a double meaning. But if it has a double meaning, then who gets to decide what the second meaning is? And why would we agree with the New Testament's interpretation? Why wouldn't we agree with I don't know, anybody else's interpretation. Like, and it's divorced from the actual context. Once you divorce a prophecy from the actual context and the actual prediction, I mean, really, we can make it say anything we want to, couldn't we?
Not necessarily. I mean, I see what you're saying. It's they're saying it's parallelism. It's
No, not parallelism. We do have some of that where Jesus it's recorded where he does things, and he's doing it just to kind of like appear like Moses, like coming out of Egypt. Is this idea he's doing it like he's repeating Moses's great deeds, going into the desert for 40 days as parallel to 40 years in the desert. So that's parallelism. We're not talking about that. We're saying that according to the New Testament authors, you have to assume that the Old Testament prophecies had a second meaning, a double meaning, and they get to tell you what the double meaning is. But it's devoid of context. The double meaning could be anything. In fact, I've got a list of them that I've done where the double meanings are about me. Because once you're getting a double meaning from something, you no longer care about what the author's saying, and you no longer care about the context. It just has to sound vaguely familiar to something else.
yeah. I actually I agree with that. But like I said, I would need to look into all this myself. So
Fair enough.
let's step away from the textbook stuff because I just don't know enough to have good words on it. Can we
Mhm.
talk about objective versus subjective morality more? Because I think that's an interesting
Sure.
concept there. Sorry for the
Sure.
complete change of pace, but I just don't know enough
It's okay. I mean, you're being
about that.
nice. You're being nice and honest. So when guests are up
Yeah.
here and they're nice, I let them pivot. It's fine.
Yeah. Um. So you've had some criticisms over like moral things that happen in the Bible, like wives being raped and stuff like that. But you believe in subjective morality, that we all have our own idea of what's moral
Mhm.
according to our own experience.
Mhm.
And so, how can you say that even if it did say all those things, if we looked into it and it was all that way, how can you say that that's not that is a bad thing?
I can say that I think it's a bad thing. So let
But
me give
why
you
are
an
you
example.
credible in giving that
Because
definition?
I have an opinion just like you. I'm not saying it's objectively bad. I don't believe in objective morals. I believe in subjective morals. So like if I said to you, Tristan, what's your favorite color?
Red.
Okay. What's your least favorite color?
Probably yellow.
Yellow. What about like puke yellow? Like
Yeah,
like
it's pretty bad.
bile yellow. Okay. If I said to you, we're gonna take every building in your town and paint it bile human waste yellow, would you want us to do that?
No, I would not.
Right, because you have a preference, exactly. So,
Hmm.
like, that's how objective or subjective morals work. Like, we all have preferences, and we can debate amongst ourselves about why we think one preference has more virtue over the other. But until we can demonstrate that objective morals exist, that we have no other choice than to use our own subjective morals. That's it.
Interesting case. I would say that I don't have any justification to say that they shouldn't paint it yellow. I can say I don't like yellow, but there's a difference between saying I don't like yellow and it shouldn't be yellow.
But you're
It
entitled to
ought
have a
not to
favorite
be
color,
yellow.
aren't you?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that my opinion's worth anything.
Well, again, like if you believe in subjective morals, like the ought is tied to your framework. So, like if you have a framework, like if your
Well, there is
framework,
no ought.
no, there is. If you have a framework that is based on well being, then you ought to act in a way that promotes well being. That doesn't mean that I force it on everybody else. Now, it does mean that as a society, we get to come together and say, listen, let's make some agreements as to what we allow and disallow. And you know what? It turns out there's a lot of things we can agree on. There's some things we can't agree on, but there's some things we do agree on. So on the things that we do agree on, at least for the majority, we put them on the allow or disallow list.
Hmm.
Right? It's not to say that like I'm never gonna watch somebody do something and say that's objectively morally wrong because I don't believe in objective morals. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would argue that
I understand that people like to behave as though morals are objective. I get that. But those are only people who haven't really thought out the topic. Like anyone who has been an atheist for some time and have thought about the moral topic, they're going to tell you outright the same thing I told you. We don't have objective morals, so I won't appeal to them. But I get it. Like if you're not in philosophy and you're not in debates and you're not into religion, then you're going to walk around like a normal human being and say, that's wrong. If you disagree with me, you're wrong. That's just because there's a lot of people who haven't really spent the time digging into this topic. Like you've dug into this topic a little bit, Tristan. That's why it's important to you. But you have to understand, the average person isn't having these dialogues.
I guess, but it still doesn't give more value to some subjective, perceptions versus others.
Well,
So
that's
just
the
because a lot of people
Mhm.
agree, this is bad, and we can all agree on that for the most part, somebody can go along like, well, you're all wrong, and they would be no more right than
That's the beauty
the
of
other
it.
person.
Is everybody's opinion is equal. Everybody matters in subjective
Well, then
morality.
nobody's opinion matters.
It does. Everyone's opinion matters.
But
And
it has no
take note that
basis on what.
words like right and wrong means right for what, wrong for what. It's dependent on what goal it is that you have in mind. Like for example, if you have a goal that well-being is what you're striving for, then you can say that something is objectively right or wrong for that goal. The question is, do you share that goal with us?
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. And to be
But
fair, I think that's what we do. I think a lot of human beings, like we agree that we shouldn't harm each other. Once we agree that that's one of our objectives, then we can make actual objective observations about how do we go about making this a reality. It's like Dalton uses the analogy, once you agree on the rules of chess, then you can go about playing the game as you see fit to meet your goals.
Yeah, you can say this move is wrong and this move is right. You can't do that move because we've already agreed on the rules. So in the same way, morality is like that we are saying morality equals the well-being of individuals. That piece is subjective. But once we can all agree that what we mean by morality is well-being, then we can make objective statements about what is and isn't conducive to that goal.
I see the logic. I do.
Right. But Tristan,
But if there is objective morality, then it's all
well, that's your
meaningless.
task. You can't demonstrate that we have objective morals, which means until someone can demonstrate that we have objective morals, this is kind of a useless complaint. It doesn't matter if you don't like subjective morals, it's all you have. It's like I would love to drive like a Cadillac SUV to work every day. I used to work every day at an office. Now I just walk upstairs to my room. But I mean, I would love to drive a Cadillac. The reality is, I'm going to walk downstairs and there's going to be a cheap little used Chevy. Like it doesn't matter how much I want that Cadillac. There's a Chevy in my driveway right now. So like I get it. You want morals to be objective because it makes things so much easier. But you can't demonstrate there to be objective morals, and even if there were, you could never demonstrate them to be tied to the Christian God.
Yeah, and I went through, the Bible, like, and I wrote down every sin, everything that it described as sin, and I'm like, okay, so if these are all things that are bad according to God, then they're going to be things that are bad for us because God
But that's
loves
not
us.
that's not objective.
I know.
That's still
And
subjective.
yeah, and then I continued on, and I realized that I can't justify anything as good or bad for humanity because the only thing that defines good according to the definition of Christianity is God. So if God said it's good, then it's good.
Yeah.
Then
So
it's
And
just
it
his
doesn't really
subjective
matter.
opinion.
exactly.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Let's imagine for a second that there was a God. And let's imagine for a second that it did have rules that were handed down.
Mhm.
Let's imagine that we even knew what they were. We could even point to them and say, yes, these are it, the laws of Hammurabi or something, right? Let's imagine all that happened. Well, why? Why is it wrong for me to disobey these rules? It's still not objectively wrong for me to disobey because they're not objective.
Well, in the case of that, if we have the God and all that, then God built humans for a specific purpose. You know,
So
if you built a printer and it's not printing, then it's wrong. Something's not working right. So if humans are going around and they're not following the law, then in that way it is wrong
but
because they're not working in accordance to their purpose.
how do you know God's laws are even good?
God, they are good because God decided they are good.
So what?
It is
How do you
subjective
know?
to Him.
How do you know that God is good?
Well, we don't have a definition of good because it's all subjective. So I can't
Well,
say
you
that I
don't.
know
I
God is good or
do.
not.
I have a definition of good. Theists don't. Theists don't have a definition of good.
Well,
For a
I
theist,
can't.
good is whatever God tells you to do.
Correct.
But my definition of good is easy to define and it has nothing to do with God. But that being said, again, like if God was just evil and he
Well, what
gave you,
is
if God was evil and he gave you evil laws, how would you know it? Like, why are you just granting that God is good and that his laws are good?
well, we don't really have a choice.
We do. We
If
can say,
we're
hey,
given
listen,
that God exists and God
like,
created everything, it wouldn't
mhm.
matter if the laws were good or evil. It's God. You got to do what He says.
No, what if he's testing you to see if you're a dirtbag? What if you're getting like an Abraham test? He says, "Hey, Tristan, go. I need you to go burn down your neighbor's house." That could just be a test.
Yeah, and that's why it's not the most important commandment is love God with all your heart and mind. It's
Well,
not
no, no,
about
no. What if God's whole test is the people who get to go to heaven are the ones who would not bend the knee to a God who would command the most atrocious acts in the Hebrew Bible? What if the only one who gets to go to heaven are the atheists and the Muslims and the Christians and the Jews, everyone who bent the knee to a sycophant are the ones who aren't worthy of the paradise?
yeah.
Right? So that's kind of the thing is what we're trying to get at, Tristan, is you're assuming properties of God, and I don't know if that's a necessary thing. Like even in the Greco-Roman world, some of the gods were assholes.
Well, I was trying to see if there was a consistency between sin negatively impacting humans and, uh, so I was already granting the assumption. All those assumptions were granted in the premise, so I
Right. So,
couldn't do
but
it otherwise.
even Ezekiel says that God gave them bad laws in Exodus.
Yeah.
Right. So God literally could give you bad laws as a test. So like, how do you know whether or not you should even follow these laws? It seems like you're still at the end of the day stuck using your own subjective thinking faculties because you can't even know if God is giving you good laws. He might be giving you bad laws.
But that hasn't been consistent with my subjective view either. So if my subjective view sees that these laws are good, and when I act them out, it is a good life. I treat my
Ooh,
body as a
I hope
temple.
you aren't living out the laws given in the Bible. That would not be good.
I mean,
Which laws would be bad
quite a
to
few
live
of
out?
them. I Do you think you should be able to sell your daughter as a slave?
I I I don't believe that was commanded.
You sure about that?
And what is a slave?
Tristan. Oh, Tristan. No, no.
What is the what is the equivalent of a slave? Is it the same as the African slave trade? Because I think it's
It's
very
Yeah.
different.
No, it's the
it's
same
property.
thing. We'll cover
The
that. I hate that we have to do this with Tristan. He's such a nice kid, but we're gonna have to do it. Exodus 21:7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go as the male slaves do. So,
Okay.
and what kind of what is a
So
slave?
so it
Well,
says when a man does it, not a man should.
I never said that he commanded them to own slaves, although he does do that in the same chapter. We can cover that. But he says these are allowances. He says, when you sell your daughter as a slave, keep in mind, in the same chapter, he talks about some people who won't be slaves and some people who will be slaves. So he starts with, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall go out, or he shall serve you 6 years, but in the seventh he shall go out a free person. So he's saying, listen, if it's a male Hebrew, he served for 6, and then he's out. But if it's a woman, if someone sells their daughter as a slave, they don't get to go out. Now, he could have just said, listen, the women get to go out after 6 years as well. He didn't.
Well, where are they going to go? Women couldn't live on their own back then.
Back to their family. They can live anywhere they want to, and this is not a concern for Yahweh. Yahweh tells them to go ditch women all the time. In Deuteronomy 24, you can just divorce your woman. Deuteronomy 21, you can marry a foreign captive as a slave
Yeah, and then
wife,
Jesus
and then if you don't like her, you can
says
just cut her loose. Well, we're
in
not talking
Mark
about we're
that
not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Yahweh right now.
they're one and the same.
And Jesus ain't gonna make it
No.
any better.
He says
Jesus
God
won't.
allowed that because your
Jesus
hearts were hard.
Jesus won't help you here. We're talking about slaves.
Okay, but Jesus talks about this.
No, he talks about divorce.
Yes, what you just talked about.
And
Divorce.
not slavery.
Okay. The reason that we have these what seems like rules about slavery is because the way things were going in that time with the surrounding cultures, slavery was a constant practice that was followed by all the
Do
surrounding nations.
So
do you know what else was
Form
a
of
do you know what
slavery
else was a constant? Do you, Tristan? Do you know what else was a constant practice that was practiced among all nations? Idolatry.
Yes.
But Yahweh had no problem saying, "Don't bow down to idols."
Yep.
But Yahweh had no problem saying, yeah.
Right. Yahweh's not beholden to the culture. He doesn't have to give you laws that are in line with the culture.
Correct. But the
So
people
how many
they
how
weren't
many
going to listen. So he's like, look, if you're
well they
not going to not own
Tristan,
slaves,
they
at
didn't listen
least can you let them
anyways.
go the 7th year?
They didn't listen to any of the other laws anyways, Tristan. They didn't obey
Golden
any of those
calf.
laws. God knew they weren't going to obey any of those dang laws. Slavery wasn't like the one law they weren't going to obey. And also remember, when they left Egypt, they were slaves. They didn't have any slaves. If the story's true, they left Egypt slaveless. And then God turned around and said, hey, you can sell your daughters as slaves. You can go make slaves of the foreigners. He should have said, hey, you know how you're out here and you don't have any slaves? Just keep it that way.
This is Moses, right? This is
This is
Moses
God.
talking to the
Yahweh
Israelites.
speaking through Moses.
Yahweh
speaking through Moses.
Yep.
Yeah.
These
So
are
they're
the
ruling
ordinances that
people that
you
are
shall
not
set
following the
before
rules.
them. We agree they never did, not once. They never once followed the rules, so that's not a relevant talking point to this. If they're not going to, if you can't give rules because they're not going to follow them, then God shouldn't have gave them any rules.
Yeah, but God can command different things from different people.
But he never said not to own slaves. He explicitly says you can own slaves. Not once did he ever say, even after Jesus, not to own slaves.
Well, it says in the Gospels that there is no man or woman, there is no slave or free. Like
Well,
they're all
no,
children of
well, that's
God.
not in the Gospels. That's in Paul's work,
That's
but
Paul.
also that
Yeah,
doesn't
New Testament
negate
after the
that.
Gospels.
Yeah, but that's not a negation of the existence of slavery. That's just what's called I think it's called Neapolitanism, or it could be cosmopolitanism. Either way, it's the idea that within the mystery cults of the ancient world, that doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, doesn't matter if you're Jewish or Gentile or slave or free, everyone gets equal access to salvation, but it doesn't say that these roles or distinctions no longer exist.
Yeah, like you don't think men and women cease to exist, do you?
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's a really good point.
right.
And it says, I'm so sorry. I believe it was. He said to accept him back into his house, not as a slave, but as a
That's the
brother in
letter of
Christ.
Philemon. And
Yeah.
Paul was making a plea for that one specific slave so that he can go serve with Paul. He didn't say free all your other slaves. He didn't say slavery was wrong or anything like that. He just said, hey, this guy, now that he's a Christian, he'd be more useful with me.
Okay. So you argue that was one specific case.
Yeah, one specific case because Paul obviously had pity on the guy. Maybe Paul believed that he was being abused and wanted to make a case for getting the guy out of there because he just had a little bit of human empathy. But he never said to anyone, free your slaves. In fact, in Ephesians chapter 5:9, he addresses the Ephesian church on slaves. And he says, slave owners, treat your slaves likewise, meaning treat them with respect, according to what was previously in the passage. What he should have said if he was against slavery was don't own slaves. But that's not what he said. In fact, let me grab the verse. It was 6:9, not 5:9. I apologize. Let me grab 6 verse 9. Yeah, 6:1-9. Says, and slave masters, do the same to them. Stop threatening them, for you know that both of you have the same Lord in heaven, so on and so forth. So if Paul was against slavery, every time he addressed slaves, he should have just said, hey, don't own slaves, guys. But like,
I think a big difference is that I don't view the slaves as slaves, but more as servants. It's
well,
not like they're there.
They weren't paid.
Well, they got to live there. They got to eat there.
So what happens if you don't? What happens if you don't feed your cattle?
Yeah, they die.
Yeah, great.
Tristan,
You got to feed your slave. Yeah.
Were the slaves in Egypt, the Israelites, were they slaves or were they servants?
They were slaves.
And what word does it use to describe their slavery?
Slaves, yes.
It's the same exact word used in Exodus 21 to describe. It's the Eved.
Yeah, you're right. And Jesus freed the Israelites in Exodus from slavery.
Well, no, Jesus didn't do nothing like that. But just because Yahweh wants his people, just because Yahweh wants his special people free, doesn't mean that he doesn't mind if his own special people have their own slaves.
Right.
Just because it's like Paul didn't want his friend to be a slave, doesn't mean that Paul didn't think that slavery was okay.
Yes, but then later they break down the distinction between Jew and Gentile.
So only in regards to salvation. Everyone gets salvation, doesn't mean that slaves cease to be.
I mean, the final vision of that God gives in the Bible for Israel includes slaves. It says, your gates shall always be open day and night. They shall not be shut, so that the nations shall bring you their wealth, with their kings led in procession. For the nation and the kingdom that will not serve you shall perish, and those nations shall be utterly laid waste. So when God comes to vindicate his nation Israel, all the other nations got to serve him. The God of this book is not, he has no problems with slavery whatsoever. He could have easily said, don't own slaves. He didn't. He said, don't eat shellfish, don't trim your sideburns. Whatever you do, if you divorce your wife, don't take her back after she's been defiled. Don't do that under any circumstances. But you can own slaves and you can beat them so severely that they accidentally die a couple of days later. You can do that.
Which was a lot less harsh than what a lot of the other slavery was going on.
Nope, not true at all. In fact, in the Hammurabi Law Code 117, you only had to serve for 3 years and you went free in the 4th year. And the slave laws throughout the ancient Near East had roughly the same protections. One of the only differences is that in the Hittite law codes and the Assyrian law codes and the Hammurabi law code, they have laws for what to do when a slave breaks a law versus when a free person breaks a law. So like if a free person is caught stealing, they have a different punishment than if a slave is caught stealing. So they have slightly different laws for slave versus free. whereas the Bible only contains some laws that differentiate slave versus free. That's about it. The treatment of the slaves were roughly the same.
But the Bible specifically says that a slave owner could beat their slave so long as the slave doesn't die within 2 or 3 days, because, and the reason they give is because he is his property.
Mm-hmm.
That's Exodus 21:21.
Wait, so if he died after a few days, well, I'm sorry, it says as long as they don't die within a few days.
Yeah, it says when
Yeah.
a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. Now, we could bicker over what it means to be punished, but they're going to be punishment. But it says if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. Or in Hebrew it says kesef, meaning money or silver. But the reality is, if you beat your slave so severely that a couple days later they accidentally unalive, you're not going to be brought up on charges for it because it's presumed to be a total accident and also maybe even deserving. The other
Or it's presumed that they could have died from another cause that wasn't the beating.
You got it. It could have been another cause. Also, keep in mind that this chapter addresses Hebrew slaves. We don't know if they were treating the foreign slaves with the same amount of respect. In fact, Leviticus 25 would indicate that they were not, that the foreign slaves had entirely different treatment. And Deuteronomy and Leviticus spell this out. If you lend money to foreigners, you can charge interest. If you lend money to foreigners and you want to go collect it, you can just go collect it. You lend money to your own people, you have to treat them differently. You take a slave of your own people, you have to treat them differently. So I'm sure the reason why there are no rules for how harshly to beat your foreign slave is because they didn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see the distinction between Yahweh and Jesus in terms of how they prescribe.
Well, if Yahweh and Jesus are one, if you believe in a Trinity, that means Jesus gave these laws.
Correct.
Does God's moral system change?
No.
That means Jesus is pro-slavery. Listen,
not necessarily.
Tristan,
I think that it was extended.
Buddy, I know that this is a hard pill to swallow. I get it. The first time I read all the slave passages of the Bible, I guess I was probably about 21-ish, almost 22. It sucked. I get it. Like you're racking your
Christian back then?
I was a Christian. And I know right now you're racking your brain and you're trying to figure out how this can be not as bad as what it sounds, but the reality is you're going to go back and read this one day. Maybe even this week, who knows? It's as bad as it sounds. It's horrific.
Yeah, it's God's judgment. It's God's wrath. Yahweh's wrath on these people.
On why? Why is God's wrath okay with slavery? Why is it that a child can be born into slavery and God's okay with it?
Well, I don't think God is okay with it. I think that
children need God's wrath?
I think there's a difference between God's wrath and consequences from our own actions.
No. This is God's
and
wrath.
Wrath can be
consequences and wrath are different. Like a consequence of me jumping off my roof is I'm going to probably break both my legs. That's just how gravity works. Wrath is different. Wrath says, I'm mad at a thing you did, and because I'm mad at it, here's what I'm going to do about it. You can control wrath. You can't control your consequences.
But the wrath is important, and to a certain extent.
Why?
If you have, if you're in a courtroom and the defendant is guilty and they raped, they've killed your whole family, and then the judge is like, it's all good. You're fine. It's free to go. Well, then that's unjust to the person who is wronged.
I think you're missing the point, though. Why do babies need God's wrath? Why does God say that you can own children as slaves?
Well, I don't think that the wrath is directed towards the babies.
It is.
It's directed towards the parents, and it's the
Well,
babies get swept along in it.
well, how come the babies can't go free later? Why didn't God say when the babies are 18 they can go free?
The sins of the father, shit rolls downhill.
Why? If your parents said that, if your parents said shit rolls downhill, when you act up, your child's gonna pay for it. Would you be okay with that?
I mean, it's true. If I
It's not.
smoke, well,
It
I'm not
does.
a girl,
Nope.
but if I was
Nope.
pregnant and I
Nope.
smoked a bunch, my
Nope.
baby's gonna come out
Nope.
deformed.
Nope. Wrong again, Tristan. You keep reverting to consequences. We're talking about punishments.
The punishment
Punishments.
can be the consequence.
No, it can't. Punishments you have control over. Consequences you don't. The consequence of smoking is that you get cancer. The consequence of getting cancer is you might not live to see your children grow up. Those are consequences. Those are not punishments. A punishment is when somebody does something and you say, because you did this, I'm doing this. You get to control what punishments are. They're not like, God's not like, oh golly gee, my hands are tied. I can't tell them not to make children slaves. Their parents acted up. How weak do you have to make your God to justify these horrors? The God could have just said, don't own child slaves. Once they're adults, let them go free. He didn't do that. He says, I will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and the children's children into the third and fourth generations. That's Exodus 34:7. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to punish innocent people for the crimes of the guilty, but he does because he's a wrathful, vindictive prick of a God.
Yeah, he's a jealous God.
No, he's a prick.
In your view, yeah.
What would you call a judge if you committed a crime and the judge says, I'm going to lock you up, I'm going to lock up your next 3 generations? You think that'd be fair?
I think God's judgment is allowing your
Tristan,
consequences.
you're not answering my question.
No,
if a
it
judge,
wouldn't be fair.
It wouldn't okay, it wouldn't be fair. And why? Why wouldn't it be fair?
Because they are innocent.
Because they're innocent. Okay, and innocent parties shouldn't pay the crime for the guilty party, should they?
Correct.
Okay, and what do we
However,
call it? What do we call it in English when innocent people are given punishments for crimes they didn't commit, or when guilty people aren't given punishments? What do we call that?
Injustice.
Injustice, you got it. Which means when God is punishing non-guilty parties and then vice versa, letting guilty parties go, that is God doing things that are unjust.
No, because that presumes that everybody is innocent.
No, it doesn't at all. Try this again. I've committed crimes. Does that mean I should go to jail for unaliving somebody? Like if you committed a speeding ticket, if you get a speeding ticket, should you not be held liable for a murder?
No, but we're not talking about
You got it.
tickets.
Okay.
We're
yeah.
talking about original sin.
Well, we
didn't.
We didn't do original sin.
But that is the justification for it.
Well, is it not a good justification? It's called injustice then. If I didn't commit the original sin, I shouldn't be punished for it.
But we've all committed.
You're making it worse, not better. I didn't eat that fruit.
Yes, but you have sinned.
So
outside of eating
have I murdered someone?
No, but you've sinned in other ways.
Should I be punished as somebody who did murder somebody?
Well, the wages of sin are death.
Should I be punished as though someone who did? Should I be punished as someone who did murder?
You should be punished as a sinner, and the wages of sin is death.
It's crazy how all of a sudden you can't answer questions. Should I be punished as someone who committed a crime like murder?
God doesn't do.
It's crazy, Tristan. You started so honest in this dialogue, and now it's getting painful. Should I, as a human being who has never murdered somebody, be punished as a murderer?
No.
Okay,
if you did not commit murder,
fantastic.
You shouldn't be punished for murder.
And should children be punished? Should a 5-year-old be punished the same way an adult would be punished?
No.
Okay, that's right. So when God says, not only am I going to punish the children before they have ever committed a sin, because children don't sin in the Christian worldview, I'm going to punish the children and the children's children into the third and fourth generation for crimes they never committed. That's unjust. And right now, Tristan, listen, we know you're a decent, nice individual, but it's starting to get painful watching you twist yourself into a pretzel. I don't want this for you. You don't have to do this. You can just be honest and say this is horrific.
It's not really our choice. We are not the judge in this scenario.
I'm not asking if it's our choice. We're asking you to use the brain that you have in your head. You have a brain, and you know that it's not just to punish innocent parties for crimes they didn't commit, even when they're just little children. You know that's not right. So why are you making excuses for this Bronze Age deity? Why? Would you make the same excuse if you read this in the Greek histories? If you read in the Greek histories how, I'm sorry, my brain's farting, how Zeus came down and had non-consensual sex with women, would you make excuses for Zeus's action? No, you'd say that's horrible. He shouldn't be out here raping women. That's unbecoming of a god. You
Yes,
need to
but
use
that's different because
you need to
Zeus
use
exists in a
those
pantheon.
you need to use
All
those
right.
same reasoning faculties
No, I'm not
to
going to view
come to
Zeus and God as the same at all.
Zeus.
Zeus is a part
Zeus
of a pantheon.
Zeus is a god.
Zeus is a god.
Yeah.
God is
I
the
don't see
god.
the difference, but I don't see
Yeah.
any difference between Yahweh and Zeus.
Well, Zeus presumes he's part of the pantheon.
No
So
one
there's
cares.
multiple
So is
gods.
Yahweh.
So
So is
is
No,
Yahweh.
there's only one.
No, there's not.
No.
Exodus
Yes, there is.
12:12. He says, "I'm judging the gods of Egypt."
He's not saying that they really exist.
He is.
Yahweh sits. Psalm 82
He's
exactly
saying
says
you
that
are
they do
worshiping
exist.
these
Yeah.
people
Psalm-
as gods, and
Psalm
I'm
80
going to punish your gods,
Psalm
quotation
80
mark.
Psalm 82. Have you read it?
Just because you say something is a god doesn't mean it's an actual god.
No,
God has
Yahweh
ta-
says it's a god.
Yeah. Yahweh says, God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Give justice to the weak and to the orphan. He's addressing the other gods. Rescue the weak, so on and so forth. Then he ends with a proclamation of judgment. I say, you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like mortals. So he's literally saying these are non-mortals, divine entities, and they're going to die like mortals because God's upset with them. There's many
they're
gods in the
non-mortal
Hebrew Bible.
idea that they're concepts.
They're not concepts, they're entities. They're ruling over the nations. There are 70 of them.
Yeah, just like how greed rules over America. We worship the god of greed,
No,
materialism.
they're certainly not. No, not even close. They're not personified traits.
Yeah, because these personified traits come down and have sex with mortal women and produce offspring. Personified traits don't do that, but deities do.
Yep. Sirach 17:17, he appointed a ruler for every nation, but Israel's is the Lord's own portion, or Yahweh's own portion. This is the tradition. Like, I don't know if you know
He
much
appointed
about
a
your own.
ruler, a king for every nation. But in Israel, we don't have a king. We worship the Lord. The Lord is our.
You got it. Yeah, so there are multiple gods.
No.
Gods, yes. And every nation has their own ruler. Every nation has their own deity. This goes back way in the ancient Near East under the guise of a pantheon, where El was at the top of the pantheon. They had 70 sons. They're well attested to in ancient Ugaritic and other Near Eastern documents that find its way into the Bible. A lot of those children in that pantheon are in your Hebrew Bible. This is where this comes from. There was once 70 sons and a couple daughters. Anath was one of them, of the god El, and his wife Asherah, or Athirot in Ugaritic. And eventually they got wiped out of the pantheon, and Yahweh replaced El at the top of the pantheon, and Yahweh had to war against all the other gods and eventually was the supreme among them. That's why we have so many references, both inside the Bible and outside the Bible, stating that there are other gods.
but they're not really gods. They're
They
not
are.
real
It says
deities.
No, they
where do you
are.
Just
get
like
that from the
if you're
It,
where do you get
debating
that from the
with
Hebrew Bible?
it says they are. The Hebrew Bible says they are deities.
I say you are gods. That's
Like,
not ambiguous.
Tristan, I know that this is another hard pill to swallow, but the God concept of the Old Testament is not monotheistic.
Yeah, monotheism is something that develops after the biblical the text is written. At the very most, what you get in later Israelite history is what's called monolatry, which is the idea that there are many gods, but we only worship one of them. But the ancient Israelites thought the other ones existed.
So the reality is, now we've got two topics on the board. One, the Old Testament is not really monotheistic. There's many gods. Yahweh just wants you to think he's the best of them. Number two is this God is okay with punishing innocent parties for crimes they never committed, even when they're just little children. And for
innocent of
crimes,
those crimes, but not innocent.
no, innocent of those crimes. Yes, that's the case. You should never be punished for a crime that you didn't commit. What crime can a 2-year-old child commit?
I don't think that 2-year-old child was. I don't think that 2-year-old went to hell.
I didn't ask if they went to hell, but they're still slaves. They're born into slavery. What crime did they commit?
They didn't commit any crime.
So then
Bad things happened to good people.
why is God saying that they should be slaves forever?
It's the sins of their father. Stuff rolls downhill.
Does he hit
it is a
Tristan?
punishment for
Tristan,
the father
hey,
that
pay
his sons will
attention.
be slaves.
Tristan, we already covered this, Tristan. Pay attention. Does God have control over the consequences?
Yes.
Does he have to make the consequences slavery for children?
No, he doesn't have to.
Then the only reason why shit rolls downhill is because the shithead pushed it down. That's it. It's a decision that he made. He didn't have to do that.
What would you have had him do?
I would tell them not to own slaves.
Okay. I don't think we can escape that. I think that
Escape what?
not everything is a direct punishment. Part
It
of it
is.
is this is the consequence of your action.
No,
So this
Tristan,
is the
no.
punishment
No,
I'm
you're
doing.
wrong. Punishments aren't consequences.
I mean, they are.
I know you feel like they are, but they're not.
Yeah, like for example, Adam and Eve eat a fruit. It gives them the knowledge of good and evil. Punishment is now Eve has to like have horrible pains in childbirth. That's not something that just as a result of eating the fruit happens. That's something that Yahweh imposes upon her.
Again, Tristan, there is a difference between a punishment and the consequence. I already gave you the example. You already agreed with it. If I jump off my roof, the consequence is I get injured. That's altogether different than if my mother is going to punish me after I break my legs. The punishment is separate from the consequence.
I
So
think
again,
the confusion
if
is
God dictated that children would become slaves because their parents were bad, those are decisions. Those are punishments. Those are not consequences.
the punishment is he's allowing them to become slaves.
No, he commanded it. He told you to do it. Exodus 21. He gives you instructions to do it. I'll show it to you. Of the male Hebrew slave, he shall go out after he serves you for 6 years without debt, blah, blah, blah. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. Easy enough. Here's the fun part. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So God literally said, this temporary slave, if you give this temporary slave a woman and they have children, you're tough out of luck. That guy goes free. They're permanent slaves forever. That child didn't do anything wrong. Why is he a permanent slave? Tristan, now's the
But he gives
time.
him a wife.
Now's the time, Tristan. We're hoping you're actually honest. Are you going to be honest with this? What did that child do to become a slave?
I don't know enough about what being a slave was actually like to see it in the same light as you say it
You
as a slave.
do. You do work. You don't get paid. You don't get treated well, and you get beaten. Would you want to be my slave?
It depends on how good of a master you were. If
You
you
don't. You
only
don't get to
recommended the
Tristan. You don't get to choose if you get a good master. You get whoever buys you. That's it. So again, do you want to be my slave? You don't know anything about me.
No, I don't want to be your slave. No.
Oh, okay. There you go. Do you think that the child in Exodus 21 wants to be a slave?
It depends on how good the master is. It might
No,
be a
they
good
don't.
wife.
No child wants to be a slave. There's not a single
And
child
also, it
ever
doesn't
that said,
matter.
I'd like to grow up to be a slave. That's preposterous.
Yeah, and also it doesn't matter how good the master is. The child doesn't get to go free either way.
I mean, we don't let children go free until they're 18 for a good reason.
Agreed, but they're permanent slaves. They're born into it. How come God didn't say you can go free when you turn a certain age?
And also, your children aren't property to you. The slave child is a piece of property.
It's crazy. Kristen, you don't have to do this. You don't have to be on a live stream at 11:46 at night in front of, God knows, 2,500, 3,000 people. Who knows how many people are here defending slavery right now. You don't have to do this. You can choose to just come out and let the words leave your mouth that I don't agree with this. This is horrific. You can do that. That's a choice you can make.
I don't know enough, and I can't, and I'm not going to question.
You don't know enough to know if
God's
slavery is
judgment.
bad. Okay. Well,
Tristan, if Abraham can doubt God, then so can you.
Yep. And Tristan, unfortunately,
we can all
you've
doubt
demonstrated
God.
that it takes a religion to make a normal, decent human being adhere to absolute fucking atrocities. I can tell by your voice that you are a normal, rational, typically rational human being that probably is kind to others. But because of this religion, you're willing to affirm that God is just for punishing people who didn't commit a single crime with slavery for their entire life. Not because you know it's just, but because you're so wrapped up in this religion, you can't think for yourself anymore. You're demonstrating how toxic these religions are, and I hate it for you. You're better than this, Tristan.
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to. You are supposed to question God. You are supposed to doubt God, but
Then
you are
why?
supposed
Then
to
do
trust
it.
Him.
No, do it now. Now's the time to use your own critical thinking and say, yeah, slavery for children who didn't commit a crime is bullshit. Tristan, you're better than this.
I cannot judge God.
That's a shame.
I can't.
Well, we can. He's a vindictive, bloodthirsty asshole. And that's why this God is fiction. Also, he's a liar. All right. Tristan, it was good talking to you. I hate that it had to end this way, but best of luck on your journey, man.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you as well.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's fucking painful.
Tristan be twistin'.
It drives me insane because I know deep down that kid there is probably a decent kid. He's a decent kid, and religion has poisoned his mind.
If you would have talked to me when I was 17 years old, I would have sounded just like that. So there's still time for him to wake up.
I get it. Like, I know, Dalton, you've talked to him as well. We've met people, grown-ass adults, that will double down and be like, well, if God wants to do slavery, he can do slavery. Fucking what's wrong with slavery, right? Those people are just pricks. Tristan wasn't a prick. He was just captive. He was held captive mentally and emotionally by this damn religion.
Yeah. He's a victim. The others are just sycophants.
That's the right word for it, yeah. He's a victim of religion, man. I mean, what else can we say? All right, let me grab a couple super chats, friends. We'll get our last guest up in here. 12 Shepherd, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm learning so much from your channel. Thank you. You are insanely intelligent and dedicated to your craft. Well, thank you, 12 Shepherd. I'm saying the same obviously goes for Dalton. Dalton is phenomenal at what he does. I can't wait for him to start streaming as well in all the places that people stream. And Stop This Stupidity, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. But Randy Wilson coming in with 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I think that puts Deconstruction Zone up now. Holy shit. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. And our friend Dr. Joe is with us. Says, here's another $5 because you're going to need more stress toys. I know. I don't know how long this little stress ball is going to last, but we're doing what we can. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Also, Dr. Joe, please DM me on Discord or send me a text message. I have to talk to you about something very, very important when you get a free moment. Simple Programmer, thank you for the super chat, says pi is a transcendental number and so is non-repeating, so there can only be one pi. Again, Simple Programmer, I don't believe in transcendentals. You'll have to prove that, but thank you for the super chat. This super chat is transcendental, possibly. And TMJ, thank you for the super chat, says Christians are so delusional that they worship two so-called divine beings, Yahweh and Jesus. Then they follow the words of a human being, Paul, the Roman, who bumped his head. Make it make sense. This is fair. The Trinity doesn't make any sense, and not only do they believe in the Trinity, but they won't even follow the teachings of the so-called Trinity because they follow the teachings of Paul. And Danny, thank you for the super chat, says, praise Doug, hail the Rock of Ages, indeed, his stony hardness. And Bruce, thank you for the super chat, says, hey Justin, your YouTube channel is the shiznit. Well, thank you. If you have time, can you steel man the argument that Jesus replaced the Mosaic Law, then diverse or Dalton's rebuttal? I mean, so the argument that Jesus replaced the law is that you have to ignore Jesus's words. Or you do one of two things. You ignore everything Jesus said and you say, well, he didn't come to abolish the law, but he fulfilled the law. And somehow fulfill means abolish, even though those words are diametrically opposed. Then you would go to Paul and read all the parts of Paul in the book of Acts, like chapter 10 and chapter 15, where it talks about the law being done away with. Galatians 3:23, Ephesians 2:14 and 15, so on and so forth. And then you just say, well, Paul, said this. Now, the reality is the best hermeneutic for this, which nobody ever brings up, it almost never comes up. Origen did it almost 2,000 years ago, and Origen's answer was, Jesus told all of his followers to follow the law because they were all Jewish. He wasn't talking to Gentiles. And number two, because they weren't ready for the abrogation of the law yet. They needed time after his death to be ready for it, which is why the Holy Spirit revealed it progressively afterwards. That's the strongest position you can have as a believer. It's a terrible position to hold.
The Great Commission actually already debunks the whole, it's only for the Jewish people because Jesus said, make disciples of all nations, telling them to observe all that I have commanded you. So Origen needs to read his Bible again. Of course, Origen's like Rob. He thinks everything's allegorical.
Yes, 1,000,000%. And Bluebird says condolences for Pi. Well, thank you, Bluebird. I appreciate that. And Pi is going to be deeply missed. It's hard to overestimate how cool of a cat Pi was. It was like a dog in a cat's body. Pi was just really cool cat. We went on walks with us. I mean, he was really protective of my son as well. Like if another animal or somebody was getting too close to my son, he was on high alert. He was just a really good cat. Wiznilip, thank you for the super chat, says Ramsey Yusuf 93 WTC B member is now a Christian. I have no idea who any of that is. He was supposedly converted by Eric Rudolph, don't know who that is, 94 Olympics B member in federal prison. Now he's going to permanent paradise while you and I are not. Cool. I mean, I don't know what WTC is. World Trade Center? Oh, World Trade Center. There you go. Is now Christian. Yeah. Okay, yeah, people who do horrible things get to go to heaven as long as they repent. Well, that's what Christianity is all about. Whereas us dirty, rotten atheists who didn't do any of those things have to burn forever in hell. I mean, what are you gonna do? It's the price we have to pay for having morals and like actually holding to our beliefs properly. Good question. Says human, dog, and squirrel get morally outraged for a face slap. Same reaction for any brain size, species, or mind complexity. Is that still subjective? I would think so. Yeah, there's a lot of animals that have an intellect that allows them to not give a damn what's happening to others. I mean, think about lions. Lions will literally eat the young of other pride members just so they can gain an advantage in the pride.
Are they talking about dogs, humans, and squirrels get morally outraged when other people get slapped, or are they get morally outraged when they themselves get slapped? Because I think that's just a nervous system reaction.
I mean,
Obviously, if you slap a dog who has a nervous system in their face, they're going to react negatively to the pain receptors firing.
I assumed it was others. Maybe I shouldn't have made that assumption, but that was my assumption because obviously, if you hit them directly, they're going to react. That's just how the body works. And John says the lack of Christians in the queue is that they are waiting in anticipation for Jesus to come over them. That's what it is.
They're all in hiding because they're getting ready for the devil's birthday or whatever.
That's true. They're on their hands and knees waiting for Jesus to come inside them so that they don't get taken by Satan. And last one from Viera, not Viagra. Thank you for the 666. Says, have you worked with Paul Enns from Apologia? Yes, I've talked to him. We kind of had some discussions on and off about doing a resurrection topic. We're both busy. We haven't made it happen yet. We'll get there eventually. His content and knowledge of biblical history would be very interesting to you. I need this collab from Josh. Well, I promise we are working on it. We're going to make something happen. It's just, we've been both so busy that it's one of those things where it's like, we're trying. We really are trying. All right, let me grab. I know there's a bunch of super chats, friends, still left. I'm going to read all the rest of them after this guest, and we'll close out with the rest of the super chats. I'm sorry, we had a lot of them come in, and we had some longer conversations towards the end, so some of them haven't been read yet. But we're going to get Biscotti up from the queue.
Biscotti, Jesus, man. If you know the reference.
Unfortunately, I don't. I'm a loser.
No, this is Christian film, so I'm surprised you don't know it.
Listen, even when I was a Christian, I wouldn't watch Christian films. They're awful. Except for 10 Commandments, Charlton Heston. That was the bomb.
Oh, yeah. Got it on my shelf.
Pretty good. Biscotti, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Huh? I think Biscotti requested by accident then. We'll grab the next. We'll grab Nina and see if Nina believes in God. How you doing, Nina? Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Nina? No? Okay. All right. Well, apparently Nina was up here by accident. We're going to grab another one from the queue. We actually have someone with their camera on and is already ready. So let me grab our nameless guest from the YouTube queue. How you doing, Nameless? I'd say your name, but you didn't type it on the way in. But you're on screen right now. Can you see the screen or are you looking at it? It looks like you're looking at it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm Nina, actually. I
How
did
you
it
doing,
multiple
Nina?
times.
No worries. Let me
Okay.
type your name in.
It's Nina Barron. Well, I mean, I'm kind of embarrassed that I really have my name on here, but
Don't worry, it's Nina. We gotcha. We could make it a different name if you want. It's okay.
it doesn't matter. I don't care, really.
Well, Nina, are
But
you at
I
least
am 39 and I
Mhm.
believe in God.
Dope? Is it a specific God or a generic God?
I believe in Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. I believe in from what Jesus came from, the religion that, well, Jesus wasn't for a religion, but I'm from that line.
So you believe in Yahweh.
I believe in Yahweh. Yeah. I actually, before I even have a memory, my first prayers when I ate was Barukatah Yahweh Eloheinu Melech Haolam Shekoneh V'Devario. Because my dad's name is Ovadiah Benzavulim, but he's a black man. And my mom is a white woman, and I live in the Midwest. And it's very weird upbringing. Very strange.
Sure
Who created all
is.
things by his word? Was that the prayer?
You said what?
Nihaya Bidvaro.
No, I actually don't. I was taught that when I was very young, and I know very little things like Elohim or like titles, but that was just what we said before we prayed.
That makes sense. Okay,
Ah.
so you
Yeah.
memorized the prayer, but you don't know the language. That's fine. That happens.
Well, no, it means blessed be God, King of the universe, in his will all things consist, because we had to say it and also say the translation.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is you don't actually know Hebrew. You just know that prayer.
Yeah, and I know certain words like agape, or, like I know certain like church words, but yeah, I
Fair enough.
haven't actually formally studied.
Do you believe in the Trinity as well?
I believe not necessarily how people necessarily believe it. I believe that Jesus was a powerful person, but I don't necessarily believe that he is what he's represented as.
Yeah. So you don't believe that he's God. Do you believe that he's like the Son of God?
I struggle with that because that was very young that they did that, and then we went into Christianity real quick. And so I've been saying he's God for the majority of my life, and I think in this my older years I'm starting to kind of reint- reinterpret what that means.
Fair enough. So what would be the most favorable evidence or argument for this God existing?
Well, I would say because he's even in the Quran. I
Oh
mean,
boy.
he was a person of that time. I would believe that he was a person of that time. And
Jesus?
that Jesus was a person of that time. Yes.
We
And,
agree that
and
Jesus
not
was a real
necessarily.
person.
You said what?
So you and I agree that Jesus was a real person. I'm trying to figure out why we would think that he was a god.
Well, I would say that he lived with an authority unlike other people. And people interpreting that could interpret that as he was a god in that sense. But because I really wanted to ask you guys this, because you guys seem to know a lot about the Bible and testaments, and maybe you only focus on the Son of Man. Have you ever focused on, and I know what a lot of people say about the daughter of Zion?
Jerusalem? Jerusalem is the
Yeah,
daughter of Zion.
Jerusalem. Yeah, no, but she's actually, and wisdom, let's, if we go
Oh
to like
no.
Proverbs or whatever, the feminine aspect of all of this. I'm sorry, I can actually see your face. I don't mean
It's
to,
not
and
you.
this
It's
is,
not you. You're
I'm
delightful.
It's just that
sorry.
sometimes in poetic literature or cities are sometimes referred to as if they were women, but and Jerusalem just sometimes get referred to as a woman because it's merely just poetic.
Okay, and the bride that is talked about. So Jerusalem represents the bride and represents daughter of Zion. So what I'm saying is, son of man is poetic. There's sons of men. That's poetic.
Oh,
That
Well,
son of man
goes
just means in Hebrew ben Adam
humanity. Yeah,
means a human
humanity.
being.
And yeah, daughter of Zion is Bat Zion. And so I'm saying that over time, people believed there was a man who could fulfill these things. And for whatever reason, so many people believe that, and I believe there's a very good reason, is that he did fulfill certain aspects, because like he was supposed to, the Romans were supposed to be destroyed. He really believed that, like, or I'm not going to say what he really believed, but that was what was prophesied about, is that it would become the destruction of that. And what I'm saying is that the daughter of Zion, it in this, what I believe is because of how men kind of take things, it it is poetry, but Son of Man is poetry. And yet people really will die on a hill that the Son of Man happened. And I'm sorry, I see your eyes, and why
I
am
don't
I
know.
being weird?
I have no idea what you're saying right now.
Okay. So do you know anything about the daughter? Do you know about the prophecies in Ezekiel and
I
Jeremiah
know
and
I'm
about
very familiar with the prophecies. Yeah, that's
okay.
one of the reasons why Dalton and I do so many live streams together is because it's our favorite topic. Because we've
Okay.
read all of the prophecies and Jesus didn't fulfill any of them.
Okay, so this is my crazy twist on this, and this is going to make me sound absolutely insane, and I get it, and your eyes will probably go crazy. I was brought up reading the Bible. That was the first book that I ever read. And I remember the moment that I felt like I knew that I was like in touch with God. It was like when I was like 4. And I remember this guy, and my dad will always say what I said that day, and it's neither here nor there. Because, mind you, this is a very, the way that I was taught was probably very different than, well, I've never actually met anyone outside of my family of, kind of going into these types of things. But I will tell you, so I have read the prophecies. I'd read Old Testaments very many times, and this is gonna sound so weird, but I actually think that the daughter of Zion is actually a like prophesied person as well. And I
Oh no.
believe, yeah, no, I do.
So
I
so
do.
every reference to Bat Zion in the Hebrew Bible is always a reference to a city, being Jerusalem.
It is not always a reference to a city, just like in Proverbs when they talk about wisdom, and wisdom says, Yahweh possessed me, that is the feminine, says he possessed me. It has always been interpreted as such in Jerusalem. And like I said, the bride, and for instance, in Revelations, when it talks about and this is not, I'm not like coming on here to give like the prophecy of like she's
My
coming or
question, Nina,
anything
is
else.
where
Okay.
where in the Hebrew Bible does it ever give us an indication that the daughter of Zion is anything other than the city Jerusalem?
Okay, so who is the bride of Christ?
It's meant to be the church,
Okay, so what is the church? Because
a
there wasn't a
congregation of
church at that
believers.
time. That it wasn't a church at that
Well,
time.
there were no buildings called churches, but when we say church,
Okay.
we mean in the original Greek of the New Testament, ecclesia, which is a congregation or
Ecclesia,
assembly.
yeah.
It's the gathering together of the believers. Um,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
called the New
Sorry.
Jerusalem. It's different than the
Right.
Jerusalem of the Hebrew Bible.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, did the Son of Man ever represent anything other than an actual person?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Son of Man
Yes, he did.
just means human being. That's all it means.
No, no,
Well,
no.
in
But
the
when
New
they talk
Testament,
about the Son of Man, that's different because there's daughters of Zion
well,
there,
hold
and
on,
then
hold on.
okay,
The New
I
Testament
will.
and the Old Testament don't agree on what Son of Man means. So in the Hebrew Bible, Son of Man refers to somebody who is born from a human being. By the time
Hmm.
Jesus came around, this slogan, this phrase, had been turned into a messianic title. Partially because what we read in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, when it says, one like the Son of Man appearing on the clouds, so on and so forth. Well, when you read the Dead Sea Scrolls in like Enoch and some of the intertestamental literature, it's
Yeah.
clear that they had this idea that this one, like the Son of Man, became called the Son of Man, was a messianic figure. And so when Jesus was coming along, he thought he was going to fulfill Daniel chapter 7. That much is clear in Matthew 26. And so he refers to himself as the Son of Man because by the time Jesus came, the title the Son of Man had already kind of evolved in Jewish lore. But to be sure, this messianic title doesn't really exist in the Hebrew Bible. It's something that developed outside of the Bible.
Okay, so I didn't necessarily know that, but I do know in my readings, and I'm not saying that I'm privy to the most authentic version of what could be there. I do understand that. However, I am somebody who is very good at patterns. I'm very good at, you know, ways things are said. And I'm just saying the story of the Son of Man, and which to many, and you have to at least accept that many accepted this, that there was the Son of Man. And I'm just saying the same rhythm, the same cadence was there for the daughter of Zion. Now I will say,
I don't think so.
well, how? I mean, how not? Because like I said before, with but maybe you guys are, and maybe you can school me on this, because this is actually for like I literally do really want to know.
Mm-hmm.
And on a more personal note, and this is going to sound fucking stupid as hell, but I have read those passages many times. There was a time in my life, a very hard time in my life. I was 19. That was 20 years ago, literally, because I'm 39. I read it, and somehow I was at a friend's house and I was reading her Bible, and the translation, in which I literally have Googled since then, and there's supposedly no translation like that. But the translation of the daughter of Zion in this time that I'm reading it was grace. Somehow, something interpreted, and I don't mean this. Now, mind you, my name means grace. And the story between the older sister being what is Samarita, the younger sister Sodom, but in different versions they're not
Yeah,
necessarily
those are
called
cities
that. And
also.
yeah, no, I know their cities. I definitely know their cities, but their transgressions. Literally, when I read this when I was 19, I was in tears. It because I have studied my whole life, and it's not because I was seeking anything like that. And I like literature and stuff like that, but I understand metaphors. I understand these different things of when I say the similarities, to the point where my little sister died 3 years ago, and I felt like I knew she was going to die because Sodom got cut off. And I know this sounds
Nina,
very strange.
just to make
No,
sure, you
okay.
don't believe that you are a prophesied individual, the daughter of Zion, right?
Well, if I know that in saying that that would make me sound insane, but I am saying that for some reason my life has, there are very many implications. And
I
I
think
hate that you
Nina,
walked away.
Nina,
But
I
I
think
don't
what you're
mean to sound,
doing is that
oh
I
no,
think what you're
okay.
doing is you're engaging in pattern recognition seeking. That you see these vague patterns um, in the biblical text, and you're not reading the Bible quite literally. You're taking it kind of metaphorically and reading yourself into the text. And you're not the first person to do this. The early Christians did the same thing with Jesus. They found passages in the Hebrew Bible which were completely unconnected to Jesus whatsoever,
Mm-hmm.
and they read them metaphorically and they turned them into being passages about Jesus. But There are no passages in the Hebrew Bible that ever refer to the daughter of Zion as being a person.
Well, actually, there are different scholars that would actually say that with what they found would say that. But I do understand what you're saying. And mind you, I don't want to. I This is literally because of what it was only because of what you guys knew when I was listening to this, and I will definitely take what you're saying with the utmost notability, the utmost like whatever. I'm not a crazy person. This is not something that anybody would want for their lives. Like, and it's
And by
not
the way, you're
something that
not
I
you're
necessarily.
not the first you're not the first person I've talked to that does this, Nina. I know a guy, his username is Whack Job. His name is actually Jacob, and he thinks that he is the Jacob spoken about in the
Yeah,
book
the
of
Jacob.
Isaiah.
I get it. I get it. And but you know what? So for me, the things that in that 20 years ago when I told my daughter that I read it as grace, and I cried because I was like, this story, whatever. And just to hear me out, at that time my dad said, Nina, like, what are you doing? I literally buried that. Now, mind you, I have dealt with very like strong things that have happened in my life, and strong things as in terms of they could be diagnosable, and they were diagnosed. And I don't want to like misrepresent and I will tell you, in those moments there were very, very strong moments throughout my life, that I dealt with different things and I had to deal with. I was a high school student, seventh in my class. I was a cheerleader. I was a theater major. And I'm not weird by no means. If you guys met me and we had a drink at a bar, you'd be like, Nina's cool as shit. Like,
I drink with you,
I'm,
Nina.
yeah, I would drink with you too. I see your drink. Like, I would drink. Like, I'm not fucking weird, but I have these kind of questions, and nobody really around me can really like it. And so the last thing that I say, so all these years later, the up and down, tumultuous, the different things, and I can't even describe all the things that happened, but this year was like the first year where it was like, oh shit, maybe I could be. And it was because I went to my pastor and I was talking to him about how I thought it was important that Jesus's name, it wasn't just that he was Jesus, like, off of Joshua and the Greek term and da 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 da. Da. It was like, if there's power in that name, then there's power in the actual what the name meant. Jesus's name didn't mean God saved, which is just, as if it would say Elohim saved, or like Gavriel, that ends in L, that's God, but Jesus would have been more like Yahushua or something like that. Like and if there's,
Yeshua. In Hebrew would be
Yehoshua,
Yeshua.
because the prefix in English, Yahoo would be at the end, like Avad Yahu or Netanyahu. That would be at the end,
So
but the
I think
prefix
here,
would
Nina,
be
we really need
Yahoo.
to rein that. Really need to rein this in. You're making like so. Your claim
Oh,
is that there is
I'm
a daughter of Zion in the scripture that is a actual person as opposed to a city. In order for me and Justin to accept this proposition, we're going to need to see textual evidence from the Bible that states that the daughter of Zion is anything other than the city of Jerusalem.
okay. So, my maiden name is Nina Benzavula. Nina in Hebrew means grace. My mom's name is Anna. Her name
Chet,
means
chet.
grace as
The
well.
word the word for grace in Hebrew is chet.
Okay, well, Nina, the spelling of Nina, Nina translated does mean grace in Hebrew. Or does everything lie to me? Because if everything lies to me, then I'm okay with that
So,
as well.
so
Because
you can get words like chet. Oh, so not chet. Chet is sin. Sorry. Chen. Chen means grace. Chesed is like loving kindness, and rachum is mercy. But their Nina is not
Not a
a
word.
Hebrew word. Yeah, it's not a Hebrew word.
okay, so Nina, and it's well. Let me go. I didn't lose you guys doing this, so let me go into Nina Hebrew meaning, and then I can screen share. I don't know. There were lots of options.
I was wondering. I was like, am I
Favor
crazy?
or
Like, I
grace
don't
is in
remember
Hebrew.
Nina
Nina can
meaning.
be linked to grace, favor, or God was gracious. Shin.
I'm
Oh
saying here is that
no.
Nina is the
Meaning grace
diminutive
or favor.
form of the name Giannina, which is a what does Giannina mean though? Which means little girl.
Little girl is what it means in Spanish. And I do know. So you're telling me that
Yeah.
Nina, there's no, even though everything, when I look it up, everything of Nina says is derived, if you go the etymology of Nina or whatever, and not saying Nina itself is like a Hebrew name. I'm not saying that because, mind you, I have 9 first cousins and they're all named Hadassah, Jerusa, Sephora,
Oh
Jared.
wait, did you
Like,
say
I,
Hadassah?
yeah, Hadassah.
Is Hadassah a prophet?
Hadassah, what is Hadassah's story in the Bible? Me and
No,
Hadassah
your
went through
sister.
this.
Did you say you have a sister named Hadassah?
No, my first cousins.
Your first
My
cousin is
first
named
cousins. I
Hadassah.
have 9 first cousins,
Is
and it's
she on TikTok?
Sephora. I don't believe so, and she's super conservative, so she definitely wouldn't that. But mind you, when I told her about my story of like when I knew that I would say, she had a story of when she was 7 years old, she was in a room and when she felt like she was saved, she said that she heard a choir singing or whatever. That was something that came out this year. Mind you, I've known her my whole life. But yeah,
Is this the person? Hold on. You recognize that face?
I can't see
You
where
can't.
would the face be. I'm only now like in the invite.cam thing.
It'd be above
So I'm
your.
not
It should be above your head. You should see a preview of the screen that you're on. You
okay.
don't.
Oh, I
You
had
don't
to
see it.
exit out. I think no. Hadassah is white. I'm
Okay.
mixed. So
Thank
Okay,
Hadassah
okay.
God.
is my
It's
Okay.
not the
It's
same
mom's.
different
Hadassah.
Hadassah.
Yeah,
That's.
Hadassah is my, and I would be very surprised if she was on anything. She's
Yeah.
homeschooled, like her husband is like in the military. There, she homeschools her children. Like I'd be
But
very surprised.
to sum up, Nina, the word
Hmm.
for grace in Hebrew is chen. We don't have. I'm not aware of any. I've read the Hebrew Bible several times, and I'm not aware of any time in which the daughter of Zion is a reference to a person and not to the city. I think if the important thing is, are you able to derive this interpretation that you're bringing from reading what the scripture plainly says, or are you having to read into it something that's not plainly there?
Well, for me in my personal life, I feel like it's plainly there with what I read. However, I'm reading a translation of translations of whatever. But to the point where I read it, and I'm a paralegal. I'm not like this kook. Like, I literally, when I was 19, and mind you, 7th in my class, like, I'm not like a dumb person. And this is not anything that I tried to do. I literally read it and it brought me to tears. because it was so similar. And one, I understand for you guys that's not like definitive proof. And but this is what I will ask you guys. So if, because mind you, daughter of Zion, if she's attributed to the bride, which she is she not attributed to the bride of Christ?
Sometimes when we talk about Bat Zion or Jerusalem in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes it's a reference to the city, but sometimes it's used metaphorically to refer to the entirety of the nation of Israel. And sometimes the Jerusalem is referred to as being the bride of Yahweh, but it's because
Mm-hmm.
the people as a whole are married to
Yeah.
God in the Hebrew Bible.
And I understand all of those things. And I agree wholeheartedly with what you said. It is definitely a very distinctive interpretation, and it's real. I do believe that that is what they're interpreting. However, so the bride of Christ, if we're going off of scripture alone, so then with what Jesus is saying is that the bride will come, or not come, but he will come back for this bride or whatever, which represents a group of people and represents a city. Let's take what I said out of
Well,
the
in the
equation.
Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, it referenced a city. In the New Testament, they changed things up a bit, so it's not a reference to the earthly Jerusalem, but a reference to just the collection of Christian believers.
Of believers. And mind you, Christian wasn't a word then, so they weren't referencing Christian
Well,
believers. They were just,
it was a word in the first century. They had the Greek word Christianos, which meant follower of Christ.
well, that adding means that it wasn't there initially. So I'm just saying when Jesus was there, and I'm not saying one, you guys are, and I'm just talking like dialogue, because none of this means I don't respect what you're saying. None of this doesn't, and none of this doesn't mean that I necessarily, I'm gonna come off of here and like, oh, these people were stupid because they didn't indulge me. None of that is the case. You guys are very intelligent. Your words are very learned, and you know more in this aspect than I do necessarily. However, I have been looking and experiencing, because for the first references, do you believe in God? I believe that the creator, and I also believe that this actually goes to a certain extent across at this time across religions. I believe that the creator is the creator, and there is a creator that set things in motion that were going to happen. Now, do I believe that the
Nina,
Israelite, like the old, oh,
can I ask you a
sorry.
question?
Yes.
In the prophecy about the daughter of Zion, what do you think is being predicted for the future?
The daughter of Zion, well, that is who Jesus is going to be coming back for. But the daughter of Zion, Jerusalem, is so, and there's facets to it. So in one facet,
Well,
Jerusalem is going to be rebuilt, the temple is going to be rebuilt. There is
Correct.
that prophecy
I'm
of
curious
like that.
as to how it
Okay.
relates to you.
And I know, and it's a curiosity. So okay, so for instance, when you guys talk about Jesus, how could Jesus ever think? Now, mind you, I do think that Jesus's experience, because you guys both said that you believe Jesus was a real person. Wouldn't it have been Jesus like thinking of his life and reading these different scriptures and maybe thinking like, oh shit, that fits. Like,
Yes.
oh,
Well,
you know what I mean?
it's
I mean, I'm just
possible.
saying. I'm just
We
saying
don't.
a
Yeah,
possibility.
we
I
don't
don't
really
mean it.
know much
Stop
of
it.
anything. We don't really know
No,
No.
much of anything
I
about
agree
the
with Nina on
historical
this.
Jesus.
100% I agree with Nina on this.
Like
It's
you're
quite
reading
possible that
things and
he
you're
would have
like,
read
oh
himself into the
shit.
Bible.
Now,
Yep.
mind you, think about this. What are the chances that a girl in 2025 in America, brought up in the hood, brought up, but still has this crazy story. What are the chances that I could even think that it was even possible? And mind you, I really don't want to think that it's possible. I really don't want to. I have literally, like, because I do have a faith, and now I'm learning different things, and I don't even want to believe that it's possible. And I don't mean that if you guys agree with anything that it's going to put me on a crazy path, because mind you, I'm still going to have to go to work in the morning. I still have kids. I still have a husband. I still have two cats. If you could see, they're right here with me. I'm still going to smoke a cigarette.
Nina,
I'm
did I ever
not
tell you that
super.
I'm from the hood as well? But
Well, you know what? With the
it's
way
a
you drank that
it's
drink
this it's
and
a
the
slightly
way,
different hood though.
oh, what? Shut up. You're that. I do see
I
that. You're an idiot.
I I grew up in the smallest, tiniest town in the middle of nowhere. It was like white crackers on a paper plate in a snowstorm. We didn't
Well,
have
now
any
I
fun.
actually, yeah. Well, you know what? You are still a very intelligent, thought-provoking. At the end of the day, critical thinking is a huge thing. And I don't want anybody to think, and for instance, with my parents, because I have had very strange conversations with this about this, or with them, not just about this, but just about different things in general. Of, like, come on, guys, like, you can't.
So
Yeah.
I'm third.
here's
Sorry.
here's my
Okay.
suggestion for you, Nina,
Yeah.
for the next time if you want to end up. Also, you can't do that on camera.
Oh, I
Yeah,
Sorry.
make
can't
sure that we
smoke.
can't see that on
I'm
camera.
sorry. Oh,
Um,
sorry.
Next time you want to come up and talk to either me or Justin, I suggest that in the meantime, you look at all the references to the daughter of Zion in the Hebrew Bible, and you bring to us what it is that you think it is about you that the text is pertaining to, and whether or not what verses you think point out that the daughter of Zion is a person as opposed to a city, and then we can go through those and talk about those passages in specific.
And I do greatly appreciate that, but in general, so for the and in general, off the top of my head, I'm not looking at anything, I'm not doing anything, but in general, the when it goes through her distinctions, her personality, her formation, her being in the middle. Israel is in the middle, and then you have Samaria and you have Sodom. The characteristics of those things, when it goes in and it says different things of like, she'll despise her children like her
Mm.
mother and her husband, and things like that, things that maybe somebody wouldn't necessarily say out
Yeah.
loud, which are all symbolic. If you
Well,
go
so
into,
Nina, you are a
yes.
delightful human being, but it's 11:30 and I was supposed to end the
Oh, I
stream
get it.
30 minutes ago, but
Oh, sorry.
make me a deal. If you're ever in the state of Ohio, please tell me you'll hit me up so we can have a beer together or something, okay?
Well, how do we do? Because I live in Indiana, baby.
Shit. Sounds like it's already gonna happen. Discord me.
I don't know what that means. I'm 39 and not like my dad's name is Ovadihu.
I'm
I'm
41.
very I'm very smart, but I'm not. Oh, okay. So Discord, my stepson knows about Discord. I think I had it on my phone. How would I find you? Is there a name that I look up for you on Discord?
You'll find me. Search Deconstruction Zone, deconstruction.zone on
Oh, that
Discord.
these constructions. Okay, I
Yeah.
can do that, and
But
I
it's
would
big.
appreciate that.
There's 5,000 people on there. It's a big community. You'll find me eventually, though.
I don't. I'm not actually a shy person by nature.
All right, very
I'm
good.
just a transparent person. Like, I don't. If you see me, I mean, God sees all of this stuff. I
I
don't give a
believe
damn.
that.
Like,
I believe you're
yeah,
transparent.
like if He sees everything, like who gives a fuck? But
Well,
I appreciate you guys, and you guys are both like. This is really cool. This probably went better than any conversation I would ever have with my parents, to a
you're
certain
good.
extent.
You're a good person, Nina. We like you.
Okay. Well, I will hit you up sometime or another.
All right. Have a good one. Take care,
All
friend.
right, you too. Thank you. Bye.
Today was a unique day.
That was, yeah, interesting.
Well, listen, friends, it's 11:30. We were supposed to be done a half hour ago, but we had a little extra fun. I'm gonna read all the super chats that we have now. I don't know how many we have left, but we don't have as many tonight left as we had on Monday night. So we're not going to be here till like 2 in the morning reading supers. But thank you so much for being here, friends. I really appreciate everyone being here, and I really appreciate all the support. And guys, make sure while I'm reading super chats, make sure you've already followed Dalton on YouTube and TikTok if you haven't already. And he's got his link tree up now. If you want to send support to Dalton, you can send directly to Dalton. You can send him support for his work in this community and help him get his setup. He's got a computer coming, but he still needs a monitor, keyboard, mouse, and some other peripherals so that he can stream. Once he gets everything set up, I'll walk through the setup with him so he can get him on YouTube.
Do I need a separate, like a camera as well, probably?
Gotta get a
All
webcam. And there's one that I would definitely recommend. It's the one that I'm using right now for my vertical stream. I've got one for the horizontal, one for the vertical. That's a whole nother thing. You don't have to worry about that. But would definitely recommend this particular camera only because it works well in good light and in dim light, which means it doesn't matter what your surroundings are. It'll capture you pretty clean. So you should be all right. Let me grab some super chats. So Squid Pope, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says Jesus is a lich. He does magic. Well, that may be the case. In fact, I really, if you haven't read any of the writings of Celsus, please do. He was one of my favorite early critics that accuses Jesus of doing magic, and he does it so funny. He has a good, like a humorous way of mentioning it. I really think everyone should read the True Doctrine by Celsus. Pat says, what's for chow tonight? Cookout, Justin? Well, I had chicken earlier, and it looks like we had a little bit more chicken during the stream, but it was definitely burnt to a crisp. And Wolfman says, Dalton is wrong. Jesus is a lich, not a vampire.
Oh, okay. I was about to go to war with somebody.
Well, I don't know what a lich is, so I have no input on this.
Oh, a lich is like a necromancer who uses their magic in order to perpetuate their own life and come back from the dead and be immortal.
Yeah, it could be both. He was really into blood, also into necromancy. What if he was a vampire lich? Is that a possibility? Because
I don't see why not.
That effing fox again says Jesus isn't a lich, he's a zombie.
A zompire.
Oh, zompire. I see what happened now. I thought it was a misspelling. You're right. It's a zombie vampire, zompire. That's pretty good. Well, he could be a lich zompire. Zomper lich. Robin,
he's dipping his toes in all the pools.
Dip the toes, friends. It's fine. Just make sure you get some Kraken in you. Robin sent one DZ Debate membership. I appreciate that. And Adam, thank you for the super chat. Says the Trinity is siliqui. I think you're using a play on word with silly, and I do appreciate that. That was pretty good. I like that. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, as leader of the Illuminati, we are not lizard people. We are not responsible for that. Trump was totally Hydra. Wait, what? Responsible for what? Wait, what does Hydra have to do with the lizard people?
Yeah, they're saying that they're part of the lizard people and they're not responsible for Donald Trump. That was the Hydra people.
Oh, guys, listen, commas are important. I'm not good at reading things without punctuation. You have to understand here, I spent like half of my adult life learning punctuation for Greek and English and Hebrew and punctuation. Although punctuation in Greek is not really existent.
Punctuation in Hebrew is hard as fuck.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. The Masoretes gave you a little bit of punctuation, but prior to the Masoretes, it was pain. But listen, friends, please, punctuation really does matter. I don't know where to place the comma mentally in that sentence. You have to help me out a little bit. I've been live for 6 hours. A comma goes a long way. I love you, friends, though. I appreciate it. And JJ, thank you for sending out one DZ Debate membership. I appreciate that. And Lord Illuminous Pooh says UFO, unidentified flying object, but if you identify it, it's just a FO. Then if it lands, it's just an O. Fair enough. That's what you're going to say if it lands too. I mean, it checks out.
Oh, that reminds me. I was good. I was good at clocking in the ancient alien guy. I was really good at clocking in what Nina was on about.
You really are. You're good at reading people. You've had a skill for it. Darth Smidius says circular logic argumentatives prove there isn't one. Christ is king. Well, unfortunately for you, Darth, you didn't actually provide an argument. What you've provided is a claim that you have zero evidence for, and literally everybody that has come before you has failed to prove the validity of such claim. And I assume you super chatted this because you couldn't prove the validity of that claim either. Christ wasn't king for even 1 millisecond. In fact, the only crown he ever had on his head was a crown of thorns because they were mocking him because he wasn't a king. In fact, I'm now more king than Jesus. I have a real crown, and nobody put it on my head to mock me. So, I don't have to tell you, put that in your Christian pipe and smoke it. I'm king. I'll take your tithes and worships now. Chick Magnet, thank you for the super chat, says The Preacher and the Slave, Pie in the Sky, is a labor song by Joe Hill. The tune is In the Sweet By and By. Find the Utah Phillips version. Well, I guess we got another one to add to the list. I gotta be honest, I thought we would run out of songs at this point. And apparently there's no end to there's no end to the list of atheist music. Thank you for that. And Johannes Brahm says, I love it when believers say God is beyond understanding, but because it's an admission that they literally don't know what they're talking about. And this is so true, Johannes, because if you're telling me that God is beyond your understanding, you're saying I can't understand God. Well, fucking neither can you. You can't understand God. You don't know anything about that skyfaring.
Honestly, screw the author of Second Isaiah for putting in that one line of his ways are higher than your ways, your thoughts. That line has done so much damage to the Christian mind.
It really has. It really has. Z Corp says you're going to find out eventually. Laugh. Z Corp, listen, you got to understand, like, nobody's afraid of your thoughts of hell. Like, if we were afraid of hell, we wouldn't be atheists. Like, we're no more afraid of the Christian hell than you are of the Islamic hell. This is such a silly thing. But at least thanks for demonstrating to, the 2,000 people watching, like, how toxic and stupid your religion is. That rather than actually caring about people going to hell, you're literally making fun of people who, in your worldview, you believe will be tortured for all of eternity in hellfire. If I literally believe that, I would do everything I could to save those people rather than making fun of them. Like, imagine watching somebody getting tortured and making fun of them in the act. What a heartless, POS.
The only downside to being an atheist is that if I'm right, it means I won't have the opportunity to point at you and laugh and tell you, told you so, because we'll cease to exist.
Indeed. And you know who's going to care? Not fucking me. I'm not going to care about a thing once I'm gone. There was a famous gravestone. I forget who it was, but it was like, I was, and then I was not, and I care not.
I was not, I am. Yeah, I was not, I am. I am no longer, who cares? And that was, I don't remember the name, but there was a certain philosophy among the Romans where they were basically nihilists in the ancient world. And it did not believe in the afterlife. And I think Bart Ehrman talks about this specifically in his book on Heaven and Hell, A History of the Afterlife. Really good, interesting philosophy.
Well, it's one of the reasons, too, why the Romans, they didn't bury, but they cremated the dead. They didn't bury their dead typically unless they were like criminals, threw them in a mass grave. If you were a normal human being, they just cremated you because your body wasn't going to resurrect. What are you talking about? You're done. But also, last thing I'll say is Z Corp. It's YOU''RE. You are gonna find out eventually, but I mean, I can't expect you guys to know how to spell on top of everything else. Chris says, I didn't pay my exorcist, so I got repossessed. That's good. That's good. I think you get one of these. That was good. Dan, thank you for the super chat. Dan says, rumor has it the Phil Bros are out in force tonight, 3 in a row now. That's true. We had some goofy Phil Bros, but they were weak Phil Bros tonight. They weren't even like good. I was a little disappointed,
Oh yeah,
to be fair.
I started doing a pre-show before your show, like an hour before you go live. I started doing a pre-show. I had a Phil bro come in, and basically I managed to get him to not talk about philosophy and talk about the Bible. Absolutely humbled him. They never know. He basically admitted straight up, I don't really know the Bible.
Phil Bros have no idea what's in this book. That's why they engage in the useless philosophy, because they think they can bypass all the hard work. But yeah, it's embarrassing. When I was just started streaming, I was doing what you were doing, where I'm like live 12 hours a day, and I remember like pounding the pavement. That was a tough time, and a year or two from now, you're going to be going from 12-hour streams to 6-hour streams.
Yeah, well, I
Hopefully.
go to work. I wake up and I go to work, and then
Fuck
literally
that.
as soon as I get home, I do this most days of the week. So I am working myself.
It's exciting to have somebody else hot on the trail. The more people we can deconvert from this religion, the better. Let's get them all out of here. Lynn, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I missed the beginning of the stream. Did I miss something? What happened to Pi? Oh, well, I'm sorry you probably didn't hear yet. Pi, unfortunately, you guys might have heard previously that he was sick. He was in the ER, and I thought that he was going to make a full recovery. And then I didn't mention him for a while because eventually it became clear that he wasn't going to make a full recovery, and he didn't make it. Rest in peace, Pi. We love him and miss him. He was the best cat ever. And unfortunately, he is now under the care of Doug and Sharon Stone. Pi is no longer with us. But he left all kinds of memories for us. And Jeff says, sorry about Pi. I hope your son is handling it okay. Thank goodness, actually. My son doesn't really have an interest in pets yet. He's not attached to any pets. But could you imagine if he had grown up with Pi and he was a little bit older, losing. I remember the first time we lost a pet when I was younger and I was old enough to comprehend it. I didn't like it at all. But thank goodness he's not at that stage. But yeah, unfortunately, Pi did go to Sheol. And Eggnog says, thinking of deconstructing from vertical to horizontal tips. You don't have to deconstruct from vertical stream to horizontal stream. You're on the same team. You're in the same church building, friend. And Gretchen, thank you for the 666, my friend. Says, what's up with the Philbro assault today? I know. Because we mentioned morality, and they just assumed, oh, somebody's talking about morality. Atheists don't have any morals. And they thought that they found something to talk about when they don't. They have nothing to add to the morality debate. For fuck's sake, also, have we had any updates on Creed lately? Never thought he'd come around. Hope Creed is still okay. He's doing okay, actually. He messaged me on Discord like once or twice a week. I apologize now, Creed, if you're watching this, that I don't get back to you sooner, but I answer like 100 messages a week, and I got to be honest, it's just hard to get to everybody, especially when they message me multiple times a week. I love you, Creed, though. I'm glad that you're working through it. I really am. Atlas Die, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate this. It says, I love it when theists argue for objective morality. Baby paste. I love it. I'll never get over baby paste. I love doing baby paste. The swelling of the wasp sting. Putting wasp sting in a sentence for a guy who has a lisp is diabolical to my face. Is doing much better thanks to cold Doug from the freezer. Praise like I told you that, Alice. Put some Doug on your face, some freezer Doug on your face. You'll be fine. Doug always comes through. Atlas, we're glad you're okay. We love and appreciate you in the community. We really do. And Tim says, shirt idea. Playing tag with God. I do kind of like that, actually. That is a good idea. We should have a playing tag. I'm going to put that on my merch list. Hold on. This it.
I think we need Saint Pie merch now too.
Mm-hmm. We got it. All right, it's on the list. It's on the to-do list. Zedstone, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Let's go Blue Jays." I agree. Let's go Blue Jays. If you're from the north, you're almost compelled to root for our neighbors in the north, the ones that didn't elect a crazy totalitarian dictator for a leader. Cascade, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "What if we introduced the 'your religion cannot survive without indoctrination' topic?" That's an interesting idea for a topic. Your religion cannot survive without indoctrination. It's a little bit wordy. We can probably shorten it down. We could do something like your religion is brain rot. I don't know, something like that. I'm sure we can find a way to center on religion. The reason why I do this topic so much, which is your God is imaginary, is because it's a pretty wide umbrella. And so anybody who believes in a God will call in. It maximizes the amount of callers that we get. That being said, that wasn't always the case. When I first started streaming, TikTok, the TikTok algorithm was different. If you did a stream like the Bible supports slavery or the Bible is misogynistic or something like that, if you did a really niche topic but that was really aggressive, TikTok, it would blow up like crazy. It's just not the same anymore. The algorithm's different. I'm dual streaming now. It seems like these broad topics bring in more people so you don't run out of people to talk to. And got to be honest, when you're doing these live streams for 6 hours, the bane of the existence is when you don't have people to talk to. Nobody wants to have dead airspace. It's one of the problems right now with like the atheist experience and the line. We can't get enough calls to keep anything going because we're only streaming to one location. That's why I stream 2 different YouTube streams and another stream to TikTok, because it guarantees that we get callers rather than having to fill dead airspace or having to talk to other atheists to fill time. You know what I mean? Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Here's $10, even though you should pay us to stick around and listen to Rob." Listen, I agree, Dr. Joe. You won't get any dissent from me. Rob is so unbearable. We should have to pay the audience to sit through it. I won't take him ever again, Dr. Joe. He's done. We're never talking to Rob again. He's if you see Rob in the TikTok queue, ban him. He's no longer allowed here. He's proven himself too many times to be a dishonest POSFF. He's done here. We're not going to talk to him a 6th or 7th or an 8th time. No more. And Pokey, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, "We had to put our grumpy old man cat down tonight." I'm sorry to hear that. So I'm deep in the fields with you, Justin. Rumble and Pie were the best boys and are resting in peace. I agree. Rumble and Pie were the best boys. You get used to it. Like I get used to my morning ritual. For those who don't know, my morning ritual is coffee and reading and petting the cat. That was my morning ritual. It used to be that plus taking the dog out for a walk. And Pie went for a walk with us. That's how good Pie was. Pie would follow us around the block on our morning walks. He was just like having another dog. He was amazing. But unfortunately, Pie is with Rumble in peace. And Machiavelli says, "Is Rob a divine command theorist?" He is. If so, ask him if God commanded him to kill his closest loved one. Would that command be moral? Yeah, the answer is yes, by the way. I've asked him this already. He committed the baby paste. But I watched the Rob video on my main channel. I don't know if it's posted on DZ Debates. I can repost it on DZ Debates. Rob committed to having his wife raped if he committed adultery, and he committed to making baby paste. He's a POSFF.
Shocker.
Who's surprised by that, right? No one's surprised.
No.
And Matt Rock says, "Wait, can Rob not intuit that Absalom was non-consensual? Guess morals aren't written on his heart." It's crazy that you can read the Absalom story and not realize that it's rape. First of all, there's no word for rape in the Hebrew Bible. It doesn't exist. The only way you'll ever see it is by inferring from the text.
You didn't present it in a syllogism, but like you basically gave us like a good syllogism. Like P1, the penalty for adultery is stoning. P2, David's wives were not stoned. Conclusion: they didn't commit adultery.
They couldn't have. David surely would have had them stoned. And it's clear that they were aware that the punishment was for adultery was execution, because when David is confronted by Nathan, Nathan has to explicitly say, "You won't die. Instead, your son will die," basically. So Nathan is announcing, hey, this is an abrogation of the law. You won't die. Your son's going to die in your place, basically. So, like, they knew, theoretically, when that story was written, that there was some kind of a law code that entailed death. And the wives didn't get it. They were not punished. They were not given death. They weren't punished at all. There was no punishment ever given to the women. They were given their own household to live in. And they just didn't have sexual relations with David anymore because they were defiled, which is in keeping with the law. In Deuteronomy 24, what happens if you divorce a woman and she sleeps with somebody else? She can't come back to you because now she's defiled. You would be defiling your own bed, which is, last thing I'll say about that, which is actually kind of funny, because David himself breaks this law with only one of his wives. He kept the law, except for one wife. With Michal, she was given to another man early on. Saul didn't like what David was up to, gave his wife to another man. They were married for 13 years, had like 5 children together, and then later, once David was in charge, David said, "I want my fucking wife back. Give me Michal." And he took Michal and her children. But we don't know. We don't know if they ever actually consummated their marriage beforehand. If they didn't consummate the marriage beforehand, it's possible that she didn't actually defile the marriage bed when David took her back. I don't know. It's messy. It's a messy situation. But the reality is there's no reason to believe that the women committed consensual adultery. That's fucking insane. Douglas says, Shale, 524 through 25. Doug, rock hard for Doug. Spoke standing, lying vertically or horizontally. I will bless you with my stalagmite in any position equally for infinity. I like this. This touches a lot of notes, including a little bit of a innuendo. I really do appreciate that. Anytime you can put an innuendo into a super chat, I'm all game for it. Dr. Fudge, speaking of the devil, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, it didn't say they didn't consent. It didn't say they consented either, dingus. Oh, that's a good word. I haven't heard that in a while. Also, sorry to hear about Pi. I was destroyed for a week when my childhood cats had to go. Yeah, listen, if you love pets, and guys, you guys know I love dogs, cats, and babies. This is my trinity: dogs, cats, babies. Those are the things I love. And it hurts you when you lose a pet and you really love pets. I can't imagine what people go through when they lose a child. I would lose my mind. You'd never see me again. I would disappear into the night. You'd probably figure out what the fuck happened to Justin. I don't know how people live through that. But I can tolerate losing a pet. Dr. Fudge says, oh, yes, I just read that. Thank you, Dr. Fudge. P.S. says Mike Winger had the biggest goalpost shift last Friday. Errors in the Bible don't affect theology. Doesn't he hold to inerrancy? So that's a good point, because there's two ways you can look at inerrancy. The Chicago inerrancy statement is kind of clear, but not entirely clear. But typically Protestants would hold to inerrant in everything that it says. Catholics hold to inerrancy, but they don't, and Orthodox too, but they don't believe in inerrant in everything that it says. They shift the goalposts. They say it's inerrant in everything that it teaches, meaning theological.
Pertaining to faith and morals.
Gotcha, exactly. Yeah. So if you're not Protestant, you can hold to inerrancy a little easier, because you can say, well, it's not important to the theology. The theology is this thing that's inerrant. It's kind of like how they do papal infallibility, but the Pope is only infallible when he's making an actual promulgation from God. He's not infallible in any other area of life. So they have like these carve-outs. Now, Mike Winger's a Protestant. So I don't know if he is leaning towards the Catholic version of inerrancy or not, but I know enough about Mike to know that I think Mike is not a dishonest apologist. I think Mike truly believes the nonsense that he speaks. If I ever talk to Mike, I feel like we would have a cordial conversation. Obviously, we would never find any agreement. We wouldn't agree on anything. But I do think of among the apologists, Mike Winger, I think has good intentions. I don't think he's out here trying to lie to people. We have plenty of apologists trying to do that. I don't think Mike Winger is one of them. I just vehemently disagree with all of his positions. What are you going to do? Lee here says, so upset to learn Sharon is not a rock. What is our apologetic excuse, please? Well, she is a rock. She's petrified wood. She's made of calcium. Calcium is what lime is made from, essentially, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think limestone is made from calcium, is it not? As far as I can tell, Sharon is in fact a stone. The co-redemptrix of salvation, friends. And Snipnut says, I'm glad this schism is finally over. It is, and all have accepted truth of the... Snipnut! That is not true. We have not accepted the truth of vertical supremacy. Both streams are equally valid, friend. There's no schism. And Migomaz says, how you doing, compadre? I think you mean compadre? Compadre. Well, listen,
I'm pretty
compadre.
sure he meant compadre.
I think he meant compadre. Well, Migomons, we're doing well. We're glad you're doing well. And thanks for supporting the channel. And also, he corrected. We got it. Migomon says compadre. We knew that's what you meant. Well, thank you for letting us know. I really do appreciate it when somebody mistypes a chat and then corrects it, because it lets me know that maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe they just mistyped it, because sometimes it's hard to know the difference. And Jammin' J says, Doug is hard like Fe or iron. Fe is the abbreviation for iron. I hear Sharon prefers WXD.
What is the element W?
I don't know what the element W is, but typically XD is the pre-emoji symbol for laughing.
Element W on periodic table. It is tungsten. Tungsten.
Shit.
Yeah, because she's sinfully wet. She likes tungsten.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, Sharon does prefer tungsten. That is clever. I haven't memorized the table since high school. When you guys were in high school, did you have to memorize this? I had to memorize this crap.
I did, but I was such a shite student because I was far too busy in my free time studying the Bible, because I thought, what's the point of getting a good education? I'll just become a preacher. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong.
I get that. I was selective in which topics I gave my attention to. We'll say that. Aaron, thank you for the super chat, says, if you dig Hand of the Almighty by John Butler, and I do, which, by the way, John, I don't just love John Butler's music. I actually had the opportunity to meet and know some of the family members of John Butler, and they're just really cool people. But anyways, I love that song. It's my favorite anti-worship song by John Butler. It says, you should give the Ballad of Onan by the Poxy Bogards to listen. A great tune. Okay, well, I'm writing it down right now. I cannot believe how long this list is growing. It's called the Ballad of Onan by Proxy Bogards. Okay.
Poxy.
Oh, Poxy. Ooh, sorry. Yeah.
Poxy.
There we go. By Poxy. We got it. All right. Thank you for the suggestion. I appreciate that. And Danomite Poop. Good name. Hey, Justin, I was wondering if you have heard about objective morals. As it turns out, today was the first. I just now heard about them. I was thinking you should try it for a topic of conversation sometime. We could do a narrow topic one day just on morals. But I don't think we need to. I think it comes up so much on this broad open topic that I don't know if we need to narrow it down. But thank you for the super chat. And Space Lord says, you don't have to be God to resurrect. If you are God, you could do it. the Christians have the reasoning exactly backwards. Well, this is addressed in some of the early critiques by Celsus about there are other people that resurrected. It doesn't make them God. So in book 3 of Against Celsus, Celsus lays out an argument for resurrection without being a god, and Origen doesn't deal with it well. He struggles to explain why these other resurrection accounts were mundane, but Jesus' resurrection account is special. And again, it just comes down to Jesus is more meaningful. So, for example, in book 3, like all the way in like chapter 20 plus, he says like, well, nothing was accomplished. When Aristeus rose from the dead and appeared to many, there was no accomplishment. They just put a statue of him next to Apollo. Nothing was accomplished. But when Jesus died and raised, he accomplished the cleansing the sin of all mankind, right? So he's like trying to rationalize, like, well, multiple people will certainly have resurrected according to the record, but Jesus is the only resurrection that actually did anything. I'm like, motherfucker, that's your mythology.
I feel like after as often as you reference him, I need to read Contra Celsus.
Dude, I gotta be honest. So Julian's good, by the way. If you haven't read Against the Galileans by Julian, it's super good. You can read it in a weekend. If you're reading Contra Celsum or Against Celsus, as is in English, it's long. It's lengthy, hundreds of pages. It takes a long time to get through. Totally worth it. His arguments are amazing. Now, you could just read True Doctrines, which was the works of Celsus that are preserved by Origen that he's refuting. You can read all the arguments of Celsum in one shot. However, I don't recommend it. Read all the arguments from Celsus from Origen and watch Origen literally fight the boogeyman trying to get rid of these accusations and failing miserably.
Book idea for you to write. You need to go through Justin Martyr's arguments for the fulfillment of prophecy and refute him as if you're dialoguing with him, Justin on Justin.
I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I need to make that a reality. Yeah, I really do. Guys, I can't tell you how excited I am to get working on my book again a little bit this month. I finished Isaiah chapter 9, and it's a fucking doozy. Christians aren't going to know what to do with it. Zedstone. Oh, what was I going to say?
I will say a really good book you need to read for research on, especially in regards to the concept of Isaiah 9. There's a lot of good stuff in Dan McClellan's book. Yahweh is Yahweh's divine images.
Yeah.
The idea of like why the kings of Israel can be called by names like El Gibor and Aviad. He goes into detail about how God can be presenced by kings. It's a really good
yeah, it's in there. We cover theophoric names. We cover the whole thing. I show examples from ancient Egyptian literature and other extra biblical literature of people getting theophoric names even though they weren't gods. I'm going through the ancient comparative literature for this book. It's going to be full of really good stuff. Zedzone says, I couldn't care less about the resurrection until, well, after someone can explain the divine insemination. This is a good point. The divine insemination, according to the Gospel of Luke, happened like this. The Spirit of God came upon Mary, which means it was basically Bukkake Fest. Gemma J says, they are all watching Chuck Cucks Treadwife shill for views at Ole Miss. That's why there's no guests tonight. Be safe out there, friends. Nazi paladins are everywhere. Oh, Nazi paladins is what you're saying. I mean, listen, I don't know what's happening at Ole Miss, but yes, there certainly are times where it's hard to get callers. And when there's a really big sporting event like the Super Bowl, I would not stream during the Super Bowl. That's a hard time to get callers. And Mike says, does Dalton still need a mouse and a keyboard? I may be able to hook him up. Got some decent hardware I don't need anymore. I don't know. Do you need any hardware for the PC?
I actually have like saved. I appreciate Mike, but I've managed to make more money in the past couple of days than I usually make in 2 weeks, and I think I can afford. I'm probably going to be very particular about the keyboard and monitor that I want. I'm going to get myself one of those RGB keyboards that make clickety clackety sounds for my little ADHD brain. Yeah.
I did the exact opposite. I have a dead silent keyboard. I tested like 50 keyboards before I found one that was this quiet. No one ever hears me typing. It's amazing.
No, we can't. I can't hear it. I never noticed.
Yeah. I'm typing during the entire live stream. No one ever hears it.
Yeah, well, I like to write a lot in my spare time, and writing is how I remember a lot of these facts that I keep up here. But I would like to clickety clackety. I like the sound.
Yeah, I'm with you. Write it down. That's the best way to remember anything is write it down. Take notes. My aunt does that. My aunt, when she reads a book, she writes notes in a notebook while she's reading the book, so that later she doesn't have to read the book again. She can just go through her notes and get the important stuff. It's a really good idea.
Yeah, I write once and never go back to it, but writing about it helps me able to systematically break down a topic. And also, in my spare time, I have fake debates with no one to practice the debate points.
I love it. First name, last name says, is the cheat sheet a subscription or a one-time buy? Well, I'll tell you a secret. It's a subscription, but technically it's a one-time buy until you lose the link. Once you lose the link, you no longer have access to the cheat sheet. I mean, so it's on an honor system. Like, I update the cheat sheet every week, no matter what. Almost every day I add something to the cheat sheet. Sometimes it's small, sometimes it's major. But the reality is it's basically a living document. So, but I leave it up to the community. Like, if you want to subscribe once and then cancel your subscription and then make sure you never lose the link, that's fine. If you do that, like, I'm still gonna sleep at night. It's okay. I'm not worried about it. Are there people that are willing to be continual subscribers and be like on the honor system? Sure, of course, and I love you for it. That being said, I don't want to make it like I don't want to be the guy that makes it so you have to continually be subscribed to access it. Only because, like, while the deconstruction cheat sheet is a great reason to subscribe, I think it's a really good tool. I'm more concerned, like, guys, my goal with this channel is not to make money off the cheat sheet. My goal with this channel is to deconvert people from toxic religions. And the more people get the data that they need to assist with that, I'm happy. So if there's like a percentage of people out there that will just get a membership and then immediately cancel it just so they can get the cheat sheet, like, that's just something I'm willing to live with. I get it. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to cry about it because we're still accomplishing the goal. You know what I mean? Anyways, Evan, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, what did the cannibal get when he was rudely late for dinner? He got the cold shoulder. That just it only makes sense. You're cooking these guests to a crisp tonight. Rock hard production. Really went for sharing mode. Thank you, Evan. And again, I love the name Evan. You're truly a prophet of Doug. And Dalton already knows the Hebrew word for rock is Evan. Your name is Rock, my friend. You are truly a prophet of Doug. And Elvis Presley says, extra biblical sources aren't historical records, just this Jewish sect believes X. Pliny even talks about how flaky early Christian beliefs was. I agree. And if you read the writings of the early critics of Christianity, they depict Christianity very differently. In fact, I'm putting it together a separate document right now to combat the horrible talking point that early Christianity like ballooned and was like took over the Jewish populace, and that's why they were being persecuted. No. All of our early sources say that they were a tiny minority of people, mostly of the uneducated, the widows, and like the sailors, up until, and they weren't even being persecuted up until it became like a state religion. In fact, I've been going through again back through my notes on Origen to talk about when he addresses the persecution. Origen himself said, remember, Origen is writing at the turn of the century, meaning he was born in like 182 or something, and he wrote all the way to like 250 or something of that nature. So he's writing all the way at the end of the 2nd century, beginning of the 3rd century, and he says the persecution of the Christians no longer exists. Those are things from the days of old, which means already by the end of the 1st century, the so-called persecution basically came to an end. It wasn't really a thing anymore. After like Caligula and Nero and some of those, like Domitian, after they were gone, so was the persecution. It wasn't that big of a deal.
I actually want to get your opinion on this. The Testimonium Flavianum.
Oh yeah.
There are like 3 basic positions. There's the whole thing is authentic, which is some rare Christians make that claim. Obviously none of us hold to that idea. It's a partial interpolation, so there's a bit of it which is true and parts of it added in, versus it's completely fabricated. Which one of those latter 2 do you think is?
So I'm a little bit torn because like the version that I like the best is the Arabic version. It wasn't preserved by Christians, and so I don't really have a reason to believe that they modified it. That being said, I don't know what the starting source of the Arabic edition was.
You should see Dr. Carrier's take on the Arabic, because he says it's not even actually Arabic. It's Syriac, and it actually comes from Eusebius. Now there's a paper by an A.J. Goldberg, and he makes the claim that the entirety of the Testimonium Flavianum is an interpolation, and he tries to point out that whoever created it used the Emmaus Road narrative in order to create it, and he tries to draw all these parallels. Now, I don't know how I feel about the paper, because I don't know if these parallels are a bit contrived or not. So I think I need like a second eyes on it, basically.
So I'm definitely sympathetic to the idea that the entire thing is an interpolation. Here's why. I know enough about biblical textual criticism to know that if you have a story that reads way better with this one paragraph completely removed, that one paragraph probably was never there to begin with. You can tell just by what it breaks the flow of the narrative that, oh, this was a comment that somebody added in much later, and the verbiage is different, the language is different. And so I read quite some time ago now, it's probably been 10 or 15 years, somebody was suggesting that it reads better with that testimonium out of it. And I do agree. If you remove the testimonium entirely, it reads way better with the testimony out of it.
Yeah, that's Dr. Carrier makes that point. He says that it reads better without it. He also points out that Origen, who was a huge Josephus nerd and quotes him all the time, never once quotes the testimonium, which is suspicious. So I'm still on the fence about whether or not the TF is authentic. But I'm currently reading through his book right now, and I'm reading through the primary sources. So I guess I'll let you guys know in 5 months.
Yeah, so let me know. I haven't read his book yet. I do have it. Thank you, Denise, by the way. I love you. Thank you for sending me the book. I just haven't read it yet. So, but here's the thing, like, one of the things that I do on this live stream that I don't have to do, but I do it because I think it's effective, is I always try to give as much ground as possible to the Christian. So when we're talking about the Bible, we're talking about sources, I want to give as much ground as I can without losing the argument. So I'm always willing to concede that Josephus maybe did mention Jesus. Now, I don't know if he really did. It could be an interpolation. But the reality is, if you can reach out far towards the Christian, you have a much better chance of grabbing hold of them and bringing them to your side than starting with, like, this is one of the reasons why I, like, even if I was a mythicist, I would never use it in a debate, because like, if you're going to convince a Christian that Christianity is not true, you have to start with something. If you start with all of it's made up, you lost them. They're not coming to your side.
Yeah, even if hypothetically, if I get convinced by reading this text, if I'm going to talk about messianic prophecies, I'm just going to assume he existed for the sake of the argument, because, makes it a lot easier.
Agreed. And that has been the bread and butter of my live stream since I started, was attacking the prophecies, because those are the most important things. Elvis Presley, it's so much fun and so easy. It's like shooting a fish in a barrel. Extra biblical sources aren't historical records. Just this Jewish sect believes. Pliny even talks about how flaky early Christian belief was. We read that already, but we read it twice again. Thank you, Elvis. I appreciate the super chat. And Jagged to Tiger. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, if good is whatever God does, then no action is objectively a sin. So, I mean, I agree. A sin at this point would just be whatever disobedience to God you're committing. So the idea that Jesus was sinless becomes meaningless. No, I don't think we would confer sin as being like an objective. Typically, to be fair, in proper theism, like especially Christianity, sin is missing the mark. You need to know what that mark is. That mark is set by God. So in order to quote unquote sin, you have to have a lawgiver, meaning it's going to be subjective. So I don't think it's fair to say that in Christianity there would be something that is objectively a sin, just people that are confused about it being objective.
Yeah, even in the Christian worldview, Jesus is, if you believe in the Trinity, Jesus, sure, is 100% God, but he's also supposed to be 100% man, so he has to observe the law of Moses in order to be a perfect sacrifice.
Right. Agreed. And last, he says Jesus could kill a baby, and technically, it's not a sin, right? Well, no, this is correct. This part of it, because Jesus or / God or whatever can't actually commit a sin. A sin is an offense against God, and you can't commit an offense against yourself.
Ironically enough, I've been working on the story of the adulterous woman. I've been working on this argument where I grant that it's an authentic story. It's not, but I grant it, and I show that if Jesus would have stoned her, that would have actually been sin because he doesn't meet all the requirements for the law of Moses, and that's what the trick was in the story.
I'm actually familiar with that talking point. I don't know how much I like it, but I had an alternative to that at one point that was workable for a while, which was that whoever wrote the story was really smart, and I'll tell you why. It's similar to the workaround that you have, which is basically Jesus did not say don't obey. Like, so they brought the woman and they said the law of Moses says that she should be stoned. They wanted to see if he would have her stoned. Well, Jesus didn't say don't stone her. That would be an abrogation of the law if he had actually said that. What he said was basically, if you stone her, you're next. So what he didn't do was actually abrogate the law. He just says, hey, if you really want to follow the law to a T, guess what? Your head's on the chopping block after her. Are you sure that's what you want to do? And that's actually kind of smart because you're not saying don't follow the law. You're just saying, hey, maybe we should follow the law. And if we do follow the law, guess who's next? So that's how I read the story. But I know the one you're referring to. You could read it as...
because as you know, Torah, you have to bring the man and the woman. They need to be brought not to the temple, but to this outside the city gate. And there needs to be 2 or 3 witnesses. And the person who stones the person has to be one of the witnesses. So if Jesus would have stoned her first, he would have been guilty. They were looking for a reason to accuse him, according to the text. So
Indeed. Yeah. They certainly were. But either one of those two interpretations, I think, is a workable interpretation. What I don't think is happening is that Jesus is saying don't follow the law. He's not saying that at all.
Yeah, because he straight up says, go and sin no more. Sin has a meaning in that culture, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shmuel says, can I make a request? Instead of Philbro timer, can we just hang up? You know what? I would like to. Of the people that call in, the Philbros are my least favorite. Don't like them at all. They're so boring. They never come up with any new arguments. They think that they're going to run a script. The script never works. Half of them don't even know their own script properly. Like, I could run their argument better than them. Justin, great name by the way, says, this guy want to argue or this is a rough sentence. This guy want to argue or does he just know for sure? No way, this is good faith. Justin, I believe you're probably referring to me. I don't know. Listen, Whether you're referring to me or the guest that was up when you sent the super chat, maybe Tristan, I do have some suggestions. You really have to formulate sentences cogently, because when you don't do that, it just reflects poorly on the commenter. And I get it. We're on the internet. People don't like to use punctuation. People don't. They think they can use text language, and sometimes you can get away with that. But you have to use something. Like, complete sentences are a little bit helpful. Anyways, thank you, Justin, for being here. I appreciate that. And Jay says, "Shake my head. I held my breath, hoping Tristan would wake up." And here's the thing. Tristan was painful for me. I don't know for the rest of the audience. It was hard. I did not like talking to Tristan because I genuinely believe he's a decent young man who has been victimized and poisoned by this religion. His brain has been destroyed because of this religion.
Oh, were you for speaking of things that make you want to blow your brains out? Were you there for the conversation I had with Seth on my channel? The guy who kept making he made the claim that the name Yahuwah, yeah, I'll post it later, but the phrase Yahuwah means Yah breathes into you.
No.
And that ooh means in breath. Yeah, it was the whole thing. I'm
He
gonna
forgot the
reposting this
resh?
to him, but so yeah, I was like, it means ruach is breath, not ooah.
Yeah,
It's not even close.
different. They're very different. As it turns out, letters matter. Every letter matters. Oh my gosh. 12 Shepherd says, "Dalton didn't mean to leave you out. You are extremely intelligent and dedicated to your craft as well." I couldn't agree more. You got to remember, here's the thing about Dalton is I went to school and I learned a lot of this because like I was forced to read books and like I had lectures and things like that. Dalton's so smart. He just started learning this shit on his own. Like the guy's really intelligent. There's a reason why he's up here on stage with me. He's not just some fool. He really put the time and the effort into doing something that most of us probably wouldn't do in our free time, and he deserves all the credit for it. Mike says, "Tristan reminds me of younger me. Made me want to cry, man." I know. Yeah, it was hard.
Same.
I really want Tristan to leave this cult. Era says, "We ate from the tree of knowledge. We can judge God." Agreed. According to Genesis 3:22, we can do that. Abraham and Moses did. They even successfully changed his mind at multiple points. Totally agreed. I remember this is one of the earliest theological conversations I ever had with my twin brother. My twin brother was going to school at Liberty University at the time, and I was finishing my engineering degree. And they apparently at school they had finally went over some of these hot topics like Deuteronomy 32. And he was asking me if he thinks that God's mind can change or he can be persuaded. And I mean, the reality is the answer was yes. I remember sitting there thinking to him because he's asking me the question like it's a trick question. I was like, yeah, of course he changed his mind. It's right there in the text. But at that time, I was like 20, maybe 20 years old. And I forgot that there was other parts of the Bible that said God doesn't change his mind, which is where the gotcha actually was. I didn't know that at the time.
I think a really revolutionary moment for me in my deconstruction moment was when the rabbis told me it's okay to argue with God.
Yep, they'll fight God in a Denny's parking lot. Sure.
Oh,
Sean says Kim Jong-un punishes future generations for disloyalty. Kim Jong-un is God. This is a fair point. The things that we see in North Korea is what the God does. So, like, the heaven that we think of in the Bible is just a celestial North Korea. That's all it is. And Good Question says, "Squirrel gets it in the face and feels offended. Is its opinion it didn't take the slap?"
Didn't like the slap.
Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't like the slap. I apologize. Man, it's past midnight. My brain's starting to shut down. It's its opinion it didn't like the slap. Well, I would imagine so. Yeah, like if somebody slaps you, your opinion is formulated through your nervous system, and eventually gets to your brain, and your brain decides that it doesn't like the slap. Sometimes it's not even conscious. There are things we like and dislike without even thinking about it. And Mike says, vertical is superior to horizontal in lives and smiles. Listen, Mike, I love you, but listen, there's no schism. They're equal. And for people on TikTok right now asking, how could there be two of me? There are, in fact, two of me. And yes, it's as bad as you might think. There are two of me, and we look the same, we sound the same, and we think the same, and it's fucking terrifying. The world didn't need two of me, and yet here we have two of them.
Actually, I have not a. I don't know. Do you know who Tom Rabbit is?
Yeah, I know Tom Rabbit. Mm-hmm.
His voice is my voice. Go back and listen to it. I was actually shocked when someone said, "Are you Tom Rabbit?" I said, "No." Who's that? And I went and watched one of his videos talking about Darth Dawkins. I was like, "Oh, that's my voice." Thief.
I've got Discord messages. People messaged me on Discord that I was listening to the stream. Was Tom Rabbit there? I was like, no. Tom Rabbit was not. To be clear, I love Tom Rabbit, but no, he was not there. Game Master Flash says Justin's "oh no" when people bring up certain talking points or prophecies are my favorite. Keep cooking, Justin and Dalton. Rock hard for Doug and Sinfully Wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Game Master Flash. I appreciate that. And we're gonna cook as much as humanly possible. But you're right. There are some topics that I feel they're so bad. I feel bad when the caller even brings them up. Brad says, what's your thoughts on male baby circumcision? Well, listen, I was circumcised, and I gotta be honest, I don't know any different. That being said, here's how I feel about it now. I came into the circumcision situation with my son thinking like what my mother told me. My mother said when my twin brother and I were circumcised, we didn't feel a thing. And to be fair, maybe some babies don't. I don't know. That being said, when I had my son circumcised, he felt something, and I heard it from the other room. And I felt horrible for weeks after it. For weeks after the fact, I felt so horrible thinking that I did something that caused pain to my son, even though he'll never remember it. I'm sure it's not a memory that's ever going to be in his brain. But just listening to him cry when it happened was enough that it fucked me up for weeks.
See, if I was your mom, I would have only circumcised one of you. That way it would have been easier to keep track of who was who. Just saying. It's a lot more permanent than a haircut, just saying.
Bro, they had to paint our toenails to keep us... They would paint our big toenails to keep track of us.
Oh, no.
Dude, I don't even know which one I am. When I look at baby pictures, I don't even know which fucking twin I am. I have no idea. It's crazy. Dude, we're identical twins. You can't tell the difference. It's unbelievable. I literally, I could be the other twin and not even know it. Who knows? Genetics are pretty crazy. Anyways, that's my thing on circumcision. There's no need to be taking a knife to anyone's peen. There's just no need for it. RD says stress ball check. We're good. We're good. We did survive. I let loose on Rob, and that was it, right? Rob was the only one that I let loose on. And to be honest, let's be fair. Did Rob deserve it? I think Rob.
I think so.
Yeah, but I am trying to do better. Like, listen, the last stream, the Monday stream, I was probably needlessly upset with some of the guests. They might have deserved some of it. I gave them a little more than they deserved. I really am trying to get better. And you know what else? That poor kid, I think it was Connor. I made a snide remark that I thought was funny about his sobriety. It wasn't fucking funny. Like, it was funny in the moment. Like, in my family, it would have been funny. But once you step back and realize this is not your family, these are not your people, it's not fucking funny. Like, that was just kind of a rude remark. He's a nice kid. I mean, he did... Yeah.
I try not to debate whenever I haven't eaten or it gets too late at night because I debated for like an hour and a half this last weekend, almost midnight, and I was just yelling at everybody.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, especially because I stream late at night typically, so I'm already tired by like 10 p.m. and I'm up at like 1 in the morning debating people. it's that being said, sometimes after a live stream, you look back on it, you're like, you know what, I was a little bit needlessly upset with some of the people. So the reality is, listen, there are some people who need to be yelled at. This is the reality. Some people just need to be on display for all the world to see. But there's also times where, like, you know, you get done with a caller and you're a little bit hype and you carry it over to the next caller and you're like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. And so, you know, listen, there's always room to grow. And again, I never want to be the person who can't take lessons, who doesn't learn. And you guys hold me accountable. I read your comments after the stream, and I can tell when I was an asshole. There's been streams where I read the comments and I'm like, yeah, I was kind of a dick. You know, that happens sometimes. And you know, I can try to get better. Unfortunately, you know, the people that are on the streams, you know, the people that you're like needlessly a little hostile with, you can't go back and apologize to them. They're gone. You know what I mean? So the best you can do is try to do better in the future. And fortunately for me, I've got people in the community that hold me accountable. So hopefully, friends, I do go in the right direction and not the wrong direction. I do read your corrections, by the way. Stress ball. That's why I bought stress balls, by the way. After Monday's stream, I was like, I need a fucking stress ball for these people. Hank says, Nina makes me want to drink again. Listen, Nina does. That being said, Nina's a good egg. She's had her mind poisoned by a cult. I don't know what else to say. She's a good person. She's the type of person that probably, with enough time, could be lured out of the cult. And Design says, the more I listen to Nina, the more I realize just how bad religion has taken advantage of all of us at our most vulnerable. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's a decent person.
My hypothesis, and my friend Ashley and I were talking about this, is that perhaps because Nina said that she grew up speaking and praying in Hebrew, and her father's name was Ovadia, made me wonder if perhaps she was a member of the Black Hebrew Israelites movement, and which they are notorious for reading themselves into the text of the Bible when it's not there. So it made me wonder if maybe she grew up in an environment where that kind of thinking could have given way to this kind of thinking.
That was my first thought. My first thought was that she's BHI, but she was nice. I didn't want to bring it up. I didn't want to derail the conversation on BHI nonsense because it sounded like she had something else to talk about. But if she had come up and been kind of a prick, then I would have probably derailed it, you know?
I think it's more of the men in the BHI who usually come up and start being pricks to people.
I agree, actually. Aaron says, by the power of Doug, the ilk of Hadassah have come. Oh my God, listen. Chat. Dude, when she said she had a cousin or a sister named Hadassah, I
was holding my breath.
Listen, if you don't know, if you're watching this right now and you don't know Hadassah, go to DZ Debates and just type in Hadassah. It's the craziest call you'll ever hear in your life. She's like a cartoon character. Like, you couldn't write a character more Hadassah than Hadassah. I don't know what else to say. Aaron says, damn it, my hopes had my hopes up about Hadassah there. I gotta be honest, I did too. I legitimately, as she was talking, I'm like, oh, no way she's not related to Hadassah. They definitely sound like they could be related. And Gretchen says, Nina thinks Justin is her therapist? What the fuck? Well, listen, she was nice at least, wasn't she? But yes, you know, some people are verbal processors, meaning they have to say it for their brain to process it. I know this because I have an aunt who's a verbal processor. My dad used to say of my aunt, there's not a single thought that's ever gone through her brain that didn't come out of her mouth. And she's a delightful woman, but the reality is she thinks out loud. And some people do that. I don't do that.
She was very sweet, and I knew it was a delicate situation, so I tried to be as gentle with her as I possibly could. If she had been another person, I probably would have been a bit more harsh, but she was very sweet.
That's why I didn't want to talk, because like he's handling it very well, and I'm like,
you had to go get that bottle.
I was like, I don't want to come in and be the asshole. And I was like, we just gotta. If anyone wonders what I'm like when I'm not on stream, I spend 90% of my day in complete silence. It's amazing. It's bliss. It's crazy that I make a living talking on the internet when in real life I hardly utter a single word unless I'm forced to. I don't know. Weird. Dr. Fudge, I thank you for the $2 super chat, says $2 indulgence for misspelling pie. Sorry, pie. We knew what you meant. And actually, pie was a double meaning. So I named him Pie, one, because all of my animals had nerd names. Also, because when I got him, he was crazy overweight. Like, he was the fattest cat you've ever seen. And I was like, okay, Pie likes to eat. So I named him Pie. And it just fit on both occasions. Same reason why I always have double meaning names. My last dog was named Terabyte. She was a pit bull, but also Terabyte.
That's such a good name.
So names are important, but yeah, Pie did some indulging before I got him. We'll say that. Mr. Lightning says, "What you drinking?" Exodus 34:7 off the cuff example. I'm drinking Kraken. It's on the shelf behind me. If you don't know what Kraken is, you're missing out. If you don't drink because you are struggling with addiction, don't try any Kraken. It'll make it worse. I promise you. It won't help you. Don't even try it. Stay on the wagon. Good question says, what about Christianity needs brainwashing? Well, okay. For a topic suggestion, I think is what you're saying. For a topic, Christian requires brainwashing. And I used to do a topic similar to this, and it was Christianity is Stockholm Syndrome. I haven't done it in a while. Maybe it's time to do it. But I agree with you, good question. Christianity needs brainwashing. Christianity is, in fact, Stockholm Syndrome. It's a mental delusion to control you. And Flip says, just an FYI, the soliloquy guy was making a pun on filioque.
Filioque.
I don't know what that means. What's filioque mean?
Filioque means and the son. So there's the distinction that was made between that resulted in the 1055 schism was over the phrase he proceeds from the Father, filioque, and the Son, the Holy Spirit.
I see. Yeah,
I was a good catechist. I was a good catechist. Okay, when I was in the Catholic Church, I listened to all the lessons.
You know what? I was lucky enough that so I had 12 years of Catholic school, and you know what? We didn't cover that much Catholic history. Isn't that crazy? We actually got to read the Bible in Catholic school, which is, you don't expect that for Catholics. I know, isn't that crazy? So like, I remember we read large sections of the Bible in Catholic school. We didn't spend that much time on Catholic history or Catholic doctrine. It was pretty crazy, except for purgatory. We talked a little bit on purgatory because people had questions.
As someone who was a Protestant and was moving into Catholicism, I already had the Bible down. So I consumed a lot of Catholic dogma and history and all that kind of stuff. Just something else to add to my holster.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Chat says Dalton is a fount of knowledge, and I agree. Dalton is fully a fount of knowledge and sharp. Fry says, a church in my town used to have a sign that said, SPF warning, unprotected, exposure to the sun may cause burning. We agree with that. Yeah, exposure to the SON will definitely cause some burning. Good question coming in again says, you might agree with Mike Winger, you mean? In his persecution of Christian sleazy preachers. Well, even when I was a Christian, I wrote a good many articles on sleazy Christian scam preachers. They were the bane of my existence. In fact, I wrote, and I haven't finished, and it's been unfinished for years, a list of hundreds. It's a canonical list of hundreds of preachers and televangelists with fake PhDs. I kept a running list, a living document of Christian ministers with fake PhDs, where they got it from, and how we know that they're fake. And it's on the internet somewhere.
Wow.
Yeah. I there's nothing I hate more than Christians pretending to have an education when they don't. Listen, you can be like Dalton, you can know a lot of stuff and just let your knowledge shine. Or you can be a know-nothing and claim to have a PhD and trick all your followers into thinking that you know something. Don't do that. Listen, if you don't have you don't need an education, by the way. We've already demonstrated this. You don't have to go to school, but if you feel like school is necessary, then actually do the schooling. Don't pretend. Don't buy a fake PhD online. Good question says you. Oh, sorry, we just read that. Lee here says, okay, I stand correct. Thank goodness, rock hard for Doug. Well, Lee, I don't know what you're corrected on because your super chat was a while ago, a long time ago, so far back, I'm not sure where it's at. It says, okay, so here's the old one. It says, so upset to learn Sharon is not a, wait, Sharon is not a rock. What's our apologetic? Okay, and we covered the apologetic. Sharon is a rock because she's made from calcium, which is so on and so forth, which brings this super chat. Okay, I stand corrected. Thank goodness. Yes, Lee, we're good. No, there's no schism. Don't worry. And HP Lovecat says, have you ever heard of the infancy gospels? Oh yeah, of course. The infancy gospel of James is a popular one. If so, do you think they should be canon? No. I've been loving the content. Keep it up. Okay, so there's a lot of things I think probably should have been canon, like the Epistle of Barnabas, the Book of Enoch. There was one more that I always forget. Shepherd of Hermes. It definitely should be included. That being said, do I think that the infancy gospel should be canonized? Not really. The infancy gospel of James is unique a little bit because there's some doctrines in the infancy gospel of James that were roughly adopted by the early Christians, like the perpetual virginity of Mary. That's in the infancy gospel of James, but
also there is a feast day for Saint Anna and Saint Joachim, who are Mary's parents in the infancy gospel of James. So I don't know why that's a thing, but you know.
So that's the difficulty with the infancy gospel of James, is because there are parts of it that were accepted by the broader Catholic Church. And then there are parts of it that were rejected. So that's the difficulty, is what do you do with canonicity when the people who are in charge of making your canon can't agree on all the points, right? That being said, was it influential in the early church? Yeah. Yeah, the infancy gospel of James was super influential in the early church. That's not to say that the other ones weren't influential, but nothing, I don't think, compared to the infancy gospel of James in terms of their influence. Karo says, one who falls for rage bait has yet to masturbate. Fuck.
Well, I fall for rage bait all the time, so that's obviously not true.
Oh no. TikTok heard me say the word masturbate and did not take the live down, so I think we're okay. Thank you, Kohoto. I hope you're doing well. Good to hear from your friend. And Enduring Motifs says Yahweh seems to be a fluid lexeme in the LBA and Iron. So the late Bronze Age and Iron Age. And yes, so there is some fluidity even to how Yahweh is depicted in the late Bronze Age. That's why you get depictions like Yahweh and his Esherah, where he's got the long dingling at the Kuntalet Ajrud site. And you find other notations at the Arad site, if I remember correctly, and the Tel Dan stele. And there's a couple of iterations of Yahweh, not a lot, to be fair.
Sometimes they call him Yahoo, just Yahoo. There are, and I think we have evidence
in
that
Egypt. In Egypt, he's called Yahoo.
Yeah, so we have some ancient Greek texts where they try to transliterate the Tetragrammaton, and sometimes they transliterate as Yahweh for the Sumerians, and sometimes as Yah-O. But we have one version where I think it's I'll have to find the text, but they actually it's Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a lot of fluidity to its like how they would have pronounced it.
There is a Greek manuscript with Yahoo in it in Greek, transliterated into the Greek. Chet and I did some research on this some time ago. Maybe it's time to do an episode on
Yeah,
that.
it was spelled iota alpha omega, so Yao in the Greek.
Exactly. Yeah. Interesting artifact though, but yeah, I did trace back the lineage of the phrase Yahoo, and it seems to be coming from the south. It seems to be more of an Egyptian adaptation. In the north, they were more likely to say something akin to Yahweh rather than Yahoo, and I think we can chalk it up to dialects, and that's fine. We can do that. But that's a story for another time. But you can take all the references in the Bible too, of the names, like even like theophoric names, whether they're from the south or the north, and maybe make some decisions on whether or not the north and the south had different dialects for the divine name. William Halo wrote a book in the 90s of like the theophoric names in the Bible and in the other parts of the ancient Near East. William M. Halo. I think he's currently a professor emeritus at Denver Seminary. He's one of the chief editors of the Context of Scripture series. That's a really good book. In most of the archaeological books, like so, for example, see if I got. There we go. Most of the archaeological textbooks will have name lists for this reason. So this is the Alalakh tablets by D.J. Weissman, which was published in the 50s from a Middle Bronze Age region in Anatolia named Alalakh. And there's a section in the book dedicated to all the names that show up in the tablets, because as it turns out, studying the names of people and where they come from is actually really important in the field of ancient Near Eastern studies and biblical studies, because it helps you to understand how people conceived of their deities. And we have other books too similar to this that show all the coinage. It turns out that the mythology, like the Bible, is not always the best way to know what the cultures believed. Reading names and coins and like contracts, those are actually really much more capable of telling you what was happening in the culture than reading their actual mythology, which has been edited hundreds of years after the fact.
Yeah, a lot of that Josiah propaganda coloring the Bible, so it's sometimes hard to suss out what it's actually trying to say. But that's all the fun part of the mystery.
It really is. Jake Knapp, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Says Yahweh, Nahweh. Doug's holy touch makes me tremble like tectonic plates. I love this. Thank you, Jake. I really appreciate that. And yes, 1,000,000%, Nahweh. Just say Nahweh to Yahweh. He's not worth your time. And Handsome Cat says Christianity works via psychology of the weak mind. I think so, and pre-programming, like childhood programming. If you can catch them while they're young, you can keep them. That's why they try so hard to indoctrinate the children. And 24K all day says, how do you not get stressed out doing this? Sometimes I do, 24. Sometimes I do get stressed out.
Yeah. I need to get myself one of those.
It does happen because you get crazy guests up here. It says you do it to study the response thought process or just for entertainment purposes. A little bit of everything. I am always genuinely curious in whatever argument is being had, especially if it's a new argument I haven't heard. Do I also study their thought process at the same time? Sometimes. But I think also for entertainment. Listen, one of the reasons why I let some of the conversations get a little bit hype is because we get a better response. More people tune in when there's a little bit of hype happening. If it bleeds, it leads. That's just the reality of the matter. I could be entirely completely boring and not have people tune in. And some people will still tune in just for the sheer fun of it, watching somebody like say things that are true. But the reality is this is also an entertainment show. We want people to come away feeling like they watched something fun. It's like going to a boxing match or a basketball game. A science lover, thank you for the 729 THB, says rock hard for Doug. Hey Justin, I'm an atheist and starting to engage with a sibling who is evangelical and believes in prosperity ministries.
Oof, I
No.
grew up in that.
Justifying his huge wealth and worldview. Do you have any suggestions for our discussions? Okay, I do. In fact, I wrote an article on this many years ago about the biblical New Testament worldview of wealth. Science lover, please DM me. I'm going to send you that article and a bunch of other stuff because if you are a Christian, like, listen, if you're Jewish, I could understand how you can get to a point where you think wealth is a gift from God. If you're a Christian and you think wealth is good, you have not read the New Testament. In fact, wealth is like the next closest thing to being evil, according to the doctrines of the time period. And even prior to Christianity, there was a huge shift in Judaism that associated obtaining wealth with doing evil. They would say, for example, if you read the writings in the Talmud, there's parts where they talk about the laws of the Torah on theft. And it'll say that a man who steals bread in order to feed his family has done no wrong because the initial injustice was already done by the fact that there is a poor person in the land that can't feed their family. That's how much...
comrade.
I mean, but that's how much Judaism had shifted into the time of Jesus, where wealth was considered not a blessing. Wealth was considered a burden and sometimes even in evil. Whereas in the Bronze Age or even early Iron Age, wealth would have always been considered a blessing from God. But that wasn't the case once the Babylonian exile came and then the intertestamental period came. They had a very different view. Well, think about how they mention wealth in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Wealthy people are not counted among the righteous. They're not having a good time. And that's why Jesus says that those who have their wealth get their pleasure now. They won't be receiving this same treatment in the afterlife. Those who are poor will receive the reward in the afterlife. That's why the meek will inherit the earth.
The most Christ-like Christian I've ever heard of throughout history, and someone that I thought that I actually admired a lot, and so much so that I wanted to become like him. And as a result, I used to dog on my family's friend from the church who was into prosperity gospel is Saint Francis of Assisi. That man was actually like very Jesus-like. He gave away everything for the gospel.
Yeah, he had a wealthy parents, wealthy background. He'd give it all up to preach to the fucking chipmunks out in the woods. He was a wild dude. That being said, listen, the Catholic and the Orthodox got it right. The wealth is not a blessing. Like, that's why the nuns and the brothers and the priests, that's why they take a vow of poverty, because the wealth is not a blessing from God according to Christian doctrine. Wealth will only bring you curse. In fact, you might have heard the saying, it's not a sin to have wealth, but it's a sin to die wealthy. And I could agree with that from a Christian standpoint. Listen, you can't always control if you're going to have wealth. You can control whether or not you're going to hoard it and greed it. The earliest Christian community was a socialist community where they gave all their money and their property to the church for the welfare of the church. They had no need of their own that they were worried about. And that's why Jesus says in Matthew chapter 6, says, don't worry about what you eat or what you'll wear. Don't worry about any of these things. Worry only about the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you. If you're a Christian, you should not spend 1 minute worrying about your money. Not one.
Hell yeah, comrade.
I was... Christian socialism is the only way to make sense of the New Testament. There's only one mention in the New Testament that would contradict this. With Paul is writing, I think this is in 2 Corinthians, where he says that those who do not work for their bread shall not eat, referring to those who stopped working because they thought the end of the world was nigh. And they said, no, they can't just not work and then not participate in the community and then feed off the community. If they're part of this community, they have to participate in the community. That's it. The rest of the New Testament treats money like it's a curse. Luke says, I've started pronouncing Yahweh as Yeah, yeah, oi. I mean, you can if you want to.
If you know, you know.
I
I don't
don't.
get it.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, you can pronounce. I think. Are you referring to like oi, like oy vey, like yeah, oi?
Yeah, oi.
I don't know.
Yowie. Yowie. I don't get it. Sorry,
Anyways,
bud.
thank you, Luke, for the super chat. And last super chat from Giovanni Storiano says the writer of Amazing Grace was a slave trade ship captain, traded, sold, and murdered hundreds of thousands of slaves. I'd love your ideas on this. I don't know what you need to know, Giovanni. I mean, there are a lot of people who did horrible things and then found solace in the fact that, shit, I did horrible things. God will still accept me. It's okay. He'll forgive me for anything. Yeah. If I lived a life doing horrible shit, I would love a theology that said, hey, you're evil. Even you, God will accept it. I would love that theology. I'd love to not have any actual fucking accountability for the things that I did in my life. So yes, I'm not shocked whatsoever of the supposed scandalous grace, as they call it, in Christianity for people who have lived horrible, horrible lives. The reality is, if you read the New Testament enough, you'll also discover that people who did those horrible things don't get in heaven. Paul makes this abundantly clear in 1 Corinthians 6. It's also clear in the book of Revelation. There's a whole laundry list of sins that will keep you out of heaven, which means even in Paul's faith alone doctrine, faith alone doesn't always mean faith alone. If you do certain sins, like 1 Corinthians 6:9 lists, you don't get in. If you're a liar, according to Revelation 21, you go to the lake of fire. This is all there is to it. All right. That being said, I think that's our last super chat. Who is live right now that we can go raid? It's 1 a.m. I promised myself I would go to bed an hour ago. You see how well I keep promises to myself.
Let's take a look. I got Joel Reeds is alive.
Oh yeah, we haven't rated Joel in a hot minute. Let me pull up Joel's account. If you're watching on TikTok, there's only 200 people left. If you're watching on TikTok, you don't know who Joel Reed's Bible is, I don't know what to do for you. We're gonna go raid Joel Reed's Bible on TikTok, and he should be live on YouTube as well. There's 324 people watching on YouTube. Let me put it on the screen. Joel Reed's Bible is the channel. It's one of my favorite channels, by the way. I love this channel. Why can't we get this thing up over 400 people? Let's bump up Joel's live stream. Tell him specifically Doug sent you. Tell him Doug, the Rock of Salvation, sent you. He'll love it. He loves Doug. Doug's his favorite thing ever. Make sure you tell Joel that Doug sent you and that he loves you and that he is the Rock of Salvation. And friends, thank you so much for being here tonight. We had a lot of fun. Also, Dalton, thank you so much for being here and supplying your knowledge with all of us. I'm excited here in the near future for Dalton to get all of his equipment set up and start streaming himself. It should be a lot of fun. And maybe we'll get some crossover streams as well, where me and Joel and some other people can join Dalton's stream in the future. And we get everybody on the stream doing a party. It should be a good time. But listen, anyways.
Hell yeah.
Friends, thank you so much for being here. I really love and appreciate everybody in the community. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you for all the members and subscribers and everyone who shared this with your friends. And remember, like, there are people in your life that are deconstructing. You might not know it yet. Sharing this channel with them actually helps. I've recently come into information that like a lot of my family members have finally started watching the channel and are starting to deconstruct. So like, you never know who's watching the channel. And the reality is, even if people are shy about being in the process of deconstruction, the reality is a lot of people we know are in the process of deconstruction. And watching these debates helps. It helps them to sort out their thoughts. It helps them to think logically through some of the problems. And so we really do appreciate everyone who likes and shares the stream, and join the Discord, friends. It's a good place for a community. And if you need access to a good therapist that specializes in this field, hit me up. I'll connect you with our friend Dr. Joe. She does amazing work. Dalton, any last thoughts?
No, I'm good to go. Hey, thank you for everyone who has helped grow my channel as of recently, and I promise that I'm going to continue to grow it and make it better so we can get more better content out there. So more of this.
Can't wait. Have a good night, friends.